Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 First Level. The Zhuanhuang Tower jumped out by itself. The Zhuanhuang Tower opened the 100 Years group. Li Su's expression was a little weird. There was no way the situation was exactly the same as when he complained. Not long after, the distribution was completed. The golden token duck-shaped directly and flew in front of everyone. Is it such a coincidence? It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? It just so happened that the assessment method of the taking saint was the same as what he thought. And what he cared about most was why the Zhuanhuang Tower ran out by itself. According to the memory of the venomous snake, every time the other party summoned, there was no doubt that he was as tired as a dog. He grunted and spent a lot of effort to finally get it out. In less than 3 minutes, he couldn't bear the huge pressure of the Zhuanhuang Tower and escaped. Li Su took a breath and slowly stretched his hand to the token. There was a golden halo bursting out, and the token directly merged into Li Su's body. Not only Li Su, but almost everyone in the dark street was like this. As they touched the token formed by the Zhuanhuang Tower directly merged with them. The next second, the Zhuanhuang Tower emitted a dazzling light. In the fog, a huge stone tablet slowly rose up. It was very strange and mysterious, because no matter which angle you looked at it from, you would first see the huge tenfold, and then see the Zhuanhuang Tower behind the stone tablet. It was written on it, Trial Tablet. There were countless names in it, and from top to bottom, you could hardly see the end. There were names of the 4 thieves, the Demon Clan, the Xia Kingdom, the 5 surnames, Zuyu, and even Li Su. And, unlike the other names, Li Su's name was dazzling, bright red, and could illuminate everything. The light shone directly from the stone tablet, lighting up the fog like a torch, lighting up the dark street, and lighting up the black area outside the dark street. After his name, there were records and writings. Li Su, human race. First level, enlightenment, 99,999 points. Second level, moving mountains, 128,000. Third level, wading, 810,000 miles. Fourth level, fanning the fire, 76 million times. The fifth level, slaying demons, 120 million heads. The sixth level, suppressing the rebellion, 37 days. The seventh level, comprehensive evaluation, a prodigy that only appears once every 100,000 years, whose talent is enough to dominate the world and shine for several epochs, has the qualifications to become a saint, and is a well-deserved prodigy of heaven. Current status, a direct disciple. Strategy completion, 80%. 100% chance of obtaining the recognition of the Heaven and Earth Zhuanhuang Tower as the master. Hiss. In an instant, countless people took a breath of cold air, and their faces could not help but change. Especially the 4 thieves, who wanted to kill each other at first, but seeing the calmness of the Zhuanhuang Tower, for a moment, Qin Yang and the others could not help but twitch their faces, and their scalps could not help but feel numb, and they felt a tremendous pressure. As for the younger generation, each of them looked solemn, and could not help but clench their fists, shocked. A prodigy that only appears once every 100,000 years. Talent is enough to dominate the world and spread rumors for several epochs. Oh my god, what kind of evaluation is this? Not only that, this tower is said to be related to the saint. Its appearance alone is enough to shock the world. The huge Zhuanhuang Tower itself, which you can't see in full view, no matter how high your elm is, or how strong your strength is enough to explain too many things. Such an existence is also collected as a direct disciple. You should know that the disciple level is usually divided into 5 levels, named outer sect, inner sect, true disciple, and direct disciple. Of course, among these, the true disciple and the direct disciple will appear in reverse order in some sects, but on the saint's side, there is no doubt that the direct disciple is the highest status, and can be close to the saint to receive guidance. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Khan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter was so loud that even Lisu and others who were 7 or 8 kilometers away could hear it. If heaven had not given birth to a great Xia country's proud emperor, the immortal path would have been like a long night. Qin Yang, demon race, don't you want to kill my Xia country's proud emperor? Go ahead. As Zhang Kang spoke, laughter rose and fell. They were all cultivators from Xia country. At this moment, their eyes were like fire, and their lamps emitted a different color in this foggy dark street. Do you really think that the tyrant's realm has problems due to the black air, and that you, a bunch of low-class people, can easily touch it? Dream on. Just like the 100 Years' War, the tyrant has never let the human race and the Xia country down. Are there any proud emperors who have spanned several centuries? Do you have any? As Zhang Kang and others laughed, the atmosphere in the dark street was solemn for a while. Countless people couldn't help but take a breath, with expressions of shock and fear. Huang Long, what's going on? Didn't they say that this tower can only be summoned when the fog is completely over? With 80% progress, the other party has already entered it 2 months ago. Okay. Qin Yang couldn't help but shout, looking at the guy who ran to find him to sell the information not far away. I don't know. I tracked the traces of the venomous snake several times before. He summoned it 3 times in total, each time when the fog was over, and there was no such a big movement. A voice sounded, and his face showed confusion, shaking his head vigorously. How could someone who made an oath for such a thing cheat? Qin Yang's face was very ugly, and the other 3 thieves of the 4 thieves were not much better. Too much. With talent, can you really do whatever you want? Brother Qin, what should we do? Kao Quan and others were a little panicked. After all, they had blocked the dark street, done so many things, killed many people, and offended the Xia kingdom. Originally, they planned to find Lisu, get the things related to the treasure, take him away, hide in the black domain, slowly find the real location of the treasure, and slowly attack. After arriving at the destination, watching the battle between the human race and the demon race. As a result, Lisu has already entered the treasure, and the attack completion has reached an astonishing 80%. Is this really a joke? Go in. Notify the people guarding the passage that there is no need to continue sealing the passage and wait for the passage to unlock itself. Then let people post the news on the dark web to attract more people in. Qin Yang gritted his teeth. The plan could not keep up with the changes. Since it has become like this, he would completely muddy the water. There are enough people waiting to come. Anyway, Lisu has not been found by them. Sooner or later, Xiago and the demon race will fight against each other. If it doesn't work, they will just run away. Understood. Soon, the 4 thieves began to act. It is no longer possible to blockade. The light on the stone tablet is too intense, and it has illuminated the dark street and burst into a dazzling light in the black domain. Xiago and the demon race will sooner or later find the immortal realm and come. Just as everyone was shocked, in the Taehyojin restaurant, Lisu's expression was very interesting. A genius who only appears once in 100,000 years, whose talent is enough to dominate the world and shine for several epochs, who has the ability to become a saint, a well-deserved pride of heaven. Who is this talking about? Who is this? I haven't even entered yet. Enlightenment, 99,999 points. This number looks so beautiful. Why is it just 1 point short of me? It will be more than 100,000 beautiful. And moving mountains, 128,000 mountains. Am I here to realize the truth? And am I here to make bricks? Moving so many mountains. What's wrong with me? Wading 810,000 miles? Do you think I'm Tang Seng? No, Tang Seng is 108,000 miles. I'm 800,000 miles. Fanning the fire, in units of tens of millions of times. What is this going to be? Lisu was a little crazy. He didn't do anything. How did this result come from? Is there another person named Lisu in this world? And, what annoyed him the most was his own name, which seemed to illuminate the world. You think I'm not dying fast enough, right? Although they were 7 or 8 kilometers apart, Lisu could feel the terrible murderer Sora floating in the distance. It was a guy from the demon clan. Since his name appeared on the extremely deceptive stone tablet of Xuanhuang Tower, the Xia kingdom was happy, and the demon clan wanted to pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, and boil his bones to refine oil. Standing in the same place, Lee Su's face was green, feeling that he had been cheated, and it was a terrible cheat. Pretending to be Zuyu, he was inexplicably caught with a big pot on his back, which made him very uncomfortable. Now Zuanhuang Tower actually gave him a bigger one. Is it going to kill him? Brother Ta, did you make a mistake? We are one family. It's a friendly army. You treat your friendly army like this. Touch your chest. Can you feel at ease? Just when Lee Su was complaining crazily, a voice appeared in his mind. It was a child's voice, that of a 5 or 6-year-old baby, light and crisp, very pleasant to listen to. My little disciple, I have written down the results for you. You should have seen it now, right? Well, when you go in later, just follow this result. I believe you can handle it. Although the 100-year group and the 1000-year group are meaningless, I will still make certain designs according to your ideas. It is true that the assessment should be more humane. I know this. Then there are other things. Don't worry, I have already handled it for you. You have 2 names on the stone tablet of the Zuanhuang Pagoda. One is your real name, and the other is the name Zuyu. The results will be issued. You don't have to worry. And your whereabouts. I put your breath into the core of the Zuanhuang Pagoda. No matter it is the cause and effect lock or the treasure lock, you can only be found in the Zuanhuang Pagoda, and then you can go to the trial peacefully. Then, remember it. Do not summon me, okay? Before the master left, I suppressed the body of an alien demon under me. It has been too long. Recently, it has made some unusual movements. Once I'm summoned, it will most likely run out of the cage. Although you are fine, you are protected by me, but it will be miserable outside. There will be big problems. Finally, please complete the task according to the score I wrote for you. I have suppressed the alien demon for too long. Some problems have occurred inside. These levels are manifested by me through the Dao Yun. By moving them, I can restore myself and help me suppress the evil demon. Remember this. By the way, I have also adjusted the time inside the Zuanhuang Tower, which is 1000 times that outside. I'm going to continue to suppress the alien demon. After you have done everything, you can leave. I will continue to suppress the body of the alien demon in the depths of the black domain with you, until you are strong enough. Come back again. Wait a minute. Brother Ta, no. Uncle Ta, no. Master Ta, wait. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have paid attention to you. Lee Su raised his head and looked at his bright red name and the series of requirements under his name. At this moment, his mentality completely exploded. In a trance, he seemed to see his future where he got up earlier than chickens, slept later than dogs, worked more than cows, and ate worse than pigs. This is no longer a tool man, right? Can a tool man be as miserable as him? 128,000 mountains, some are zeros and some are whole. For a moment, Lee Su, who was full of gloomy atmosphere, turned his face directly into waxy yellow, full of despair about his life and his future. It would be fine if he just moved bricks. Listen to what Tago said before he left. After everything is done, it will leave, and leave with the corpse of the foreign demon. When he leaves with strength, it will come again with the corpse of the foreign demon. What does this mean? Looking back, it seems that Pangu Banner and King Ping Sword are also in a strange space, with terrible evil in it. Obviously, it should also be one of the foreign demons, suppressed by the saint. In other words, when he is strong enough one day, they will all come like this. There is also the huge millstone under the 6 reincarnations. Does he have to clean it up too? Thinking of this, Lee Su suddenly found that his identity as a disciple of the 7 saints was not fragrant at all. It was just like stuffing his mouth with Coptis chinensis. It was bitter and his heart was cold. Lee Su's breath changed. Ko Kyan, who was not far away, was surprised. Not only her, but Ko Bao and the others were also a little stunned. How to describe it? A gloomy breath, as if in the era of the imperial examination, from the age of 8 to the age of 80, and still a fucking Tongsheng. The 5 words "who can be more miserable than me" were written all over his face. However, it is obvious that this group of people has no sympathy. Ko Bao sneered. The enemy of the senior sister is not too miserable. I wish I could cut him into pieces. If this guy's not dead, the meat is decades old and sour. He can eat his flesh and drink his blood. Don't ask him why he knows. Soon, everyone's attention returned to the stone tablet. The integration of the Zhuanhuang Tower token allowed them to know a lot of information. For example, the way to enter, the content of the test, the time ratio, and what they can get by passing the test. This is a great opportunity. Kaokan took a breath and spoke slowly. She didn't look at Li Su's results. As expected, he was a demon of Xia country. He made the entire demon race hunt him at all costs. She couldn't compare with such a person. Although she was very proud, no, everyone present was very proud. But that century-old war really made everyone realize one thing, that is, there is always a mountain higher than another. So, they no longer thought about seizing the treasure. Now for them, the most important thing is to participate in the treasure trial and get benefits from it. Everyone prepares to enter as soon as possible. There is not much time left for us. Compared with obtaining the treasure, what should really be paid attention to is the time issue. His Majesty the Tyrant has now completed a full 80% of the strategy level and is less than 20% away from perfection. It's only been 2 months. Even if the time in the treasure world is 1 to 1000, the remaining 20% has 1 month, which is only 1000 months, just over 80 years. Is this a lot? Not many. If any world fragment goes in and lives longer, especially in their current realm, the minimum is a century, or even several centuries, or even dozens of centuries. It's really too little, too little. As for killing Zuyu, Kaokan undoubtedly had such an idea in her mind, but the next second, she gave up. Can't kill. Because the other party also holds a token, as long as there is a reason, he can go in at any time. Although she can wait outside, time waits for no one. If she doesn't waste a second outside, a full 16 minutes will pass inside. The longer she delays, the greater the loss will be. And when she comes out, in order to avoid sneak attacks, there will be Zhuanhuang Tower to protect her. Although Kaokan is confident, she doesn't think she can break the defense of the treasure. That is to say, before the Zhuanhuang Tower of Heaven and Earth recognizes her master, she can't kill Zuyu. Thinking of this, Kaokan was also very decisive and gave up directly. It's okay, she has enough confidence that she can still kill Zuyu after everything is over. Kaobeo and the others also took a breath. They were not stupid. They knew that killing Li Su had become impossible. They immediately put aside their grudges and nodded, saying, "Okay, senior sister." Soon, everyone took action. The entire dark street was constantly flashing with light. The next second, the people disappeared directly from the dark street and entered the Zhuanhuang Tower to start the trial. Zhang Kang and others from the Xia Kingdom also went in, but compared to the previous nervous mood, they were extremely relaxed and excited at this moment. The Zhuanhuang Tower was almost equivalent to the possession of His Majesty the Tyrant. This was too important for the Xia Kingdom. This was a defensive treasure. There was a vague record in the Xia Kingdom's data. The grade was higher than the single Xinghuang flag and the same level as the Xianshan 5 directions flag. In other words, in addition to the Xinghuang flag, the other 4 were also found before it could be compared with the Zhuanhuang Tower. Not only that, if Li Su could get the treasure, would it mean that his own situation could also be relieved? The black air was indeed terrible, and even the immortal realm was helpless. But the Zhuanhuang Tower is different. It is a treasure of the saints and a legendary supreme artifact. It is impossible that even it can't do anything to that mere black air, right? Compared with the Xia Kingdom, the expressions of the demons are very ugly, very, very ugly. Can Li Su recover? They are terrified to realize how terrible it is. The supernatural power of the fusion of gods is so terrible. If it continues to grow, can the demons still exist? Impossible. It is more terrible than the King of Xia. Send the news here back to the demons, and the rest will enter the Zhuanhuang Tower. Whether it recovers or not is another matter. This treasure must not be allowed to be obtained by him. It is already difficult to kill him. If he is allowed to obtain this treasure, it is simply a fool's dream to kill him. Before coming, the Croaking had explained that there are not many tower-type magic weapons. There are only a few famous ones. The most terrible one is undoubtedly the treasure called the Zhuanhuang Tower of Heaven and Earth. It is a magic weapon of the saints and a supreme defensive weapon. Unless you also have a top offensive treasure, you can't think of penetrating its defense. While everyone was taking action, there was a figure who was very different. He stared at the huge stone tablet from beginning to end. No, it should be said that the Zhuanghuang towered behind the stone tablet. His breath was very strange. His body was only in the realm of magic power, but his soul was extremely huge. Especially when he saw the Zhuanghuang tower, an extremely terrifying breath burst out from it, with a strong and incomparable demonic nature. He gently opened his mouth and slowly uttered a few words, but it was not the language of humans, nor the language of the demon clan, but more alternative, incomprehensible, and extremely uncomfortable to hear. The soul seemed to be pierced by a knife, as if it was a curse. After a moment, he turned around, and did not enter the Zhuanghuang tower, but left directly. If you pay attention, you will find that there is no name of the holder on the stone tablet, and he does not have the breath of the Zhuanghuang tower token. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. His little face was extremely green, and his face was sallow, as if he was seriously ill. Li Su kept taking a deep breath, wanting to cry, but couldn't. He wanted to wail, want to explode, want to destroy everything around him, but he couldn't do it. What to do? Cold. The heaven and earth pagoda is the most precious treasure of the saint taking. It is the head of the three pure ones and the boss among the bosses. And he is undoubtedly a disciple of the three pure ones. He is very good at thunder magic, and has mastered the yin-yang divine thunder, which involves the core Taoism of the saint taking, the Tao of yin and yang. Wuji gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji gives birth to Liangai. The power of yin and yang is undoubtedly the power closest to Tao, and it is the interpretation of the Tao by the saint taking himself. As the saying goes, if you take someone's hand, you will be short. As a disciple of the saint, it is reasonable to help the saint do things. In the prehistoric world, even if there is no favor from the saint, there are many people who are used as tools, and they do very dangerous work. If you are not careful, your body and soul will turn into ashes and disappear. He is just a coolie, and there is no time limit for him. Take a deep breath. It's all at this point. There is no place to hide, right? Question mark? Li Su gritted his teeth and went in. Let's go and take a look first to see what the situation is. Be mentally prepared, although there is a high probability that I will not be accurate enough. A flash of light, Li Su disappeared. The next second, he appeared in an extremely vast space. There was nothing here. It was endless and boundless, with no end in sight. The only thing was a word floating in the air not far in front of him. If he didn't look at it, it would be nothing. But when he looked at it, Li Su couldn't help but sink into it, attracted by the word. It seemed to contain infinite avenues, the insights of a saint, and his understanding of everything in this world. Chapter 402, Wu vomited. Shivering, shivering. Time, 1 to 1000. 1 second outside, 1000 seconds inside. 1 day outside, 3 years inside. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Li Su, who entered the Zhuanghuang pagoda, has been in the Zhuanghuang pagoda for a full 21 years. 21 years, that is, 252 months, 60 days, 181,440 hours, 10,886,400 minutes. We don't need to count the seconds, it's too many. Lying on the ground, Li Su kept shaking. If he had to describe himself at this moment, it would be that he looked withered and dying. His mind was almost exhausted. Lying on the ground, and looking at the brilliant and glorious Dao text not far away, Li Su shivered. Originally, reading the great Dao of the Sage, the highest chapter, should be an extreme enjoyment, which can sublimate one's own life, travel in the Dao of the Sage, experience the infinite Dao and beauty, and from another perspective, be led by the Sage to look at the world, analyze the great Dao, help you sort it out one by one, and give you guidance. It's like a full banquet of Manchu and Han. Usually, it's just vegetables and radishes, but the whole person is sublimated in an instant. But, you can't do this. People, he can't eat a full banquet of Manchu and Han every meal, okay? It's delicious, but it's also greasy. Especially breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, evening tea, and then a midnight snack. 7 meals a day. 1 meal, 108 dishes. Can this person bear it? What's more, Li Su is different from others. He has a high weighting. He knows too much information about the taking sage, so his comprehension is very high. Then, it's the solution of the Tao. This thing belongs to the higher year understanding, the deeper its resolution is. With more than 200 talents, one cell can sort out a history of evolution for you. Although the great way of the taking saint emphasizes tranquility and inaction. But because of inaction, there is no such thing as inaction. Unlike the yuking and shanking saints, the great way of the taking saint is divided into 3 realms. The first one, at first glance, seems to have nothing. The second one, at another glance, it seems to have everything. The third one, at another glance, it seems to have, but it seems not. 3 words, realm. The first time Lee Su saw it, it took 3 years, vomited a liter of blood, and his mind was exhausted twice. He realized something and woke up. Before he could relax, it was mainly because he didn't have time to retract his sight. He felt that there was something inside. The enlightenment just now was lacking, and there were mistakes. He couldn't help but subconsciously go deeper into it. This time, it took 8 years, 3 liters of blood, and the mind was exhausted 6 times. His hair turned white, and he lost more than 80 pounds. Except for bones, it was really just skin. Then, he woke up again, and felt that he had finished his understanding and was transparent. However, when he thought he had grasped it, that it was okay, and that he had finally done it, he could not help but take a third look at the word, and sighed at his own difficulty. The next second, he was trapped again. The mountain is a mountain, the mountain is not a mountain, and the mountain is still a mountain. Real, virtual, and true. The triple realm almost killed Lee Su. If it were not for the Dao fruit feeding itself, there would be no shortage of energy in the Zhuanghuang Tower. This set of chapters would really kill Lee Su. When he finally came back to his senses and finally stopped being trapped in the Dao text of the first level, Lee Su almost cried. For the first time, he asked the Dao and vomited. Lying on the ground, it took him a full year just to sort out and restore his overloaded brain. The Dao was not fragrant anymore, and the whole person was anxious. Obviously, through this sorting and enlightenment, Lee Su made great progress. His understanding of the Dao was deepened again, and the Dao fruit had undergone drastic changes. The yin-yang Dao fruit, which was originally weaker than flesh and blood, yuking, shanking, and soul, was now flowing with oil, and a great fortune was forming inside. That power is not thunder magic, but higher. It involves yin and yang, breeds life and death, and grasps the virtual and the real. Not only that, because of the supreme reflection, Lee Su's other 6 saints' ways have also been fully improved. The great way of the taking saint is somewhat different from that of other saints. Other saints use the law to correct the way, and the law is the way. The taking saint is the opposite. He uses the Tao to clarify the law, and the Tao is the law. What is this equivalent to? It is equivalent to the way of the taking saint. In fact, I have walked through all the ways, seen all, and understood all. In my heart, I have a bottom line. So when learning his Taoism, the methods of the other 6 saints are also equivalent to being sorted out, and have undergone amazing evolution. Of course, this is not to elevate the taking saint, and belittle the other 6 saints. In fact, if Lee Su is allowed to choose, he would rather choose the methods of the other 6 saints than the method of the taking saint. Because the former is a private school education, one-on-one, hand-in-hand. The latter is a free-range education, teaching everything and knowing everything. In such a vast prehistoric world, there are only 7 saints in total, so the biggest possibility of letting them go is that they are neither high nor low. Just look at their disciples and you will know. Let's not talk about Jigyo. There are 13 golden immortals in Xianjiao, and many disciples. What about Rinjiao? Except for the great magician, there are none. And in terms of height, Duobao of Jigyo and Nanji of Xianjiao are actually not worse than the great magician. Even with such a high weighting, and the help of Daoji, it took Lee Su a full 20 years to sort out the yin-yang method and nurture it in the Dao fruit. Well, it hasn't taken shape yet, and it will take a very long time. Thinking of this, Lee Su felt like vomiting, really wanted to vomit. In the short term, he didn't want to touch any avenues or any magic at all. It was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. The first thought, when he saw the scripture was, "My head hurts." He took a breath, and left the Zhuanhuang Tower without hesitation, ready to go out and rest for a while. In the short term, he didn't want to touch the tower at all. Go out, go back to your room, have a good sleep first, wait until you wake up naturally, then rest for 2 days and eat something. Empty your mind, wait until you have recovered, then proceed to the next step. With a whoosh, Li Su disappeared from the Zhuanhuang Tower. The next second, he was back to the original place, the Taheojin restaurant he had entered before. Then, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was blocked. As soon as he came out, he saw 5 strong men with ferocious expressions blocking him. Someone from the KO family? Want to attack him? Hey, how is it? Got it? Brother Fang is awesome. Which one is this? The 18th. The skills, the aura, should be from the zombie cultivation lineage of the 4 Thieves Liang family. Come and take a picture of him, make a record for comparison, and set the position for me. The leader spoke. His face was a little cold, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Among the 4 thieves, he hated the zombie cultivation the most. This is a true evil heretic. Their cultivation is based on the blood of others. Even among the 4 thieves, they are full of evil, and must be eliminated. No problem. One person walked forward, and stood in front of the protective light surrounding Li Su. He picked up the camera in his hand, and took several photos, lighting him from all angles. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Li Su was undoubtedly confused. What was going on? Not to mention blocking him, but also bringing a camera. And only then did Li Su realize that the people blocking him were not from the KO family, but from the Xia country. Because their clothes were regular Xia country military uniforms, the Demon Conqueror Army. This costume was very different, and Li Su also had one. The Taoist pattern was woven inside, which not only had a strong defensive power, but also had an anti-counterfeiting function. It was difficult for outsiders to get a similar piece of clothing for disguise. The Demon Conqueror Army, how could it be here? And, listening to the conversation, they were here specifically to block people. What was going on? Unable to help it, Li Su subconsciously glanced out the window. Damn. People, so many people. At this moment, there were a huge crowd of people outside. Although the first block was not as big as the third block, it was definitely not small, and could accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the streets were basically full of people. Not only that, but there were people maintaining order. They were the demon slayers, in teams and teams. There were many of them. A rough estimate was that there were probably close to tens of thousands. Did Xia Kingdom have so many demon slayers? A week ago, there definitely weren't. Looking up, he couldn't help but glance at the stone tablet. The stone tablet was bigger, and it was obvious that there were more names on it, and not just ordinary ones, but several times more than before. And look at the distance, where the second block was. The demon clan, a large number of demon clans, gathered there one after another, and there were so many demons, probably more than 100,000. Has the blockade of the dark street been lifted? Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Su immediately realized a possibility. Did the 4 thieves give up the blockade? Or did the immortal realm come to find them? Well, this is fine. Although the Zhuanhuang Tower is open to people, it mainly wants people to help it lay bricks and serve as tools, but there are still benefits. In the first level, not to mention learning the highest chapter, at least you can consolidate yourself, check for deficiencies, and make up for them, and consolidate your foundation. As the leader of the human religion, the Taoist lineage of the Great Purity Saint, the Zhuanhuang Tower has a relatively high requirement for comprehension. Although the benefits obtained by the demon race here are obviously lower than those of the human race, after all, their brains are not very smart. This is a good thing. Even if you can't break through the realm, you can improve the upper limit of the human race, which is of great benefit to the future war. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but look at the stone tablet and the names engraved on it. The changes are huge, very big. Let's not talk about the number. Unlike a week ago, there are more names with a few points on the Zhuanhuang Tower. Not only that, the ranking itself has undergone tremendous changes. First, it was divided into 2 groups, the upper and lower groups, the 100-year group and the 1000-year group, each occupying one side. Li Su's name was still hanging high on the list. Whether it was the 100-year group or the 1000-year group, he ranked first. He was in the limelight. His whole face was written with a great omen. His ears were burning with astonishment. Someone was cursing him, more than one person. In the 1000-year group, many names were lit up. Among them, the second place was Qin Yang, one of the 4 thieves. He had a high score. In the first level, he scored 79,999 points. Should we say that he was worthy of being a thief who was rampant for 400 years? He still had talent. Not only the first level, but also the second level of moving mountains. He was still practicing. Less than a week had passed, and the other party had moved more than 18,000 mountains. It was obvious that he had worked hard for more than 20 years. I'm afraid his waist had become much thicker, and the person who ranked after him shocked Li Su a little. It was Zhu Chang. I didn't expect him to come here, and he also participated in the Zhuanhuang Tower assessment. In the first level, he scored 79,999 points. In the second level, he just moved more than 9,600 mountains. It should be, because he came too late, which was much less than Qin Yang. The third one was a guy named Ao Lai, and it was obvious that there was only one race with the surname Ao in this world, the Jiamang clan, which meant the monsters. In the first level, his score was also 79,999 points. As for the second level, he moved 9,100 mountains, but was suppressed by Zhu Zhang. Later, there were acquaintances and strangers. Zhang Shand was also there, ranking 5th. There were also people from the Zhao family, ranking 8th. The other 3 of the 4 thieves had already been squeezed out of the top 10, squeezed out by the strong men from the Xia kingdom and the monster clan. The top 10 were basically like this, and the difference in ranking was more because the number of mountains moved in the second level was not enough. At the end of the introduction of this group of people, it was written like this: a genius rarely seen in hundreds of years, with good talent, but unfortunately lacking a little bit, stopping before the Xianjiao. Although he was a genius, it was a pity that he was a little bit behind. Li Su's mouth twitched. He could fully imagine that the 9 guys would go crazy on the spot when they saw the evaluation given to them by the Zhuanhuang Tower. But why are they all 79,999? Isn't this too perfunctory? Doesn't this mean that he, Li Su, only has 20,000 more evaluation points than Qin Yang, the old thief? He was a little unconvinced. How could he be compared with himself? Just when Li Su was thinking, the big men who surrounded Li Su took action. Each of them took out a lasso and looked at him with ill intentions. The lasso is very unique. It has a very yang aura, which has a very natural restraint on the yin aura. But the leader said, everyone pay attention. After the protection contact, I will go first. You get ready. Someone said, report. What if he resists fiercely? Kill him on the spot. None of these bastards are good things. All of them are blood debts. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Li Su came back to his senses and was even more shocked. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the 5 guys in front of him who were sharpening their knives against him in disbelief. Is the demon expedition army so irritable? The leader turned around and said to one of the team members who was constantly gesturing with the lasso and looking at Li Su's 3 routes, Xiao Wu, take the alarm. These guys are desperate criminals. You support them on the side. If he breaks through, or we fail to kill him immediately, you will call someone over immediately. Oh, okay, Captain. The team member put away the lasso and took out an alarm, ready to press it at any time. Li Su couldn't help but said directly, wait, we are one of them. Code 95,745,478. The captain was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the zombie cultivator in front of him actually knew the code of the demon expedition army. Xiao Wu, confirm it. Yes. After a moment, Xiao Wu said, Captain, the code is correct. It turns out to be one of us. The captain couldn't help laughing and said, put it down, put it down, put it down. The 6th Army of the Demon Expedition Army, the 2nd Division, the 3rd Regiment, Fang Yi. Li Su exhaled. Fortunately, his protection time is about to expire. If a fight really breaks out, it will be a big trouble. The demon conquering army. Kill. Fang Yi's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent, and he roared and attacked directly. Not only him, but the other 4 members also attacked without hesitation, their faces full of murderous intent and eyes full of anger. Xiao Wu even pressed the alarm bell directly, making a harsh sound. Li Su was stunned, his face full of astonishment, and he quickly attacked to block the opponent's attack. Because just now the protective light, it dispersed. With a loud bang, the room exploded on the spot, and the luxurious restaurant worth millions was shattered. In a hurry, he held back, and Li Su was directly beaten out of the restaurant. What's the matter with these guys? They said they were our own people. Again and again. Bastard, you are dead. I said it. Before Li Su stopped, a man rushed over from a distance, and heard the alarm. His aura was extremely terrifying, not in the realm of mana, but in the realm of supernatural powers. Not only that, countless demon conquering troops also moved on the street at this moment, forming teams one by one, and their magic power began to gather, and the army formation began to take shape. Killing intent, extremely terrifying killing intent. At this moment, the demon conquering troops looked at Li Su with eyes that really wanted to eat him alive. Li Su, who was originally a little unhappy, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, and a very bad idea came into his mind. Massacre. The demon conquering troops dare to mix sand with me, die. With a roar, the man slapped his palm in the air, and the great magic power appeared. The void showed an extremely huge palm, which grabbed Li Su directly. The atmosphere was shaking, and the palm seemed to be substantial, not big, but the Tao rhyme inside was so dense that it was almost one next to another. Not only that, there was a little man sitting in the palm, that was the Tao fruit, and behind the Tao fruit was the sky, and the sky gathered infinite power. Even though Li Su couldn't help but feel creepy, if he was caught, even he would not be able to get any benefits. He didn't dare to be careless. He took a deep breath, and pinched his fingers in the air. In an instant, his fingertips were like fertile soil, and there was something magical on the soil. A flower bloomed out of thin air. There were scriptures running through it, and the rhyme of Tao fell. This flower is not an ordinary flower. It is the flower of death, which Li Su realized in the Zhuanghuang Tower. It is the death extreme of the 2 poles of life and death in the power of yin and yang. It bloomed in an instant, and the eyes of the people who rushed over couldn't help shrinking. This method? However, he didn't stop, nor did he use a stronger move. Because it was enough. After all, the gap between the 2 realms was so big that the other party couldn't stop it, and it was impossible to stop it. Boom. The palm and the flower collided with a bang. Contrary to the expectation of the supernatural realm, the flower did not collapse at the touch. It resisted, although it was only a very short moment. Li Su didn't hesitate, and directly cut off the other party's power to lock him. Enter. He shouted and activated the token directly. Less than 2 minutes after he came out, he rolled back into the Zhuanghuang Tower. After landing, Li Su first vomited blood. After all, he was at the level of supernatural power, and he was at the level of fusion god. Judging from the relationship, he should be Li Su's cousin. Well, that's Zhang Kang. When I was in the mortal world, I had seen him, and chatted with him for a few words. The other party admired him very much, and praised him to the sky. Thinking of this, Li Su's expression was very wonderful. Red, green, blue, and purple. The code he just said was a high-level code. It was not Zhu Yu's, but his own. Because of his identity, he had a total of 3 special codes. High level was the second one he mastered. It would not be directly connected to his identity, but it was only 1 level lower. That's right, this is a school officer level code, school officer level. Just as Li Su was madly complaining, there was a mountain above his head, a huge mountain. It was slowly descending and pressing towards Li Su. Can't move, can't hide. This is the 2nd level, moving mountains. The requirements are very simple. These mountains are not real mountains, but mountains composed of Taoist texts. The so-called moving mountains does not mean that you really have to move them, but that you have to comprehend them, and then fill them with corresponding Taoist methods to restore their strength. Compared with the 1st level, there are more applications. Feeling the requirements of the 2nd level, Li Su's face turned pale green on the spot. He is still in a state of confusion. Asterisk 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 in the dark street, Zhang Kang frowned, with a chill in his eyes. Even if it was only a moment, there is no doubt that the other party escaped from his hands. He is a supernatural power realm, a supernatural power realm of the fusion level. A mere mana realm actually escaped from his hands and ascended to heaven. Do you really think that one or two are Lee Su? And the flower just now, thinking back at this moment, is really amazing. The will of death was almost like the Tao, and it all seeped in from his own magical power, pure to the extreme. It was not like he had never killed a zombie cultivator before. Although it was mainly based on death energy, its power was very mixed. It might be very strong for a while, but in the end it was not up to paragraph. After passing the magical power realm, the physical advantages decreased, and most of them would disappear. Go check, who is this person? What's his name? What's his status in the Liang family? Chapter 403 Promotion. Lee Su let out a long breath, a smile on his face. Undoubtedly, it was different from the first level of enlightenment. Moving mountains mainly involves understanding, knowing, and knowing what the mountain above your head is like. Then gather the corresponding Dao rhyme to make up for it and fill it. It involves enlightenment, but it is more about application and practice. At the beginning, he was undoubtedly uncomfortable. The first level left him with a strong psychological shadow. He wanted to vomit, as if he had Taoism aversion. When he saw the Dao rhyme, he couldn't help but feel a strong and incomparable nausea from deep inside. There was no way. Unlike others, he was too sensitive, like a newborn baby. Every inch of his skin was so tender, and his perception of the Dao was dozens of times that of ordinary people. Every time he touched the Dao, he could have a heart's understanding, and every second his mind was constantly consumed. The Dao, in his eyes, was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that there was no end, as if he could go on forever without stopping. Too tired, too tired. It was a long journey, and every second was stretched to be extremely long. His mind was too fast, like a supercomputer. Even if it was only 1 second, his body sense was 100 times that of an ordinary person. It was like a revolving lantern that kept on going. Although it was not as long as seeing one's life in an instant, it was definitely continuous. In the Zhuanghuang Tower, time was 1,000 times longer than that in the outside world. His body sense was hundreds of times that of ordinary people. 1,000 times hundreds. That is to say, the time he actually spent was not as simple as a few decades or hundreds of years. It was the passing of thousands of years. Even if Lee Su had surpassed the individual life of the human race, the vitality in each cell could be longer than the life of an ordinary person. But his mind was still too destroyed and shaky under this huge time. As time passed, although it was said that through the perception of the Dao mountain, associations would still be generated, but the number was greatly reduced, and most of the time was used to deepen the understanding of the Dao. Although the burden was still heavy, he didn't want to consume it to the point where his mind was completely exhausted, vomiting blood, and his lifespan was greatly shortened as before. About 3 days in the outside world, 3,000 days in the inside, almost 9 years. Lee Su finally took a breath and came out of the exhaustion of the Tao. Not only that, with the precipitation of these 9 years, Lee Su has made amazing progress. Needless to say, in terms of Taoism, it is mainly about his own situation and the black air inside. As he digested the Tao rhyme he comprehended in the first level, Lee Su undoubtedly had a new understanding of his own mastery. The height was raised, and the width was strengthened. During this period of time, he walked the road of transformation again. This time, he did not change the number of times he transformed the Tao, nor did he improve the effect of the Tao. It was just very simple, sorted out, and condensed the supreme chapter he learned again. One word, a little bit, a little bit. Lee Su followed his own path of transformation and rewrote, deepened, and repeatedly condensed the supreme chapter written on the flesh. The foundation did not undergo a huge change, but was further consolidated. However, the effect was amazing. The black gas attached to his body, entangled in every cell, and even the black gas that infected the inner long river gradually could not be grasped. Once again, Lee Su filled all parts of his body. The supreme chapter was no longer running through and densely covered, but combined with his flesh and blood, becoming a complete whole, and all the gaps were filled. Therefore, the black gas was repelled. No matter how strange and extremely evil it was, just like water, it was obviously impossible to attach to the diamond. They began to retreat. Lee Su's body no longer had their living space. They were exposed and could not be intertwined with flesh and blood. The treasure acted at the first time. On the soul, the fire flag fluttered by itself. It did not wake up and was still sleeping. But for the black gas, it had a natural disgust and could not accept it. At first, because it was too deeply entangled, it did not move. At this moment, it was separated, and it immediately did not hesitate, and kept dropping sparks, dripping into Lee Su's body. Fire, with faith as firewood, can burn everything. Even if the existence of black gas is rootless, it has no way to resist, and will be burned and refined by it. Faced with this scene, the black gas, which obviously has thoughts, immediately shrank, abandoned Lee Su's stanchion and the inner river, and all poured into his Dao fruit, clinging to it tightly, making the final struggle. With this result, Lee Su couldn't help but let out a long breath. Even if it was only a matter of time for him to expel the black gas, it didn't mean that he really didn't care. On the contrary, he cared a lot. After all, as long as this black gas existed for a day, Lee Su would never make progress, and his realm would be suppressed in the stage of fusion of the spirit in the supernatural realm. Now, with the liberation of the inner river and Anshan, Lee Su can once again absorb extraordinary particles from the world. Even if the Dao fruit can't continue to fuse the spirit, progress is still hindered, but it can be advanced little by little. Not only that, with the improvement of his realm, his strength has also been improved. From the early stage of the mana realm, he jumped to the peak of the mana realm. No, it should be said that he has reached the supernatural realm without supernatural powers. This time coming to the Zhuanghuang Tower has undoubtedly solved almost half of his problems. Well, only half of it has been solved. Lee Su has not forgotten that he came here for two purposes. One is the black gas, and the other is the problem of resources. Moreover, the latter is far more important than the former. After all, he can always solve the black gas, but resources are difficult to deal with. Without enough resources, even if he solves the black gas, it is difficult to make rapid progress. However, it is not bad. There are really a lot of extraordinary particles inside the Zhuanghuang Tower, and the concentration is far more than countless times that of the earthly immortal world, and it has reached the point where it can be seen with the naked eye. Just being here, he can feel that his body is constantly improving and being nourished by extraordinary particles. While constantly moving mountains and constantly consolidating himself, Lee Su began to absorb the extraordinary particles in the Zhuanghuang Tower frantically. Although the Dao fruit cannot be used, and the cave heaven is blocked, the problem is not only his body has completed the transformation of the Dao, especially this replay, which gave Lee Su a brand new understanding. Although the Dao fruit is the embodiment of his magical power, the root of the magical power is above his body and soul, where they were bred. Therefore, Lee Su's body and soul, with supreme abilities, are still connected to the Dao fruit. For example, Lee Su's meridians are the source of the Buddha kingdom and the root of the Amitabha Sutra. These meridians are like the roots spreading out of the Buddha kingdom, closely connected to it. As roots, they can naturally absorb nutrients and nourish the Buddha kingdom in turn. Although the speed is not as fast as directly releasing the Buddha kingdom to absorb, the efficiency is not bad. In addition to the Buddha kingdom, flesh and blood, taking, yuking, shanking, soul, and Vajra realm can all be absorbed. Because of the Zhuanghuang Tower, yin and yang have been replenished. Because of the black gas refinement, the glass body of Vajra Dharma has also grown rapidly and caught up. Under the simultaneous operation of the seven saints, a large number of extraordinary particles were sent into the Dao fruit by him to prepare the energy for them to merge with the spirit. The road is already clear. The direction is already visible. When he leaves this Zhuanghuang Tower, he can basically solve his own hidden dangers and complete the fusion of the spirit. Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes were not only somewhat burning. Once the fusion of spirits was completed, the next step was basically only one step away, becoming a Taoist. The threat of the immortal realm to him would be reduced linearly, and he would also have the capital to fight against the immortal realm and the demon clan Danghuang in a real sense. However, when he raised his head, Lee Su's eyes could not help but flicker, and he sighed. Moving mountains. These mountains are actually gears, which are the rules and sequences of the Zhuanghuang Tower. At this moment, its real situation is not good. Just like the body is full of rust, after years of operation, in order to fight against the power of the suppressed evil demon, problems have occurred inside, and countless runes have been erased, and defects have appeared. They have been running for too long, and fighting for too long. Although as a treasure, it is almost indestructible and indestructible. If it finds a place to hide, it should be able to watch everything in the world with Zhao Yu, until the unpredictable end of time. However, it did not do so. In the vast and long time dimension that followed, it endured the resistance of the suppressed object every second, and kept suppressing the opponent with all its strength. In the battle that year, after the saints suppressed the foreign demons with it, he should have left this dome directly, went to the outside, and fought with the enemy. From then on, the power to suppress the foreign demons was completely dependent on the Zhuanghuang Tower itself. Perhaps, the history of the human race is only 1,000 years now, but that is only recorded. What about the unrecorded? The saints set out to start a decisive battle and fight with the enemy. Can it be completed in a short time? Li Su's supernatural power realm can burst out with a power close to destroying the world. When he reaches the immortal realm, what will it be like to be a celestial immortal, a mysterious immortal, or even a golden immortal? Perhaps, at that time, the planet in front of him was probably just a hand in his hand. The immortal is like this. What about the pseudo-saint? What about the saint? Can directly reopen the existence of the prehistoric world. Their battle may not be able to use the galaxy as a battlefield, and can be calculated in epochs. Therefore, how many years have passed in this process? From the invasion of foreign demons to the great destruction, how long did it take for the immortal world and hell to be broken? Countless immortals were dead all over the land, and the fire of civilization that the human race had experienced for centuries was completely cut off and extinguished. How much time has passed? The Zhuanghuang Tower still suppresses this evil demon, and still insists on the order of the saint. It's not easy. It's really not easy. After so many years, Li Su asked himself that he couldn't do it, and couldn't stand it. It was too long. Too long. The first level of the Taoism felt that it was only 1,000 years, but it made him vomit. All the saints' treasures, but they always insisted, and never considered other problems. It's incredible. He slowly closed his eyes, and began to practice again. Without great perseverance, how can you control the great realm? As a disciple of the saint, this is undoubtedly a disaster that he cannot avoid. Even if it hasn't happened yet, it will inevitably happen in the future. Under the 100,000 demon caves, there are lurking demon souls and flesh-grinding wheels. The weirdness suppressed by the treasures in the unknown land has undoubtedly stood in front of him, and it is an existence that he will have to deal with sooner or later. Chapter 404 I fucking scolded the dog. As his mind became rich and could transform himself, Li Su's process of moving bricks immediately became easier. The speed began to speed up. Although each Dao mountain was complex enough, he had accumulated too much in the first level, which was too cruel. This is like solving a math problem. I'm not afraid that you can't do it, nor am I afraid that you can do it. I'm afraid that you can't do it halfway. Naturally, you have to rack your brains to do it. A Dao mountain fell, and the core was broken in an instant until the key to the problem. With 3 or 2 clicks, Li Su got it done and filled it up. More and more, faster and faster. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. Every time he finished repairing a Dao mountain, Li Su couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Because as the number of Dao mountains combed increased, not only was it fast, but more importantly, something was taking shape in his heart. At first, he didn't care much, but as the outline continued to take shape and gradually formed a phantom, Li Su was a little shocked. It was the Zhuanghuang Tower. It was just combing, but its mark was extremely deep. It actually self-assembled in his heart, and finally took shape, reflecting in his heart. Of course, this is not complete. After all, the number of mountains moved is far from enough, less than 1/12 of the homework assigned to him by the Zhuanghuang Tower. But even so, there is still a trace of magic. Originally, the Xiandi Zhuanghuang Tower itself is undoubtedly a treasure, integrating suppression and defense, and is undoubtedly at the top sequence. Helping it sort out is almost equivalent to observing a top-level supreme defense and suppression method. According to the degree of understanding of it, it is normal to comprehend the corresponding top-level Taoism. Because Li Su has mastered too many supreme things, his magic power is full of terrible power. What is floating in it is a supreme Tao rhyme of the saints and the scriptures that run through the supreme chapters. Of course, he also realized the Taoism about defense and suppression, but he didn't care too much, because compared with the supreme things he mastered, the simple defense method was not very attractive to him. But what he didn't expect was that with the continuous sorting, the Taoism of the Zhuanghuang Tower was recorded in his heart bit by bit, and it actually underwent such a huge change, self-organized, and left a mark in his heart. This was undoubtedly something Li Su didn't expect, and it was beyond his expectations. Because this reflection does not mean that he has learned the Dao of Zhuanghuang Pagoda and mastered its supreme Dao. It is a connection, or a finding. Now it is still just a phantom, unable to feel anything, but he has a feeling that, if he can completely reflect the Zhuanghuang Pagoda in his mind, he will become the master of the Zhuanghuang Pagoda, the real holder. With the emergence of this thought, even Li Su's breathing became a little rapid. This is a Zhuanghuang Pagoda, one of the treasures held by the Taking Saint. Although he has obtained the Pangu banner and the Kingping sword, who would dislike having too many treasures? Moreover, there is a clear difference between the Zhuanghuang Pagoda of heaven and earth and the Pangu banner. Although the reason is unknown, the Pangu banner is very empty. Without Li Su's call, it is almost in a deep sleep at this moment. And to exert its power, Li Su has to personally pour oil into it as a material to explode. Usually, it can drain him at once, and the explosion is not very strong. Although it can exceed his own full strength, it is obviously not worthy of the word treasure. But the Zhuanghuang Tower is different. He can really reflect a trace of its power. It can suppress space. In Li Su's current situation, even if he is in the realm of divine power, he can suppress it with a word and freeze it for a breath. Of course, the stronger the strength, the shorter the time. If he fully recovers, with this trace of power, he estimates that he can suppress it for a moment, even if it is in the realm of immortals, making it unable to move. This is undoubtedly very scary. At their level, they can suppress it in an instant, attack hundreds of times, and run thousands of miles. Moreover, the nature of the Zhuanghuang Tower makes it equivalent to a super hard control. Unless the opponent also holds a treasure, there is basically no possibility of immunity. It will be fixed by him. Swallowing his saliva, Li Su was a little excited. This is a fully functional treasure with supreme power. Of course, this is not easy. He has combed many mountains, but even so, he only got a rough outline, which is a bit magical, and the distance to complete reflection is still far away. I'm afraid that just moving the mountain is not enough. The next few levels, wading, fanning fire, and beheading demons, all need to be experienced one by one, and the Zhuanghuang Tower must be analyzed layer by layer. 128,000. It is undoubtedly an extremely large number, and I don't know if it is the limit. The first 1,000, Li Su spent almost 3 days in the outside world, that is, 9 years. When it came to 10,000, he took 6 days, 18 years. It will probably take 2 months to finish them all, that is, 180 years, and according to his body feeling, it is about 1018 years. Undoubtedly, this will be a long battle. Li Su took a deep breath. He had almost rested, and could speed up appropriately, to reduce the length of time. He began to analyze frantically. The speed was extremely fast. After all, it was not enlightenment, but problem solving and application. Although there was mental consumption, it was not great. On the contrary, it was more boring. Li Su was quite experienced in boredom. When he was in the precious lotus lantern, he had been enlightened to the sword for 1,400 years, and endured a long time. As long as it was not the first level, he could still bear it. That was not enlightenment, that was being fed with Tao. He couldn't eat anymore, but he kept feeding. He didn't stop even when his throat was blocked. He poked inside with a stick. Time passed quickly. It was okay this time. In just 1 month, about 90 years, he sorted out 128,000 mountains. Obviously, the task assigned to him by the Zhuanghuang Tower was not a random number, but its basic structure. That's it. At this moment, in Li Su's mind, the Zhuanghuang Tower was no longer a phantom. It had formed a specific outline, with its appearance and content, and Tao patterns attached to it. And the connection that Li Su expected became closer and closer. This was a real connection. In his heart, he could feel the other party and exert part of its great power, which was transmitted through the Zhuanghuang Tower in his heart. Compared with before, a trace of Yujun was a little bigger and became a stream, almost 10 times as much as before. Li Su took a breath and tried it. In an instant, the void in front of him shook violently. Everything stopped. The phantom of the Zhuanghuang Tower emerged and suppressed the void. This kind of suppression is very different. It is not like the Pangu banner that cuts through space, but a very all-round suppression, including space, which is suppressed together. This is very different, very different. Pangu banner is an offensive artifact with unparalleled attack power. In its complete form, one strike can even cut off time, ignoring distance and defense. Zhuanghuang Tower is a real suppressive artifact. From the body to the soul, from the supernatural power to the great way, it will stop everything. If the strength is a little bit worse, Li Su suppressed it for 100 years and then released it, and the opponent didn't even know it. Not only that, it can also reverse it, suppress it in an instant, making the opponent seem to have spent endless years, and let the opponent's lifespan pass away in an instant. 3 seconds. Feeling the power of Zhuanghuang Tower, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. At present, even if he is at the level of fusion god in the supernatural power realm, he can suppress it for 3 seconds. This is the same realm. After Li Su recovers his strength, he can kill the opponent 1,000 times in 3 seconds. Without even planning to rest, he took action directly and headed for the 3rd level, intending to further deepen his connection with the Zhuanghuang Tower and reflect its magic more. Just do it. Isn't it just wading 810,000 miles? Isn't it just fanning the fire tens of millions of times? Do it. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight to the 3rd level. Boom boom boom. A terrible sound rang out. It was the sound of water, the sound of waves. In front of his eyes, there was an extremely huge river. The river water was rolling and turbulent, and there were constantly terrible waves roaring up, and people could be seen struggling in the waves. Many people screamed miserably and were swept into the bottom of the water by the waves and exploded into light spots. It's not a separate scene. Li Su was stunned for a moment because the river was too huge and the distance between the front and the back was different. It seemed that there were very few people, but at a glance, there were probably more than 100,000 people. After landing, Li Su found that there was light flashing around him and figures appeared one by one. There were people, and there were monsters. Each of them had a pale face, and eyes full of fear, as if they had been beaten to death once and revived, trembling. Looking carefully, there were 2 people Li Su knew. When he arrived just now, he saw with his own eyes that the 2 of them were smashed into light spots by the huge waves. They died inhumanely, and were completely shattered. Obviously, the 2 people looked very bad, as if they were really broken into pieces, and the whole person was gloomy. Undoubtedly, this level is obviously different from the previous one. Not only is it no longer an independent space, but they will also be killed by huge waves due to insufficient strength. Although they can be resurrected in the next moment, it is obvious that the pain has not been offset, and the death has directly impacted their hearts. However, before he finished thinking, someone discovered him, and one of them flew directly towards him, and landed in front of him. The man had a very cold face, and spoke with anger. Why did you come now? Zuyu, didn't you receive the order from the ancestor? If memory serves me right, the other party should be called Liangping, a direct descendant of the Liang family, not the youngest generation, but the older generation, in his 50s or 60s, with decent strength, almost at the peak of the magic realm, much stronger than Zuyu. The order from the ancestor? Are you talking about that old guy Liang Wu? His order? Oh, when practicing, Zuyu's communicator had flashed a few times, but he didn't care. Liang Ping's face was very cold, and he looked at Li Su, as if he were a dead person. He didn't think Zuyu didn't know, but should have deliberately not taken action. Undoubtedly, this behavior was no different from betrayal in the eyes of the Liang family. The order from the ancestor was absolute. Now you immediately give up the next 2 levels for me, go to the 5th level, and listen to the arrangements of the young master. When everything is over, go to the punishment hall to receive the punishment. Li Su was stunned for a moment. The 5th level needs manpower. What does that mean? Can anyone help at the 5th level? But the Liang family punishment hall? According to Zuyu's memory, people who go there are usually executed, not disposed of, right? Liang Ping frowned and said sternly, what are you dawdling for? Why don't you go? Li Su sighed and decided to change his identity. Damn it, he hasn't had a good experience since he turned into this bastard. As Li Su moved, Liang Ping was stunned for a moment, and his eyes turned into knives. He didn't say anything, but just attacked directly. The stiff body became soft, and the 5 fingers were visibly black. It was death, but there was also something else mixed in it. He didn't move his shoulders, but grabbed Li Su's body directly. Although they were 2 or 3 meters apart, his hands seemed to ignore the distance. Although there is protection at this level, it is only for challengers in the river. Those on the shore are another matter. When he attacked, there was a gust of cold wind. Frost formed in a radius of 100 meters. This is not the power of cold, but yin, penetrating the bones and the heart. With one grab, the void seemed to be solidified by the yin ki. This is a kind of Liang family zombie fist. Only the direct descendants are qualified to learn it. It has great lethality and a locking function. Of course, the first 2 are not important, because the core moves of the Liang family have never been zombie fists. This is a move specifically for disciples of other surnames. It can block zombie fists and destroy the body of zombie cultivators. Since you are disobedient, then die. Li Su did not speak and pointed like a knife and directly stabbed in the astonished eyes of the other party. With a bang, there was no fierce confrontation. It was just a simple crushing. Liang Ping's hand exploded on the spot. It was directly pierced by Li Su's hand knife and shattered into pieces. Circulating the extreme yang power in the yin and yang energy, it turned into a strong vitality. Since he decided to give up this identity, he did not intend to cover up anything. Boom. The yang ki burst out, directly igniting Liang Ping's arm. The fire was extremely terrifying. The dead ki on his body was like snow meeting the warm sun, melting quickly. His flesh and blood instantly ignited and burned and cracked in an instant. Ah! With a scream, Liang Ping retreated frantically. Looking at the arm that disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, his face was ruthless. He tore it off without hesitation and threw it far away. Watching the arm that fell to the ground evaporate quickly, his dead face turned pale and his eyes spit out incomparable fear. You. Looking up, Liang Ping looked at Li Su in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could he be so powerful? And this domineering yang power was completely opposite to the Liang family's zombie cultivation. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he thought of something. Is this the extreme yin turning into yang? Quickly retreating dozens of steps, Liang Ping's face was pale, but his spirits were extremely high and excited. He took out his communicator without hesitation, turned it on, and pressed the emergency communication button that could only be activated in the most urgent moments. He shouted quickly and urgently, "Ancestor, there is a traitor from another family, Zuyu, who has mastered the method of turning extreme yin into yang." What did you say? Zuyu, a traitor from another family, has mastered the method of turning extreme yin into yang. Are you sure? Disciple has seen it with his own eyes and experienced it personally. Good. I didn't expect that someone really understood it. Informed Liang Qiang to capture Zuyu at all costs. I must see him alive or dead. Liang Ping's pupils were extremely hot, and he couldn't help shouting, "Disciple understands." After saying everything, he looked at Li Su, his pupils emitting infinite light, and with an extremely strong desire, he dialed the young master's number. "Young master, the traitor Zuyu from another family has mastered the method of turning extreme yin into yang. The ancestor has ordered that he must be found alive or dead." The person on the other side paused for a moment, and then his breathing became rapid. "Where is it?" "The 3rd level." "Keep an eye on him. I'll bring people here right away. Tell the people from the other 3 families to help, and the Liang family will be rewarded generously." "Yes. KO gang. Qin Fei, Feng Yi, you all heard it, right? Help me, the Liang family will be rewarded generously. Question mark question mark question mark. Standing there, Li Su's liver hurt. What the hell, I just scolded a dog. Are you blind? Can this be used to turn extreme yin into yang? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. He is not Zuyu. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you say you are not Zuyu? Who are you? What the hell is extreme yin turning yang? Is this guy's brain full of shit? How could he forget to associate that aspect? Li Su's face turned black. His original intention was to use a kind of opposing force to make the other party realize that he was not the so-called Zuyu, but he never expected that the other party would take a detour and apply his situation to extreme yin turning yang. This word, after searching Zuyu's memory, is undoubtedly there. And, for the Liang family, it is very important. How important is it? If they have to choose between extreme yin turning yang and the treasure, they will undoubtedly choose the former. As for the reason, it is very simple. The zombie cultivator is not dead because of the yin key. If they can give birth to yang and yin, they may be able to come back to life. In other words, they become a. Although they have nothing to do with humans in terms of race, they belong to living life. Living life and dead zombies, even if the latter still retain souls, memories, and concepts are completely different. The Liang family's cultivation method is problematic. Even without looking through Zuyu's memories, Li Su could see it through his Taoism. Zombies, although they have the attribute of cultivation, but from the beginning, they were not human. Although Liang Wu preserved his soul through special methods, it only changed the original evil cultivation method into a crooked one, which was even more crooked. Therefore, although the Liang family gained powerful power because of the zombie cultivation method, the price was also extremely heavy. The most terrifying thing is the fall. Zuyu also had this situation, and his perverted cruelty came from this, which was the beginning of the fall. With the continuous deepening of cultivation, the thinking problems of the Liang family's zombie cultivation will become more and more serious, just like the body becomes stiff, and the soul is broken little by the erosion of the dead air, and finally disappears completely, becoming a bloodthirsty monster without any rationality. And this process is irreversible. Even the ancestor of the Liang family is not immune. Although it is suppressed, by practicing some soul techniques, the hidden danger still exists. Therefore, in order to solve this hidden danger, the entire Liang family has been frantically looking for a solution for hundreds of years. Although they got some information from the world fragments, there was no relevant cultivation method. After all, Bei was not cultivated by himself, but was made to be. Not to mention the huge difference, it also involves the category of immortals, which is not something the Liang family can touch at all. Therefore, over the past few hundred years, the Liang family has not made any progress in this regard. Yin is always just yin, and there is no way to produce yang from it. Looking at Liang Ping's appearance, he was almost broken into half by himself. There may be some fear in his eyes, but more of it is burning like fire. The cold eyes exude a strong desire. That look is like a researcher on the dissection table, who wants to see him clearly and clearly. Yankee. I didn't expect it to be real. Qin Fei walked over and looked at Li Su with surprise in his eyes. The four thieves have a deep relationship and know something about the Liang family's skills. Extreme yin turns to yang. Although it is just four simple words, it is even more important to the Liang family than the treasure. If it weren't for the fact that only Liang Ping and some weak Liang family members were left here, they would have started to hunt each other down long ago. Just now, the ancestor sent a message asking them to put down their work temporarily and cooperate with the Liang family to take down Zuyu. Not only him, but also the Qin family and the Feng family. Obviously, just now, the ancestor of the Liang family has found the people of the other three families and made a deal. Do it. KO gang was straightforward. Because of KO Khan's matter, many people in the KO family wanted to kill Zuyu. Feng Yi still had a smile on his face, maintaining the style of the Feng family, making the least effort, and making the most money. Surround him, don't let him go. This person is extremely important to the Liang family. If we take action, what if we accidentally hurt him? It would be better to wait for the Liang family's genius to come and suppress him directly. It won't take much time anyway, and he has already started to escape from the battle. Qin Fei and the others were stunned for a moment and turned to look at Liang Ping. There was no doubt that this suggestion was very good. After all, they had just seen that the opponent's strength was not bad, and Liang Ping was obviously restrained. Liang Ping took a breath. Even if he didn't need to breathe as a zombie, he calmed himself down through this action. That's right, surround him first. Don't let the opponent go. Try to keep him alive, and at least ensure the integrity of the body. Several people talked back and forth, and didn't take Li Su seriously at all, as if he was just a piece of meat on the board. Alas. Li Su sighed, one wrong step, and then another. When he was almost beaten to death by his own people, when he went out of the first level, he should have given up this damn identity instead of still maintaining it. Now, there is no room for explanation, and there is no need. The Liang family has set their sights on him, and they will not let him go, whether he is or not. Although Liang Ping was an accidental hit, it cannot be said that he was wrong, because Li Su does have a way to solve the hidden dangers of the Liang family. His yin-yang Dao fruit is the exchange and transformation of two extreme forces. In fact, catching him is far better than catching a Bei who has turned from extremely yin to yang. Bei is a transformation, which is the kind that cannot be copied. Li Su is different. He is a skill, and he has truly mastered the transformation of yin and yang, not extremely yin to yang. Forget it. Kill them all. Hiding his identity is because of his own situation, which is a big problem. And now, his physical body hidden danger has been eliminated. Yin-yang Dao fruit and Vajra Dao fruit are almost perfect, and the resources have found a direction. The black gas is just a matter of time. If it doesn't work, then force a breakthrough, although it will take some effort. Here, even if the demon clan knows his situation, they can't do anything to him. Under the double division of the 100 Years group and the Millennium group, Li Su really didn't take the demons in the 100 Years group seriously. After thinking about it, Li Su moved. There was almost no sign, and his fist had already been thrown out. As mentioned earlier, the pre-battle state refers to the time to enter the battle. According to the strength of the cultivators in the different realms, there will be certain differences. And there is no doubt that the faster the battle is entered, the greater the advantage. The top genius of the demon race, the 8-eyed spider, can enter the battle in about 0.02 seconds. This is undoubtedly a very extreme number. Even in the realm of supernatural powers, it is also a top level. There are many who can reach his level, and there are almost no ones who can exceed him. Li Su was also at this level before. His inspiration was too strong, and he had the blessing of the innate 5 senses. His reaction speed was even a little faster than that of the 8-eyed spider. And now, boom. Li Su punched coldly, and the speed was so fast that it had surpassed their consciousness. The faces of the 4 people in Liang Ping changed drastically, and their pupils widened to the limit. When they reacted, their eyes were full of golden stars, and the bones in their bodies were almost broken. Terrible burning burst from their chests. The high temperature instantly ignited them. Flesh and blood, and magic power, under Li Su's power, were easily crushed like ants. Bang! With a sound, the 4 people exploded into ash in an instant. However, the next second, a coin, a talisman, and a scarecrow appeared in the void. The coin appeared on Feng Yi's body. It trembled and cracked. At the same time, in the distance, suddenly, a person had a cracked coin on his head. The next second, his face suddenly changed, and his body exploded into ash. With a snap, Feng Yi fell out. His face was pale, his mouth was full of blood, his eyes were wide open, and he looked unbelievable. He was beaten to death. Not only was he beaten to death, but the coin was actually cracked. That was his lifelong Taoism, and it was severely damaged. The talisman also exploded. More than 5 of them exploded in succession, and a figure rolled out from it. There was a fist mark as big as a casserole on his chest, which was sunken for a full inch, and was completely charred. Qin Fei fell to the ground, gushing out large mouthfuls of black blood, which burned up before he even hit the ground. His pupils shrank, his face was as hen, and there was a dead ash on it. It was obvious that the death talisman failed to save him from the fatal blow. Although it saved him from the grey result, it could not save his fate of death. The last scarecrow burned up, and a black light emerged. It was Ko Gang's. As soon as the black light appeared, it immediately turned into a ghost. It had a shrill expression, and was filled with incomparable resentment. It opened its mouth, let out a huge roar, and rushed directly towards Li Su. This was not a death substitute, but a death curse. The Ko family practiced a very vicious spell in the tomb grabbing technique. If they were killed by someone, they would cast a curse and entangle the other party to make them die a miserable death. Li Su was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen such a spell. The ghost was none other than Ko Gang himself. It was his soul. At the moment of death, it was absorbed by the scarecrow, changed its nature, and turned into a curse power visible to the naked eye. This trick is almost impossible to dodge. It involves cause and effect, and it is a sure hit. Really cruel. Li Su could see the essence of this spell at a glance. Not only is the practice itself very vicious, but the launch is even more so. If the mana realm wants to involve cause and effect, it is not something that can be done in a few words. This is a trick launched at the cost of one's own soul. The enemy may die, but the person who made the move is even more miserable. The soul light is completely extinguished, and the true spirit does not exist. It is a complete death in the true sense. The dead air gathered, and Li Su pointed at the flying ghost. The method is very cruel and difficult to defend. It is of a virtual nature, and involves the soul. It is difficult for ordinary Taoist methods to touch it. Unfortunately, he met Li Su. Not to mention that this kind of spell is useless in front of the soul road. Even in the current yin and yang road, restraint will only be worse. With death as the core, it grows directly on the ghost, taking root, sprouting branches, and blooming. With a strong burst of vitality, Ko Gang's death curse, which cost him the extinction of his soul, was immediately swallowed up by Li Su. A strange flower emerged in the void, with a strong death aura on its roots and stems, but the flower was full of vitality. Yin-Yang flower, that was one of the magical powers he realized after achieving the Yin-Yang Dao. The inspiration came from the immortal evil seal of the evil king and Shuanglong, but the difference was that the evil king transformed the dead air from the attack into life in his body, and then brought it out with his own true energy, turning it into dead air. That was a high-end operation of using force to fight force, comparable to the magic skills of Kaiang and Dalo Yi, Dao Zhuangxing Yi, and Yehe Jiayu. Li Su's is more advanced, and can transform all attributes, death into life, life into death. In an instant, not only Feng Yi and Qin Fei who survived were severely injured, but also the Xia Kingdom, the Demon Clan, the Dark Street Gang members, and some casual cultivators who came to get the opportunity, could not help but change their faces, and their pupils were filled with horror. This spell. How terrible. The power of life and death itself is not something that ordinary practitioners can master, not to mention the change of the two poles. Compared with their horror, Feng Yi's mood at the moment is even more terrible. One move, 3 deaths, 1 serious injury. Qin Fei died. He was too seriously injured. His internal organs were burned, and the death talisman could not help him block it. And Feng Yi is not much better. Although he borrowed money to transfer the cause and effect, replaced life and death, and let the person who transferred the cause and effect bear 90% of the power, his life-saving magical power was also cracked because of this transfer. This is a Taoist injury. Although he did not die, it is not much better. Puff. Feng Yi couldn't help but spit out blood. The calmness on his face disappeared, replaced by fear and panic that could not be concealed. There was actually another one who survived. Li Su couldn't help but be surprised. This Feng family has something. Taoism involves cause and effect, and money is used to open the way. I don't know what it has to do with the fallen treasure money. However, in my memory, that thing is related to luck. Although it is magical, even the treasure can be dropped by you, but it involves luck. If you don't use it well, you will die miserably. He slapped out with a palm and hit Feng Yi again. Since he decided to take action, he didn't have the habit of leaving people alive. But The money on Feng Yi's head was shaking, and another crack appeared from it, getting bigger and bigger. In the end, the money was split into two halves. Feng Yi spit out a large mouthful of blood, his breath dropped on the spot, and blood was gushing from all his 7 orifices. His body trembled and disappeared directly. Instead, a stranger appeared, and was shattered by Li Su's palm power. Can it not only replace injuries, but also replace positions? In Zhu Yu's memory, the Feng family rarely took direct action, usually tempting with benefits. The opponent's trick was undoubtedly the first time they encountered it. Li Su reached out and touched his cheek, and then grabbed it directly in front of everyone. A soul was directly grabbed by Li Su. It was Zhu Yu. The next second, his face began to change, and he became an adult in his 30s, with a sinister expression and cold eyes. After raising his hand and pinching, he directly shattered Zhu Yu's soul, and then he jumped up and flew towards the wading river. Facing this scene, many people here shrank their pupils. Everything else can be faked, but the soul cannot be faked, feeling its obviously different aura. This person is definitely not Zhu Yu. Not long after Li Su left, hundreds of figures appeared in this third level. They were the 4 thieves. Liang family, Liang Qiang. Ko family, Ko Qian. Feng family, Feng Guang. Qin family, Qin Cheng. The 4 geniuses all came, and they broke away from the 5th level and retreated. Obviously, Liang Wu, the head of the Liang family, took this matter very seriously. Not only did he ask all his own children to return to the 3rd level, but he also invited all the people from the other 3 families to come out. This price is not low. After landing, Liang Qiang frowned. Where are the people? Soon, someone ran out and ran to the front of the Xianjiao of their respective families. After a moment, the 4 people frowned. Qin Cheng and the other 2 looked directly at Liang Qiang. If the message was correct, the person who killed Qin Fei and the others was most likely not Zhu Yu. Because of Ko Qian, they all learned something. Zhu Yu, not that strong. Even if he said that he had realized the extreme yin turning into yang, it was impossible to crush Liang Ping and others who were also in the mana realm. Liang Qiang's eyes kept shaking, and his attention was not on who Zhu Yu was. Yin and yang alternate. Yin and yang are born. In an instant, he couldn't help but breathe quickly, because zombies don't need to breathe. Catch, must catch. This person is extremely important, more important than the extreme yin turning into yang. Brother Qin, Brother Feng, Junior Sister Ko please. This person is extremely important to my Liang family. Chapter 406, a palm. Qin Cheng's eyes flashed. Yin and yang changes? Everyone present was a Taoist, so they naturally knew what the news meant. It was not the transformation of extreme yin to yang, but the practice. Looking around, Ko Qian's face was a little different. There was a divine light in her pupils, flowing with the rhyme of Taoism. Everything in front of her eyes was flowing backwards, and she captured some scenes. About a minute ago, a battle did happen not far away, which was quickly ended, and the other party did go to the river, which was consistent with the information transmitted. However, even the cursed scarecrow of his own home was broken. That involved an ancient secret technique, and it was constantly supplemented later. It was very strange, with 2 forces of soul and cause and effect floating in it. Feeling the abnormal feng shui changes not far away, there was a strong vitality and a completely dead air. Feng Guang frowned and sensed something. Their department was all cultivating the magical power of money, which was related to the art of luck. The Great Way was the same, and could sense each other. Feng Yi was still alive, but his breath was very weak, and his money power seemed to be severely damaged and broken. This is no small matter. After the Feng family obtained the magical power of money, their ability to save their lives has been very strong. Almost no one in the family has died suddenly. Today, someone was able to severely damage their magical power through Taoism. Facing Liang Ping's words, the 3 did not nod their heads immediately. Before leaving, the other party took out the soul and destroyed it, and changed his appearance. He also had the strength to kill 4 peak mana realms in an instant, which means that he should not be in the mana realm, but in the magical power realm. Qinzhen said lightly, I think this matter should be reported first. It's just the extreme yin turning into yang, which is related to the foundation of the Liang family. It's nothing to help. But when it comes to yin and yang Taoism, the meaning is a little different. Being able to control the power of life and death can definitely be said to be a top-level Taoist method, and its value is completely incomparable to the extreme yin turning into yang. And according to the content of the disciples' oral description, the other party's strength should be good. It is very likely that he is not in the mana realm, but in the magical power realm. With the yin and yang Taoism, it is not so easy to deal with. Kao Kai and Feng Guan didn't say anything, but their attitude was also very obvious. Liang Qiang paused, said nothing more, nodded and said, okay. The four families are of the same blood, but the idea they uphold is very clear. That is, the reasonable distribution of benefits. Unequal distribution will undoubtedly lead to rifts sooner or later. It is for this reason that the four families have been able to cooperate for hundreds of years without major conflicts. Ancestor. Soon, Liang Qiang contacted his own ancestor Liang Wu. Has he been caught? No, he killed Liang Ping and others, and then Liang Qiang told the story directly. It's not the extreme yin turning into yang, but the yin-yang Taoism. Liang Wu was stunned. As an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, he naturally knows the weight of these four words. Wait a minute. Putting down the communication, Liang Wu connected with Qin Yang and the other two with his spiritual consciousness. Yin-yang Taoism, not Zhu. The voice of Qin Yang, the leader of the four thieves, rang out. Liang Wu said, yes, brother Qin, this method is related to the hidden danger of our Liang family. This person must be caught no matter what. Yin-yang Taoism, interesting. Yin-yang is also a very important part in Feng Shui. There is no problem with the Kao family. When necessary, we can use hidden means. Kao Quan spoke directly. Well, I have no objection. The four Taoist families can make it public. Feng Gao said lightly. This method is not very meaningful to the Feng family, but it is not bad to keep a copy. One more method means one more way, right, brother? Well, interesting. Qin Yang suddenly laughed. Tell Zaina that if necessary, he is allowed to use the method of the great sacrifice, and he must bring the person back. Use the great sacrifice? Feng Gao was shocked. He had heard of this spell. It was one of Qin Yang's trump cards. It was rarely used, because the cost was very high, very high. Once used, no matter what realm, one layer would be directly cut off. No matter how high, it is the same. Even if it is a level of fusion god, once it is used, the supernatural power will immediately separate from the cave heaven and fall to the realm of cave emptiness. Usually, it will never be used unless it is desperate. With such a huge price, the power is naturally amazing. With Qin's strength, if he performs the great sacrifice, even if he is at the Dao Enlightenment realm, he will probably kill him. Of course, the other three families also have similar means, but they are rarely used, because the cost is too huge. Either the lifespan or the soul is the price, and it also takes a huge amount of resources. He is very important, very important. Hurry up, before Zhaji overacts, capture him alive. This Zuyu, I'm afraid he is lucky, and got the Dao of the holder of the Zhuanhuang pagoda. The three were shocked at the same time, and opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The Dao of the holder of the Zhuanhuang pagoda? Isn't that a saint? The spells involving the yin-yang surface are not detailed in the fragments of the immortal world. The power of the two poles of life and death can be easily converted. It definitely involves the supreme avenue. Except for the saints, who can master this technique, I can't think of a second possibility. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Then think about it again. The Teikai diagram at the bottom of the Zhuanhuang Tower. The power of the black and white entanglement. Isn't it the change of yin and yang? Several people couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they mentioned it. Yes, the black and white diagram under the Zhuanhuang Tower was entangled with yin and yang. If so, tell Feng Guan to allow him to use the power of luck. Well, tell Kaina that she can perform a summoning spell. Liang Wu nodded. Okay. Liang Qiang, we already know about this. You are allowed to use a taboo method once. Remember, catch them alive. With the voice coming from the communicator, Liang Qiang and others were stunned. Not only the Liang family, but also their own side is so important. Even taboos are allowed to be used. Since the ancestors said so, Feng Wang, Kao Qian, I'll leave it to you to find someone. Kinzen nodded. The other party was obviously in the realm of supernatural powers. For them, it was easy to kill him, but it would be very troublesome to catch him alive. And the other party mastered the yin-yang Taoism, which was undoubtedly more difficult. Maybe it would take taboos to do it. The rest of you are waiting here. We will leave mark on him. If he chooses to be killed by Hishu and revives from here, you will immediately stop him. Yes. Kaokan glanced at Fengguang. The next second, her eyes burst into a strange light, her magic power began to vibrate, and scriptures surrounded her body. The most mysterious Feng Shui technique in the Kao family's gold-grabbing technique was triggered by her. The footsteps formed by the breath appeared and spread to the distance. Fengguang also smiled, and money appeared above his head. The milky white breath floated out and turned into scriptures one by one and fell towards the money. In an instant, the money was burning around, and a beam of light shot out, going in the direction Kaokan was looking. The four of them moved and rushed out directly, entered the river, stepped into the third level of the Zhuanhuang Tower, and waded through the water. After the four of them left, the remaining disciples immediately took action and set up a large formation on the spot to surround this resurrection land. Commander, should we take action? Not far away, although I couldn't hear what the four thieves were discussing, I could probably guess something. The power of yin and yang is not a trivial matter. It is definitely a top-level Taoist method. Although that person only used it briefly, the power was quite amazing. Report it first, and see how the general arranges it. Do you want to take action? On the demon clan side, many demons looked at their leaders. No matter what, let them fight on their own. By the way, is there any news from the back? Have any demons entered the 6th level? No, the 6th level is a bit troublesome. You need to kill a certain number of monsters, and it's not enough. Let them speed up the progress and find Li Su before he recovers. Yes. As for the 5 surnames, no, it should be said that it is the 4 surnames now. The K family has been completely cut off. Brother Chen, no matter what, continue to practice and improve yourself. The war is coming. At this moment, in the huge river, Li Su was moving forward step by step, wading 810,000 miles. This is a task given to him by the Zhuanhuang Tower. Undoubtedly, it is a very scary number. In this river in front of him, every step Li Su takes forward will be washed by bursting waves. This is different from the 2nd level. If the 2nd level is to repair the rust in the tower, then this level is to comb it. Although it is very faint, Li Su can still feel that the surging waves and turbulent undercurrents in this long river are just appearances. There is really something in it that is changing the energy properties of the Zhuanhuang Tower, making it unstable. Therefore, this terrible wave is formed. What Li Su has to do is to move forward all the way, then beat the big waves, shatter the abnormal fluctuations inside, and smooth them out. He walked very fast. One step is 50 meters away, and every step he took, there will be huge waves whistling and hitting Li Su's thin body. After all, compared to the terrible waves, Li Su under the waves was too small. He did not stop, but just walked quickly. As a result, the waves in front of him became bigger and bigger. As if angry, they wanted to completely destroy the invader in front of them. Unfortunately, the waves gathered quickly, but Li Su destroyed it even faster. He had memorized the taking Dao method in his heart, and could quickly detect abnormal conditions in the river, find key nodes, and destroy it. In just 10 minutes, he walked 30,000 meters, almost 30 miles away. There are many people here. There are all kinds of people. The gangs have the largest number of people, accounting for 3/5. The 4 thieves, the Xia Kingdom, the 5 surnames, and the Demon Clan only account for 1.5 of 1/5. And finally the scattered cultivators, about 0.5%. However, at this moment, they all survived. Looking at the figure that passed by them not long ago and went away, and they were speechless for a long time. Obviously, a beta high wave requires them to spend a lot of experience, and every step forward takes several minutes or even dozens of minutes. As a result, the next second, someone was seen moving forward rapidly, with one step covering tens of meters. He was walking very fast, and there was a terrifying amount of water around him, especially in front of him, where the waves were 100 feet high, which was enough to crush everyone present. However, He was the only one who was pushing forward, as if no matter how big the waves were, they could not hinder his steps. In the blink of an eye, the person had gone far away, heading deeper. Facing this scene, countless people were horrified and did not know how to describe their feelings. Continuing to walk ahead, Lee Soo suddenly frowned and felt something. Someone locked onto him. It was a Taoist method, and it was very special. If you were caught, you could not avoid it at all. Someone from the Four Thieves. Is it their Xianjiao? If someone from Ayuoding gave him a strong feeling, there was a great threat, which made him feel a little dangerous. Is it the Xianjiao of the Four Thieves? It is impossible for an ordinary person to make him feel this way. Now his strength has recovered a lot. Although he cannot directly use a Dao fruit, his strength has returned to the level of the divine power realm. The other party was chasing very fast, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Do you want to shake him off? Lee Soo hesitated for a moment, cut off the huge wave in front of him, and stopped decisively. What if you get rid of him? If you can't find him, he will definitely continue to look for you, which will annoy you. Some people, some things, if you don't let the other party do it once, and don't beat him to death, you guess that the other party will not be convinced, and always think that he is very awesome. Behind, Feng Guang and Kao Kan's eyes were at the same time. He found you? Liang Qiang was a little confused. It should be. Kinzen's eyes flashed. Yin Yang Taoism. There is indeed a door. You two can actually detect the tracking. Should I speed up? Feng Guang frowned slightly. No, he stopped and is looking at us. On the side, Kao Kan's eyebrows were slightly clustered. Although she couldn't see the other party directly like Feng Guang, relying on her luck, the aura around her was vibrating, and the magnetic field was changing. Liang Qiang couldn't help it and laughed, as if he had heard a funny joke. Killing 4 people in the mana realm, does that make him feel that he can confront us head on? Boom. However, there was a loud noise the next second. The sky cracked. The sea also cracked. A huge palm force broke through the miles-long river and rushed straight towards the 4 people. Liang Qiang smiled coldly, and he jumped up and faced the palm force head on. His body was like golden stone, and every muscle fiber contained unpredictable power. When his body swung, it seemed as if a dragon was roaring inside. In midair, he punched out. The fist broke through the sound and burst out at an incredible speed. The power was beyond imagination. Like a magic weapon, it could penetrate everything. The void was affected by his power and distorted. The terrible death energy was like a tide, and the huge river formed by energy under his feet was frozen at this moment. All the vitality was withered by him at this moment. The ultimate flesh and the ultimate death were displayed vividly by Liang Qiang. Boom. With a loud noise, the palm force and the fist collided with each other, and in an instant, the area of hundreds of feet was vibrated. The air made an extremely violent sound, and it collided with Liang Qiang's power crazily. If it solidified here, it would be boiling over there. The river water was boiling, unable to withstand the extreme heat. Give it to me. Break it. Liang Qiang's face was cold, and with his loud shout, the blocked fist continued to move forward, and then moved forward, until it reached the core of the palm force. With a loud bang, the palm that came from a few miles away was shattered by him. That's all. Liang Qiang's face was full of sneers. His eyes were boiling with murderous intent, and he moved his feet and was about to pounce. Just a few miles, it was already within his range. The next second, Liang Qiang's eyes suddenly shrank, and the 3 people below also frowned. The hot palm force broke, but in the next second it turned into the extreme yin. The broken palms gathered again, carrying infinite death, and the cold air that could freeze the soul to death appeared and slapped Liang Qiang. The sudden change caught Liang Qiang off guard, and even he did not react for a while. He suddenly retracted his hands and blocked the cold palm. With a thud, like a muffled thunder, Liang Qiang's body trembled violently and was knocked back by the palm and fell heavily on the river. The terrible palm force pressed him and kept pushing him back. The terrible death energy froze the whole way. After being pushed out for a full 100 meters, Liang Qiang let out a loud roar and shattered the palm force. At this moment, Liang Qiang was very embarrassed, and his face was extremely ugly. Although the palm force did not hurt him, the clothes he was wearing were all torn, and a black palm print was left on his arm, and there were continuous bursts of death. Kinzen and the other two couldn't help but stare at each other, and a rare solemn color appeared in their eyes. A palm strike from a distance of several miles could repel Liang Qiang. This was not the power that an ordinary supernatural power realm should have. Moreover, one palm strike, two forces, the way of yin and yang, were truly changing and mysterious. This person's strength was probably not much weaker than Th's. Taking a breath, Kinzen's eyes were burning. No wonder he is so confident. Let's go. Go meet this Zuyu. Don't think about catching him alive. Go all out and follow the attitude of beating him to death. Kaioken and the other two did not question and nodded directly. Several miles, but a short moment. The four walked side by side and soon saw Lee Su. At this moment, he was still surrounded by huge waves. The waves were 100 feet high, stirring the surrounding area and shocking the forefields. After smashing the huge waves, Lee Su slowly turned around, and a yin and yang flower bloomed out of thin air. Black roots, white flowers, infinite life, endless death, rendering the world into black and white, with terrible scriptures flowing in it. I'll go first. Liang Qiang took a step forward, and the dead air, resentment, and murder saw condensed into one. He walked slowly, and his momentum would be stronger with each step. After dozens of steps, the whole person seemed like a volcano about to erupt, and his body was pregnant with boundless power. The long river hundreds of miles wide was shaking and trembling constantly. Finally, when he arrived at Lee Su's yin and yang ki, his aura reached its limit. Kill. With a roar, Liang Qiang stomped his feet suddenly, and the surface of the river sank by more than 1 meter, cracking like the earth. He disappeared, and was replaced by an extremely huge knife. It was the ultimate mystery of the zombie fist. He practiced it to the extreme, and could directly transform the flesh, like a magic weapon, and slashed directly at Lee Su. Lee Su raised his hand lightly, and his face did not change. Before the yin and yang ki intertwined in his palm, the two forces of heat and cold were manifested by him. He did not aim at Liang Qiang, but punched the void. The next second, Liang Qiang's magic weapon appeared, and the blade directly slashed on Lee Su's fist that was entangled with water and fire. Boom. There was a loud noise, and everyone was shocked. A crack was cut on Lee Su's fist, and blood splashed. Liang Qiang's magic weapon, on one side red, and on the other side white, entangled with yin and yang, entered his body. His body trembled, and two completely different forces were generated and restrained, and burst out in his body. The dead energy alone could not suppress it. The internal organs were frozen and ignited at once. The change was too extreme. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was injured. Do it. Kinzen's face in the distance was completely gloomy, beyond imagination. Kaioken and Feng Liang did not hesitate. Aoshai and Jiao, although they have their own pride, this pride also depends on the time. The strength of the person in front of them has surpassed Liang Qiang. The power of yin and yang is far more terrible and difficult than they thought. To defeat the opponent, it is definitely not possible to do it in a one-on-one fight. They all took steps together, and walked directly towards Lee Su. Lee Su's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hands and the yin-yang flower burst out with unprecedented brilliance, completely covering the area. Boom. With a roar like an earthquake, the battle began. Chapter 407 Enemy 4. The soul was shaking, and the Dao fruit sat between his eyebrows. Kinzen took a step forward, and the Dao fruit began to emit light. It was not an ordinary light, but composed of infinite swords. These swords condensed Kinzen's will, the will to fight, and the will to kill. As soon as it was unsheathed, the sky began to shake, and the nearly infinite sword light slashed directly at Lee Su. There were too many. There were hundreds of millions of them, forming a huge sword dragon, turning into an endless sword world. Everything was filled with sword intent, which infected the world within a radius of several miles. All the matter inside was affected by it, and waves of sword sounds were emitted. The magical power of using swords as a law. Lee Su's face did not change, and his breath was deep. The Dao text in his eyes rose and fell, and the Dao Sutra flowed up and down around him. That was the supreme avenue, being woven by him. He raised his hand and punched, and a dazzling white light was emitted. The light covered the sky and the sun. The moment it appeared, the sky was stained with a layer of white. That was thunder. Thunder that could destroy everything. The lightning flashed fiercely. The moment it appeared, it seemed to have spirituality. It moved and began to assemble itself. There were extremely special Deo patterns inside, which turned the lightning into its own flesh and blood and marrow. It roared suddenly, and turned into an extremely huge thunder beast with a dragon head, a horse body, and cow hooves. There was endless lightning from its mouth and nose. It was a Killin, which Lee Su had realized from the severed head of the beast in the endless battlefield. As soon as it appeared, countless lightning snakes swam out of its body, and instantly turned into thunder, and lightning that split the sky, spraying out like rain, colliding with Kin's and sword light. Boom. With a loud bang, the two unparalleled forces directly entangled, and the area of 100 miles became their battlefield. The sword light, thunder and lightning, walked in the air, and collided more than tens of thousands of times in an instant. A knife cut the Killin's body, and visible lightning liquid splashed down. A beast bit the sword light, and sparks flew all over the sky. With a loud bang, Kinson was blown away, and the Deo fruit between his eyebrows trembled. He was blown away by the huge force, and fell heavily on the river surface. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was full of lightning and roared continuously. Lee Su was also shocked, and a knife intent came along his Deo method, broke into his body, and rushed into his internal organs. The 5 internal organs were cut, revealing a huge gap. He took a breath, and the yin yang flower vibrated, the dead air eliminated the knife intent, and the vitality repaired the wound. At this moment, Feng Guang moved. The moment Lee Su and Kinzan fought, he was ready to end it. His pupils glowed, and a golden light was diffused, illuminating the surroundings. Ding, ding, ding. There was a sound, and golden ancient coins fell one by one, and a heavy rain of gold coins fell around Feng Guang for a while. Those ancient coins were very magical, as if they were real. More and more fell, and faster and faster. Finally, a golden ocean formed under Feng Guang's feet. Slowly raising his head, Feng Guang's pupils locked onto Lee Su. The ocean formed by the ancient coins began to vibrate. They actually burned, and the energy inside floated up, quickly gathered, and turned into a human-shaped object. Buzz. With a light sound, a golden ancient coin inexplicably appeared above Lee Su's head, and something merged with him. Feng Guang took a breath, and a golden abacus appeared in his left hand, and a golden brush appeared in his right hand. But when he moved his hand, the beads on the golden abacus fell down, and flew directly onto the human-shaped object. Boom. As if thunder hammered a drum, the human-shaped object trembled suddenly, and the beads directly hit an extremely huge crack on its body, cracking from the chest to the head, and cracking from the neck to the feet. In the distance, Lee Su's body shook and trembled violently. His body actually cracked silently, revealing the white bones, and squirming flesh inside. The crack grew bigger and bigger, spreading rapidly from the chest, and was about to be torn apart like the human-shaped object. He couldn't help but shudder, and his eyes full of Deo rime showed a hint of strange color. He couldn't help but glance at Feng Guang in the distance. The opponent's attack clearly didn't hit him, but it caused injuries on his body? Taking a deep breath, Lee Su's eyes began to glow. The yin-yang flower vibrated, and terrible vitality fell. At the same time, scriptures began to emerge on his body. It was the supreme chapter, which was written into his skin, melted into his muscles, grew into his nerves, and carved into his bones. They surged out, and suppressed the wound, that continued to crack. The scriptures emitted a dazzling light, squeezing the strange power bursting out of the body, compressing the terrible injury to the minimum. Not only that, the supreme chapter vibrated, and the great power attached to the opponent's special aura, extending and rushing into the money on his head. The scriptures were like a knife, and instantly pierced the money on Lee Su's head and shattered it. In the distance, Feng Guang's smile froze, and he was shocked. He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, and a crack appeared on his Deo fruit. The Feng family's money method can be said to be invincible. This method of connecting luck is unstoppable. As a result, he was actually isolated by the other party's physical body. Not only that, the other party actually used the Tao method to follow the key and severely damaged his magical power. How is this possible? While Feng Gao was extremely shocked, Kaokan's attack also arrived. Her attack was very strange, the same silent and invisible, but Lee Su's face couldn't help but change a little in an instant. He was affected, the flow of mana in his body became unsmooth, and there were problems with the use of the magical chapter. What is this? Lee Su could feel that some power was gathering around him, and with him as the center, an extremely ominous aura was forming. The space around him became very bad and very dangerous. It was a mysterious feeling. It was as if someone was forcibly pulled to the top of the big evil. Everything went wrong and everything was unfavorable. Lee Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and the originally suppressed injury exploded. The vitality that fell turned into death, and in turn infected him. There was a touch of surprise in his pupils. He could feel that the other party was ruining his luck. This was very mysterious and difficult to describe, but it was really happening, as if a disaster was about to happen. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su did not dare to neglect it. His breath shook slightly, and he directly pulled the yin-yang flower beside him. The petals shook, and the yin-yang key bloomed from the flower. The strange fragrance filled Lee Su's body and covered him. The power of virtuality and reality. It was Lee Su's sudden enlightenment from the yin-yang Taoism. The so-called yin virtuality and yang reality can make the real virtual and the virtual real. Although his realm is still very shallow, he can't even make his physical body completely virtual, but it is enough. In an instant, Lee Su's physical body directly virtualized from reality, and it jumped into another dimension and disappeared. Kaioken was stunned, and there was no doubt a look of astonishment in her eyes. Feng Shui lock is not through the eyes, but the field, with the magnetic field of the square space as the core, locking the target, forming opposition, and ruining the other party's luck. But at this moment, Lee Su disappeared from the field. It can't be said that he disappeared, but his figure faded, and became extremely thin. Although he could still feel it, he couldn't continue to have a huge impact on it. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he punched. The next moment, his fist disappeared into the void, as if it had disappeared. The next second, it appeared in front of Kaioken. There was light on the fist, flickering. Virtual and real seal. Kaioken's face changed slightly, feeling the terrible power on his fist, which kept changing between the real and the illusory, difficult to capture, and even more difficult to defend. She shook the field, and the invisible force was gathered by her, forming an extremely huge magnetic field in front of her, directly blocking Lee Su's fist. Boom. The void shook, and Lee Su's fist was blocked and isolated by the evil intention. However, Kaioken's face was no longer smiling, and her beautiful eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. Her body trembled constantly, and she slowly retreated, one step, and another step. Because in front of her, Lee Su's fist power flickered, and it actually penetrated her evil spirit defense little by little. Bang! With a sound, Kaioken's clothes at the shoulder position burst, revealing the skin inside that had never been seen by outsiders, and the moon-like clavicle. Her body was glowing, and the shoulder position turned into dry grass. Lee Su's power directly penetrated through it. Blood began to flow from the corners of Kaioken's mouth, and a scarecrow emerged. The next second, the shoulder position exploded, and half of the chest was shattered. Stepping back 2 steps, Kaioken raised her head, and looked at Lee Su with a look of surprise. 1 against 4, it turned out to be so big. Who is this person? The 4 people were shocked in their hearts, shocked by Lee Su's strength, especially his Taoism, which was really magical. Attack, defense, and treatment in one. They looked at each other, their eyes were shocked inexplicably, especially Liang Qian was extremely hot. This Taoism must be obtained. Without hesitation, they rushed forward again. Blade lights, gold coins, magnetic fields, all over the sky, covering a radius of 100 miles. Among the 3 forces, a peerless divine weapon flew up. It was so fast that the space was torn apart. Facing the attacks of the 4 people, a black and white yin and yang flower continued to emit light in the terrible power, entangled with it, and fought with it. Blood was dripping. There was Lee Su's. There was the 4 thieves. They killed faster and faster, and killed more and more fiercely. The whole long river seemed to shake, and the endless river water was thrown into the sky, and the atmosphere couldn't help but shake. The terrible impact force spread farther and farther, and became larger and larger. From afar, the faces of the Xia kingdom, the demon clan, the 5 surnames, and the casual cultivators couldn't help but show surprise and were shocked by this battle. The performance of the 4 thieves was amazing. But the black and white yin and yang flower, the one called Zuyu, but not Zuyu, was really amazing. 1 against 4. Moreover, it was obvious that he was better than the others, and the others were suppressed. Not only that, the yin-yang Daoism, that had never been seen before, even if it was sensed from a distance, could still feel its extraordinary mystery. It had such terrible power, which undoubtedly made many people have some associations. No one present was stupid. Not thinking of it at the beginning did not mean that it would never be thought of. Is it the Daoism of Zhuanghuang Pagoda? The inheritance of the saints? For a while, many casual cultivators looked at each other inexplicably and quietly went towards Chang. As for the purpose, it was undoubtedly obvious. 1 against 4. Still evenly matched? A voice rang out from the Xia kingdom. It was Zhu Zong's voice. This yin-yang Daoism should probably involve the supreme category. What should we do next? Zhang Shan's voice rang out. Conjure. Take someone to have a look. Zhu Zong said in a deep voice. Others continue to pass the level. No matter what, they must break through the 5th level as soon as possible. Go to the 6th level and find Sewer. Old Zhu, you said this Zuyu. I say, Brother Shand, what are you thinking about? Not to mention that Sewer has not learned this yin-yang Taoism. Now he is already in the realm of supernatural powers, and it is impossible to rebuild it again. What's more, Sewer has already come in and is currently at the 6th level. Don't think that he is Sewer just because the other party is 1 against many. The genius of the 4 thieves. Is he really a genius? A group of guys who are bullying in their nests. They have not even been to the earthly immortal realm and have not experienced real blood and fire fighting. No matter how good their talents are, they are limited. And you have also read Conjure's report. This person has used the school officer code, but there is no undercover at this level on the dark street. And in the mortal world, there was a school officer who lost contact after returning. A lot of blood was found in his room. It is very likely that he has died. There is something wrong with this person, and it is a big problem. If it weren't for the urgent need to find someone now, the first thing I would have done would be to get rid of him. Even if he has learned the Supreme Saint, what does it matter? Xiago protects a person, never because of his strength, but because of his character. No matter how strong he is, what is the point of selfish protection? Is it to make trouble for us? Zhang Shan was stunned for a moment and didn't speak. Conjure, remember, if you don't attack, it's fine. If you attack, you will kill him directly. You are allowed to use a killing move. This person has obtained the Saint's Taoism, and the Zhuanghuang Tower may have established a connection with him. Although I don't think he can beat Sewer and become the master of this tower, just in case, understand? Zhang Kang took a breath. His expression was extremely solemn. Li Su, for the entire demon army, that is the absolute pride and the most admired existence. The battle of the endless battlefield made countless demons tremble. Not long ago, the 5 surnames sent people to contact him. Although he didn't know the content, they had a considerable relationship with Li Su. And this time is very different. They will give an explanation. Thinking of this, Zhang Kang said loudly, guarantee to complete the task. On the other side, the demons. Damn the human race, the geniuses are one after another. Wolf 3, take people over there, find an opportunity, kill that person, and you are allowed to use demons and ghosts. King, demons and ghosts are not. It's useless. I'm afraid that the strength of the human race Li Su has recovered more than half. It's impossible to pass the 5th level with just the mana realm. We will use other things here. King, you mean? Yes. This time, as long as he shows up, he will definitely die. Okay, go. After killing that person, you can retreat with the demons. Asterisk 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 at the same time. Over at the Millennium Group, the 5th level, somewhere. But I saw a casual cultivator with a dull look in his eyes, constantly walking towards the depths. He was surrounded by strange demon shadows. Their aura was very strong, and they were almost close to the supernatural realm. There were so many, tens of thousands. But strangely, they did not attack the casual cultivator, but covered him in the middle and blocked him. He walked slowly and kept going towards the depths. Finally, he entered the extremely dark depths and disappeared. In an instant, terrible demonic energy roared, and bursts of roaring sounds came from the deep silence, and something was awakened. Chapter 408 Shameless. Puff. Another mouthful of blood was spit out. Kinzen and others' faces turned pale, and the confidence they had accumulated in their hearts was almost gone. Looking at Lee Su, their eyes were a little straight. The longer they fought, the more they found out how terrible the person in front of them was. His physical strength was incredible, and his recovery ability was also incredible. It's not that the opponent was not hit by them, in fact, more than once. But apart from the opponent's clothes, the two sides fought for more than 2,000 moves, and his body was hit by them countless times. What was the result? Kinzen's knife broke into it, and was immediately locked by the Deo pattern in the opponent's body. Every centimeter of the distance he advanced made him feel as if he was cutting a mountain. The deeper he went, the heavier it was. The wound kept bursting out amazing Deo rhyme, not only resisting, but also erasing his magical powers. This is incredible. Could it be that this person's flesh and blood body is made up of Deo patterns? This is just the defensive power. The yin-yang flower is even more excessive. Once injured, a terrible vitality will fall from the flower. Just now, Feng Guang and Kaokan sealed at the same time. Liang Qiang was pulling, and he made a full strength attack, almost cutting it off with one knife. As a result, after a blink of an eye, the opponent recovered, and the wound was healed directly. The supernatural realm does have immortality, but it does not mean that it is really invincible. If you suffer too many attacks and too much damage, you will die if you cannot heal yourself. On the contrary, Lee Su's attack really made them miserable. Every time a punch falls, there will be two levels of strength. Either yin and yang, or virtual or real, or life and death, or light or heavy. Because of its constant changes in nature, it becomes extremely difficult to resist and destroy it. Among them, Liang Qiang has the deepest understanding, because he basically hits it head on with his flesh, and he has been beaten too many times. His body was deformed by the beating. Even if he is almost immune to most Taoist damage, and uses special supernatural powers to turn his body into a magic weapon, he can't stand it under Lee Su's repeated heavy blows. Kinzen was not feeling well either. When he cut off Lee Su's waist with a knife, he was kicked by the opponent. It was a frontal kick, and he had no time to dodge. The opponent avoided his defense with virtuality and directly hit his kidney with real force. The kidney almost exploded. A deep footprint was kicked out, and the Deo pattern on it was indestructible, which kept strangling him. It took a long time to wipe out that power, and his own consumption was huge. Feng Guang was not much better. He attacked with his luck. Every time he hit Lee Su, a large number of Deo patterns would float on the opponent's flesh, counterattacking his money Deo fruit. After dozens of collisions, his 7 orifices were bleeding, and the money on his head was cracked. So much so that Feng Guang didn't dare to use the skill of luck grafting anymore, and could only rely on his supernatural powers to face the head on. As a result, he was caught by him, and a knife almost pierced through him. Now he is bleeding, and the wound can't heal for a long time. Finally, it was Kaokan. She looked better, only bleeding from the corner of her mouth, but she was very angry. Her neck was red. As mentioned before, once fighting, whether it was a sparring match or a life and death battle, in Lee Su's eyes, there was no difference between men and women. And Kaokan's magic was quite strange. It could ruin people's luck, and make people disadvantaged. Therefore, Lee Su paid close attention to the other party, slapping her face 17 times, beating her chest 23 times, and kicking her lower abdomen 9 times. Although they were all blocked by Kaokan, she failed to hit him head on. But the problem is that Lee Su's attack does not mean that you will not be affected if you block it. His attack on Kaokan was almost based on virtual and real power, forming marks that were directly attached to the opponent's body. At this moment, the opponent's lower abdomen, chest, and cheeks were all left with marks. If Kaokan did not have the art of death substitution, which could turn her body into straw and use the straw man to bear the damage, I'm afraid that he would have been unrecognizable with a collapsed chest and a pierced lower abdomen. For a moment, Kaokan could not help but feel angry and almost vomited blood because of the opponent. As the pride of the KO family, and also the most beautiful one in the KO family, she can be photographed in the top 10 beauties, even if we look at Zaya country and the demon race. Although she is cold, she doesn't really care. This is just like men like robots. Women love beauty by nature. She was furious, and couldn't stand it. Go to the taboo, I want to kill him. The demeanor was thrown out of the sky. At this moment, Kyo-kan had only one thought in her heart, to kill this bastard. She didn't want the yin-yang Taoism anymore, whoever wanted it could take it. She just wanted to kill people. Taking a step back, Kyo-kan's breath changed, no longer ethereal, but a little cold. A mirror appeared in front of her, and in an instant, even Lee Soo couldn't help shuddering. It was like turning off the lights to watch a ghost movie in the early morning, and the atmosphere came up all of a sudden. It was a blood realm, a taboo method obtained by the KO family. Touching gold, to put it bluntly, is tomb robbing. And the KO family didn't just rob the emperor's tomb, but the tomb of a cultivator, or even a ghost tomb. This blood mirror came from a ghost tomb. It was a burial object of the woman in red. It was placed on the coffin board, and just shone on her. As I said before, ambiguity is a woman's nature, and this is no exception for female ghosts. This woman in red was originally a peerless beauty with a stunning face, which almost made all men obsessed and crazy about her. The ending is obvious. She was deceived by a man, and was eventually betrayed by him, and was caught by the man's wife. Her face was destroyed, and she was put into a coffin alive. A mirror was also placed in her coffin, so that she could look at her ugly appearance until she died. The woman screamed crazily in the coffin for a full 7 days, and blood seeped out of the coffin. It was full of resentment and anger, and turned into a fierce ghost. On the day she woke up, the resentment carried the coffin into the man's house. The huge county town became a dead place, and the most luxurious mansion in the county town became a ghost tomb. The blood mirror in Kyo-kan's hand contained the woman's resentment. She raised her hand and waved it, and a bronze pillar appeared. The pillar was extraordinary, with scriptures engraved on it. The inner force contained a lot of spiritual energy, and the amount of spiritual energy was beyond imagination. Taking a deep breath, Kyo-kan directly activated the Feng Shui technique, mobilizing the surrounding field, and integrating it into the pillar. The next second, the pillar began to glow, and the surrounding scenery began to change. Some scenes were revealed little by little, turning into the county town and the mansion. And Lee Soo happened to be in the mansion. In an instant, the blood mirror vibrated, as if it sensed something. It emitted a miserable red light, and covered Lee Soo like blood. Then, a coffin appeared. It should have been mainly black, but it was faintly red at this moment, and blood was still dripping from it. Lee Soo's pupils shrank, and he was shocked by the scene in front of him. This is not a real picture, but a scene in the fragments. How did the other party do it? He moved, wanting to take action, and did not intend to resist this strange method. However, the next second Lee Soo was stunned, because his appearance had changed, wearing clothes similar to those of a scholar, and all his magical powers were gone. The coffin lid shook and slowly opened. Slowly, a hand stretched out from inside. The hand that should have been white and tender was full of bruises and various scars, including knife cuts, burns, and beatings, which almost occupied 9 layers. The hand fell directly, grabbed Lee Soo, and then pulled him directly into the coffin. With a bang, the coffin lid was closed. Faced with this result, Kyo-kan's expression was still solemn. She kept shaking her magic power, constantly running the Feng Shui technique, and merging into the copper pillar. As time passed, the copper pillar kept shaking, and it was disappearing little by little, and at a very fast speed. This is the price. Faced with this scene, Kinzen and the other 3 on the side stepped back one after another, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They knew this method. It is the strongest killer of the KO family. In order to make it, the KO family paid the lives of hundreds of clansmen, and finally made 3 copper pillars that can activate the blood mirror through Feng Shui. This method is terrible. Once it is covered, reality will become false, and falsehood will become reality. The person inside will become the scholar who is powerless, and will die miserably when being needed by the female ghost. Even the supernatural realm is not immune, and will be completely killed. It can be said that it is an unsolvable killing move, so it is called a taboo. This method is usually only available to humans or monsters who have existed for hundreds of years. It is the most dangerous era to risk life. Of course, this taboo also has disadvantages. First, the process is very long. If you stop performing it before the time is up, or if an outsider breaks it, it can be broken. Second, the object must be a man, not just a woman. Third, there can only be one man, but there can be several women. Although there are great restrictions, there is no doubt that it is absolutely impossible to do it alone. Dung. With a loud bang, a fist tore the bottom of the coffin. Crack. The blood mirror cracked. Kyokan was in great pain. When it was activated, the blood mirror was connected to her. Once it was damaged, she would be seriously injured, and the injury was not on the surface, but directly on her soul. Boom. With a loud bang, the coffin was completely shattered, and a figure jumped out of it. It was Lee Soo. At this moment, he was in a very embarrassed state. His whole body was covered with scars and blood, and many places showed white bones. Puff. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kyokan couldn't help but blacken her eyes, as if her soul was torn apart by someone. She couldn't believe it, and she didn't dare to believe it. How could it be possible? How could the other party come out of that coffin? Not only Kyokan, but Kinzen and the others were all shocked. This coffin undoubtedly belongs to the power of rules, and it is impossible to use magic to face it. It's like entering the fragments of the world, and the strength of the realm will disappear. This little bitch. Falling to the ground, Lee Soo took a deep breath. Damn, he was almost killed. If he hadn't broken through in the Zinho world, had a deep feeling of the Dao, could rewrite reality to a certain extent, and reflected the rules of another world from his heart, this trick of the coffin lid would really be like sticking meat on the board. Several people were shocked, but Lee Soo was not. He flashed and jumped out of the mansion directly. In an instant, he arrived in front of Kyokan, raised his hand, and punched him mercilessly in the face. His nose was collapsed by the opponent, and his skull was cracked under this terrifying impact. The brain was impacted, and the sea of consciousness was rolling up. How could he withstand this thundering blow? Kyokan fainted on the spot, and his head was cracked. Not good. Kinzen's face changed, and he shouted directly, "Do it." Fengguan took a deep breath, and the cracked life money vibrated, and the aura rushed up, leading to an unknown place. The next second, a huge reaction occurred, and a huge coin appeared out of thin air. That was the forbidden technique of the Feng family, which could borrow the power of the family's luck to suppress the enemy. He raised his hand and waved it, and the coin instantly appeared above Lee Soo's head. Then Fengguan shouted, "Suppress." Boom. The terrible power of the coin fell, and it directly acted on Lee Soo's soul, knocking his soul out of his body. The coin fell to the ground, and pressed Lee Soo's soul on the river. At the same time, Liang Qiang also moved. He rushed straight to Lee Soo's body, took out a blood-colored crystal, crushed it, and threw it at Lee Soo's body. The crystal shattered in an instant, and bright red mist flowed out of it. Feeling the breath of life, they immediately rushed over. That was the mist formed by strong resentment. In order to study the technique of turning extreme yin into yang for hundreds of years, the Liang family has done a lot of crazy things. This blood-colored crystal is one of the results. It was filled with a large amount of resentment accumulated over hundreds of years, which was extremely vicious. Once infected, the body would be worn away by resentment, and the soul would be completely infected and completely lost. It was the poison of will. But Kinzen did not move. Dao Guo spit out a knife, which was all his knife intent. He slowly closed his eyes, and scriptures began to emerge on his body, extremely strange scriptures. The scriptures were not rich in any energy, like Kyokan's method, but formed a scene behind his body. It was an altar with a huge bronze tripod in the center. Taking a breath, Kinzen was glowing, and Dao Wen floated out of his body one by one, quickly heading towards the bronze tripod. The moment it fell in, there was a fire rushing out from it. Kinzen's realm was falling, and Dao Guo couldn't help but tremble. The fused cave appeared, and was peeled off from his Dao Guo bit by bit. He was offering a sacrifice, using his own realm. The breath was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, he surpassed the level of the divine power realm, and entered the realm of enlightenment. He was still improving rapidly. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Kinzen's power was pushed to a height he had never reached before. Finally, his momentum reached the peak, reaching the realm of 7 feet. he moved, and the long sword was like a white horse passing through a gap, slashing at Li Su's body. This sword was too high and beyond imagination. It was different from the magical power of Kaioken and Feng Wang, and different from the viciousness of Liang Kaiang. It was a truly fatal sword. Even if the soul was suppressed by money, even if the body was infected by resentment, the moment Kinzan drew his sword, Li Su was awakened and felt the crisis of life and death. His body felt and began to glow. The Dao patterns on his body bloomed, and the red mist that merged into his body screamed miserably. The body that did not belong to this world could be expelled by the black air, let alone a little bit of human resentment. He raised his palm and the yin-yang flower fell, and Kankan blocked Kinzan's blade in front of him the moment it passed his body. Clang! With a loud roar, the yin-yang flower on Li Su's palm was almost completely split apart, and the knife light kept approaching and slashed towards his neck. Below, Li Su's soul also vibrated, and a pattern emerged. Unlike the flesh, it really showed his hazy soul, as if it were a physical entity. A great power flowed from it, lifting up the money suppressed on it. Facing this scene, Feng Liang's eyelids couldn't help but jump, and his scalp was numb. How could his soul be so powerful? He didn't intend to use it, but facing Kinzan Dao, he would die if he didn't move. His pupils suddenly lit up, and there was a strange vision in his eyes, which was the scene in his heart. Zuanhuang Tower, appear. A 9-story tower was illuminated from the bottom of his heart, and descended directly into this real void. The moment the pagoda appeared, the world was shaken, and a vast power descended, and everything was imprisoned by it. This range is not large, but all the places involved are suppressed. Not only space, but also mana, Dao fruit, cave heaven, no matter what, everything was suppressed. Even Kinzan's sword that was close to becoming a Dao was suppressed, unable to move at all. Even his thoughts were almost completely frozen. What is this? The three people were shocked, and their faces showed a look of horror. Zuanhuang Tower. The other party mastered the Zuanhuang Tower. Li Su took a breath, and his soul broke away from the money, and returned to his body. The next second, he took a step forward, and appeared in front of Feng Guang. The yin and yang energies gathered, and he punched the other party's lower abdomen. He turned around, and rushed to Liang Kaiang, grabbed him, and pressed him in front of Kinzan's blade. Mana was consuming crazily, and the yin and yang flower was withering at a visible speed. He stretched out his finger, and the lightning gathered at his fingertips, and a unicorn pattern was generated inside. He pointed a finger at Kinzan's chest, and the lightning directly pierced into the other party's body. After doing everything, he let out a long breath, and the strange vision in his eyes disappeared, and the suppressed world returned to normal. Clang! Boom! Boom! 3 loud noises. Liang Kaiang was cut off by a knife. His head and body were separated, and the death, resentment, and murderous aura on his body were wiped out by the knife. Feng Liang's lower body was completely torn apart, and his Qi was completely torn apart. He was not Liang Kaiang who could resist such an attack with his flesh. As for Kinzan, he rushed out, cut off Liang Kaiang's head, and rushed out more than 1,000 meters away. His internal organs were pierced by the terrible lightning, and the killing bit him madly, destroying his insides. Ah! 2 screams sounded, and the 2 were completely injured. The body was full of Li Su's power, strangling them madly. Almost at the same time, the 2 of them flashed, and fled away directly. Whether it was Kaioken who was knocked unconscious by Li Su, or Liang Kaiang who was beheaded, they ignored it. Looking at the 2 people who fled decisively, Li Su couldn't help but pause for a moment, because it was too straightforward. What about the same blood? Although Liang Kaiang died, Kaioken was still alive, and could be rescued. These 2 guys, they seemed to be her pursuers, right? They ran too decisively. However, Li Su exhaled a breath, and did not pursue. Although he won, it was not easy in fact. It consumed a lot, especially when he used the power of Zuanhuang Tower to suppress it. Although the great power belongs to Zuanhuang Tower, it is his to show it. In just 2 seconds, his mana was consumed by more than 30%. Fortunately, the yin-yang flower was blooming, otherwise Li Su would really be gone at this time. Well, in this way, the 4 thieves should not dare to trouble him for a short time. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but look down at Kaioken, who was knocked unconscious by him, and flew down directly. With this girl in hand, wouldn't the KO family spit blood? Lee Su thought, but the next second, his pupils shrank suddenly. A figure appeared, very suddenly, extremely suddenly, at the moment when he relaxed his mind. Atmosphere, it's a demon. It's a wolf demon, who came on orders. At the moment, when Lee Su was most relaxed, and thought that the battle was over, it appeared. The timing was so perfect, that even Lee Su couldn't react immediately. The wolf demon raised his hand, and a terrifying black light gathered, and something was taking shape inside. Unlike Kinsan, this is a very terrifying method. The moment the breath appeared, Lee Su's soul seemed to be frozen. The supreme power in the flesh was affected at this moment, and the Dao Yun began to disintegrate. In an instant, a picture flowed through Lee Su's pupils. It was a childhood memory, and a lifetime was over in an instant. It was a revolving lantern. It was also the gate of hell. At this moment, even if he wanted to use a Zuanhuang Tower, it was too late. The demon clan is always the demon clan, and their methods are obviously not comparable to the four thieves. Will die. As this thought appeared in Lee Su's mind, his consciousness rioted, and the strong desire to survive stimulated every nerve. The Dao fruit sealed by the black air also felt a huge crisis, and responded to Lee Su at this moment of life and death. The yin-yang flower, which was about to wither, was disillusioned in an instant, and disappeared from reality. At the same time, deep in his sea of consciousness, 7 Dao fruits vibrated at the same time. 6 of them broke a corner of the black gas, and the power of the great Dao gushed out from it, and went towards one of them. At this moment, in front of that Dao fruit, the disappeared yin-yang flower appeared. Its roots directly penetrated into the great power spit out by the 6 Dao fruits. The white flower vibrated, and the great power kept falling from it, and dripping on the Dao fruit. The black gas trembled, and was vibrated by the power formed, by absorbing the power of the 6 Daos. It began to be peeled off bit by bit, and dissolved by the great power. At the same time, the Dao fruit was also exerting its strength. It stretched out its little hand in a savage way, and pulled the black gas away from it. A little man walked out directly from it. Its body was white, wearing black clothes, and its pupils were like the Teikai diagram. It was extremely magical. It jumped up, and jumped directly from Lee Su's sea of consciousness, and walked out from between his eyebrows. Dao fruit, liberation. In an instant, Lee Su was shaken inexplicably, and his soul and body reacted strongly. The supreme chapter depicted in it resonated at the same time, and it was linked with the supreme on the Dao fruit. At this moment, he truly returned to the realm of supernatural powers, the real realm of supernatural powers. Dao Go jumped up, and the grand yin and yang energy began to burst out. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. It directly formed a huge Teikai millstone that could cover a range of thousands of meters. It moved, and went towards the black light pressure on the wolf demon's palm that gave Lee Su a great crisis, and 1 foot seemed to step into the gates of hell. The black light trembled, as if it felt something, and it began to explode. There was a terrible beast soul inside, roaring. Boom. 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 The two forces collided, and in an instant, the space in the Zuanhuang Tower was shaken, and it began to crack. The void could not bear this terrible force. The Teikai millstone covering several miles, and the black light beast soul covering several miles, burst out with a light more dazzling than the sun, madly impacting each other, trying to annihilate each other. Unfortunately, although the black light was powerful, it was facing the supreme with the Dao fruit. In just a moment, it was suppressed by the Teikai millstone, and the black light was quickly strangled and annihilated by the yin and yang ki. Just like ice and snow illuminated by the sun, it was quickly melted. Wolf 3 couldn't help but widen his eyes, and retreated like crazy. Unfortunately, it held the black light in its hand, and with the strangulation of the Teikai millstone, its body was also collapsing, and its flesh and soul were quickly melted. It couldn't help but wail and scream, and uttered an extremely strong curse. No, no, how is it possible? How could it be? You are so strong. Why are you still fighting with those 4 scum for so long? Aren't you deceiving the wolf? Screaming madly, Wolf 3 was not convinced, and even more unwilling, and tears as big as beans fell down. This was clearly fishing. No, fishing for wolves. It directly cut off its lower body and threw away the black light, then ran all the way with blood spilling and didn't care about its intestines falling out, running faster than Kinzen and the others. Human, you are shameless, too shameless. Ugh. Looking at Wolf 3 running away with only half of his body left, Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch, his face full of black lines. At the same time, under a wave, Zhang Kong, who was also running, was scared pale, his whole body was trembling, he retreated frantically, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it. They actually used fishing enforcement. They were playing with the four thieves, waiting for them to fall into the trap. It's simply shameless, too shameless. Chapter 409 Harvest. Lee Su frowned. Although he won, his face was not good. It was not because of what the other party said when he ran away, but because the Dao fruit came out. There was nothing wrong with coming out. It was his original purpose. But it was not a normal breakthrough just now, but a forced breakthrough. The Dao fruit of the supreme flesh and blood helped the yin-yang Dao fruit to struggle out of the black air in advance. This was undoubtedly a great consumption for the other 6 Dao fruits, which was not good. The black air sealed him to death for a while, hiding his Dao fruit in the deepest place, leaving only a little induction in the dark. Damn it. Normally, after some time, he would be able to break the seal naturally, destroy it directly from the inside, and walk out from inside. Now, although the yin-yang Dao fruit was released, the others were trapped instead. With his consciousness sinking into the inside, Lee Su looked at his Dao fruit sealed by the black air. He could clearly see it, but the connection had been completely disconnected, as if he was in the mountains and the signal could not be transmitted. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. This thing. There was a mass of something under the yin-yang Dao fruit. It was black gas. To be more precise, it was something that was peeled off by Lee Su's Dao fruit. It stood there in all colors, which was very strange. After being forcibly freed by the Dao fruit, it was constantly infected by the Six Saints' power overflowing from Lee Su's yin-yang. It was completely wrapped up and wanted to be completely annihilated. As a result, it was not until the Six Saints' power was exhausted that this thing was left behind. With a thought, Lee Su wanted to expel this thing from his body. After all, it was part of the black gas. Now that the Six Saints' Dao fruit was sealed, except for the flesh and blood, because of the fusion of the spirit, the other few were almost done feeling. He did not intend to give the other party the opportunity to continue to attach his yin-yang Dao fruit, or to entangle with other Dao fruits. This thing. The next second, Lee Su stopped, and the whole person was shocked. He directly gathered his will and did not touch it. As for the reason, at the moment of contact, it actually took the initiative to merge with himself. And this kind of fusion is not the kind of simple attachment, but to be completely compatible with his will, and become a part of it, blending seamlessly and indistinguishably. What's going on? Lee Su was a little stunned and quite unbelievable. Because although he withdrew his hand quickly, the other party quickly infected his color and quickly changed towards Lee Su's thinking. It's hard to describe, as if it was not originally metal, but after getting close to metal, its properties began to change towards metal. At this moment, looking at the other party, there is still some strange substance there, which is basically part of Lee Su's thinking, as if he cut it off. Moreover, deep in his heart, he is constantly sprouting a desire, instinctively wanting to completely integrate this thing into the Tao consciousness, and combine it with himself. Hiss. Lee Su was a little surprised. This is a bit scary. This can't be the backup of the black air. Why is the property so weird? But, is it possible? It was violently broken by the yin-yang Dao fruit, and then baptized by the power of the Six Saint Dao fruits. All the thoughts inside were strangled to death. Even so, it could not be wiped out. Even so, it could still form a backhand. This game can no longer be described as hellish difficulty, right? Is this playable? Lie down and wait for death. The 7 saints are supreme, and they can't erase the power of the external demon. Although Lee Su is not a saint, isn't the black gas also a rootless source? While Lee Su was thinking, suddenly, he acted instinctively, and swallowed it directly. Damn it. Lee Su's little face was scared green on the spot. Can things be eaten randomly? Spit it out. Can you spit it out? Obviously, you can't spit it out. At the moment of integration, its nature has completed a complete transformation, and it has directly become a part of Lee Su's consciousness, completely combined into one, and there is no difference between them. Not only that, with this fusion, Lee Su found that his thinking had changed. Very small, but it is a change that cannot be ignored, and even the soul has been affected. It has become heavier. The mass of his soul has increased. Faced with this result, Lee Su was shocked. He has been practicing from the martial arts realm to now, and is about to reach the immortal realm. Although the strength of his soul has increased greatly, and can even affect reality, the quality has not changed much. The soul is originally virtual, not a real substance. Although energy can give it powerful power, it still cannot change its nature itself. The 7 Saints Supreme did cause some changes, giving his soul several more properties, and increasing its mass a little bit. But that was the Saints Supreme, and it was still below the 7 Saints Supreme. As a result, the things left after the black gas was wiped out suddenly increased the weight of his soul, and gave him some properties, which was almost equivalent to practicing the Supreme Law. What exactly is this thing? I couldn't help but take a breath, and feel the changes it brought to me. Consciousness, more agile, more condensed. This feeling is not the first time Lee Su has encountered it. When fighting against the black gas, it is obvious that the other party's consciousness has this attribute, and is difficult to destroy. Could it be that the reason why the black gas is so troublesome is because there is such a thing in their consciousness? His pupils could not help shrinking. If it was really as he thought, then the things left by the black gas could undoubtedly be called treasures. Lee Su could not help but raise his head in his sea of consciousness, looking at the 6 black Dao fruits, breathing a little heavy. Originally, the black gas was a kind of tempering for him, which could make his flesh and Dao fruit more condensed, but now it was accompanied by something that could increase the weight of consciousness, and the meaning was undoubtedly completely different. If I eat all of it, will my consciousness become stronger? The answer is obvious. And, you know what, with the integration of that thing, Lee Su's perception of Dao fruit really recovered a little bit. Hiss. Lee Su's eyes lit up, and suddenly, he was a little grateful to the wolf that attacked him. Although the opponent's sudden attack caught him off guard, breaking the confinement of the black gas in advance, and releasing a Dao fruit, but there is no doubt that this result is very good. After all, according to his original idea, when the black energy could no longer be suppressed, he would activate the 7 Dao fruits at the same time, to force it out of his body completely. And obviously, after forcing it out, can he still get that substance? No. Therefore, he must thank the other party. When he finds it, he will directly peel off the skin and pull out the tendons, let it turn into energy, become a part of himself, and witness his future together. With a long breath, Lee Su looked around. This time, no one should come to trouble him, right? He came directly to Kao Kian, raised his hand and waved, and Liang Qiang's body flew over, as well as the copper pillar and the blood mirror. Lee Su directly used the yin yang grinding wheel to crush Liang Qiang's body, squeezed out the energy in the flesh, and turned it into extraordinary particles for absorption. As for the copper pillar, he took a look, and couldn't help showing a strange color on his face. Its built-in core is actually divine crystal. This Kao family is not only brave, but also has a big life. Extraordinary divine crystal is only available in the myth world, and it is a specialty there. Obviously, the danger of the myth world is that, even if an immortal enters, he will die, if he is not careful. It is more terrible than the magic realm in the earthly immortal world. Destroy the copper pillar, take out the extraordinary divine crystal inside, open the meridians and swallow it. Lee Su turned his head, and looked at the blood mirror, and couldn't help a strange color in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, most of the things in the world fragments cannot be brought out. For example, Lee Su's Xinhuo flag, although it came out, the energy in the flagpole was almost exhausted, and it had to fall into a deep sleep. That was hundreds of thousands of years of energy, all washed away. This blood mirror itself is not of high level. How did it get brought out? Then there is the rule rewriting, which undoubtedly originated from the blood mirror, touching it through a similar scene, making it wake up, thus triggering. It feels like something that can be crushed with a slap, but I didn't expect it to have such power. Is this the reason why it can be brought out? I don't know where the KO family got it. While thinking, Lee Soo put the blood mirror in his arms and studied it slowly in the future. After getting the spoils, he lowered his head and looked at KO Kyan, who was still unconscious. At this moment, the opponent's injuries have gradually recovered, the cracked head has healed, and the collapsed nose has returned to its original appearance. In short, the beautiful appearance before has been restored. The Feng Shui technique of the KO family. I have to say, it's quite interesting. Especially KO Kyan, her talent is quite amazing. It is not easy to simulate the environment inside the world fragments through magnetic field changes and confuse the red ghost living in the blood mirror. Recalling that before, Lee Soo felt as if the whole world was an enemy, which was quite amazing. Unfortunately, this is too much to ask, and the opponent has not been able to exert the true power of the field. Unless she can obtain a powerful magic weapon or achieve the immortal realm, there will be a qualitative change. After all, the field is a thing that belongs to the larger the range, the greater the power. So, what should this girl do? Although it would be nice to use her to exchange for compensation from the KO family, the other party's talent is still the Feng Shui technique. If he takes it back like this, Lee Soo feels that he will lose money. After thinking for a while, Lee Soo stretched out his hand, and the yin and yang key appeared on his fingertips, forming a Teikai diagram. It was uncertain and changing constantly. He directly projected the Teikai diagram on the other party's forehead, and entered the other party's mind. Originally, he planned to seal the other party and place a ban in the Sea of Consciousness. Unexpectedly, as soon as the power entered, he found that the other party's Sea of Consciousness had already had a ban. It was actually a soul sealing technique, which was quite advanced. Was it to prevent betrayal? The Liang family also had corresponding ones. The Liang family had means to restrain outsiders, the direct line had means to restrain the collateral line, and the ancestor had means to restrain everyone below. Shaking his head, Lee Soo directly shook the Supreme Avenue in his soul, and shattered the ban on the other party's soul without hesitation. He found the other party's soul, and implanted his Teikai diagram into it. Then he raised his finger and flicked it, knocking on the other party's little head. With a thud, her forehead almost bulged. Even though she was unconscious, KO Kyan was still in so much pain that tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks. She woke up all of a sudden. When she saw Lee Soo, her face flushed, not because of shame, but because of anger. She had not forgotten how she fainted. She fainted because the bastard in front of her had used his fist to break her nose and crack her skull. Even though she has recovered now, she still hasn't forgotten it. With the Feng Shui technique gathered, KO Kyan took action directly, and the terrible field pressed towards Lee Soo without hesitation. Then, she wished and slipped away. Nonsense. If you can't beat him, why fight? Are you looking for a hammer? She, KO Kyan, knows the general situation the most, and is familiar with stories such as sleeping on straw and tasting gall, humiliation under the crotch, and hanging from the beam, and piercing the thigh. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. A woman's revenge starts from the day she can win, from morning to night. Lee Soo squinted and smiled, directly shattered the opponent's magnetic field, and then snapped his fingers. KO Kyan, who had already run several thousand meters, suddenly trembled, crouched down with her head in her hands, rolled on the ground, and couldn't help screaming. Her head was about to split. Almost 2 seconds later, Lee Soo stopped. Soon, KO Kyan was different. Her face was full of tears, not because of the pain, but because she couldn't control it at all. She quickly ran back and stared at Lee Soo, her silver teeth almost broken. What did you do to me? Chapter 410 Gap. Lee Soo continued on his way. Following behind him was KO Kyan. Her face was blue, white, red, and black, as if Lee Soo had tainted her innocence. Having a restriction placed on her mind by the other party was no different from having her life in his hands. Although she was not afraid of death, she did not want to die in vain. KO Kyan took a deep breath, and after a rise and fall in her chest, she said, "Tell me what you want, KO family." Lee Soo ignored the other party and continued to move forward. "What do you want? Don't think you can control me like this. I tell you, hey, bastard." KO Kyan wanted to say more, but Lee Soo did not stop. He walked very fast, heading deep into the river, and could not help but curse. Although he wanted to turn around and leave, he could only chase after him in the end. Of course, she had thought about leaving and finding someone to solve this restriction. But the problem is that once the distance from the other party exceeds 3,000 meters, she will immediately have a splitting headache, and life is worse than death. She chased very quickly, chasing Lee Soo, not daring to stay away. After all, the headache was not pleasant. Even if she said her will, it would collapse at most after 3 seconds. It hurts so much. If it lasts a little longer, she would want to smash her brain with the hammer. Not long after she left, her communication started to ring. Kyo-kan quickly took it out. It was from the ancestor. She answered it. "Kana, are you okay?" It was Kyo-kwan, and his voice was a little anxious. "Ancestor, I'm fine." Kyo-kan replied. "Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up right away." Kyo-kwan said immediately. Kyo-kan took a breath and directly narrated her situation. "I'm continuing to go deeper into the 3rd level. The other party has placed a restriction in my consciousness. Once I leave him for more than 2,000 meters, I will have a splitting headache and feel worse than death." "Placed a restriction in your sea of consciousness?" Kyo-kwan's voice changed a little. After a moment of silence, he said directly, "Kana, give the communicator to the other party, and I will talk to him." Kyo-kan was about to say something, but saw Lee Soo stopped and said lightly, "No need to talk, you can't afford it. Zuyu, or sir, my Kyo family recognizes this matter. As long as you touch Kana's taboo, I, Kyo-kwan, promise that in the future, my Kyo family will stay away from all matters concerning sir." Kyo-kwan's voice sounded very directly. Lee Soo smiled. He didn't even mention compensation, but he was paralyzed. How big is his face to say such a thing? Interesting, this tone doesn't sound like the state of enlightenment, but rather the state of immortals. What do you, or your Kyo family, have that makes me afraid? Just because your state is one level higher than mine? In an instant, Kyo-kan couldn't help but widen her eyes. Indeed, she was defeated by Lee Soo, and the other party also did many incredible things, but compared to the ancestor, the difference is not a little bit. Kyo-kwan, although he is only in the state of enlightenment, and has not yet entered the level of immortals, but the ancestor has already reached the state of enlightenment more than 100 years ago, and has entered the 9-foot sky. He is only one step away from becoming an immortal. I can't even survive a single move under the hands of the ancestor. Where does the other party get the confidence? Are you shameless? Kyo-kwan's face was a little cold, and he could feel the other party's murderous intent through the communicator. "Give me face? You? A guy who has been hiding for hundreds of years and dared not show his head. This is a case of a monkey becoming king when there is no tiger in the mountain. Have you secretly gotten used to being high and mighty and forgotten that you have been nothing but a thief from the beginning to the end? Very good. I hope you can remember your words. It won't be long before we meet again." Kyo-kwan's voice was very cold, with unstoppable murderous intent in his words, and he directly cut off the communication. Kyo-kan stared at Lee Soo blankly, very speechless. This man thought that he was invincible in the world just because he had cultivated the yin-yang Taoism. Did he become the tyrant of Xia? It was quite strenuous to fight with them. Who gave him the courage? She sneered and said directly, "You don't think that you can threaten my Kyo family by catching me and prevent them from attacking you? Tell you'd better give up this idea. The Kyo family has never been threatened by anyone, and I'm not that important." Lee Soo said lightly, "Well, I know. You know? How important can you be if your soul is under a ban? Born as a bandit, he killed people everywhere and even touched people's graves. He didn't learn any good tricks except Feng Shui. His conscience had been eaten by dogs. There was actually no difference between the Kyo family and the Liang family. Although Kyo-kan's soul ban was based on not being able to betray, the betrayal here did not refer to the family, but to someone. Do you know what this means? It means that, as long as someone thinks that he has betrayed, the soul ban will be activated, and will take the other person's life. Kyo-kan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the other party not only planted a restriction in her sea of consciousness, but also touched the family's protection on her soul. She immediately said in a cold voice, "Since you know that my soul is protected by the family master's restriction, you should also understand that it is useless for you to capture me. You are destined to not get anything from me." Lee Su shook his head. Family protection? Well, the ancestor of the Ko family is much more sinister than the ancestor of the Liang family. After all, the restrictions of the Liang family are clear. He didn't say anything, and he didn't have time to wade through 810,000 miles. At this moment, he didn't even walk 10,000 miles. Lee Su walked, and the yin yang dao fruit kept vibrating, and the black and white key were entangled around it, constantly combing the huge waves. Seeing the other party walk away directly, Ko Kan couldn't help but grit her teeth, but thinking of the lingering pain, she still followed. There is no doubt that, if Lee Suruo really wanted to do something to her, in fact, she had no power to resist. At first, she was still a little worried. After all, Ko Kan was quite confident in her appearance. Even compared with the 3 girls who appeared in the 100 Years' War, they were all the kind of people with their own merits. Obviously, she thought too much. The other party's eyes were always calm, and he didn't have any thoughts. This undoubtedly made Ko Kan a little self-doubting. It was the same when they were fighting. This bastard would either hit her in the face or in the chest. To him, she was probably no different from a stone. He was not interested in her appearance, and he couldn't get what he wanted from her soul. Why did he keep her by his side? Asterisk asterisk asterisk, one in front and one behind, walking continuously, getting farther and farther, deeper and deeper. Gradually, Ko Kan couldn't bear it. The depth was more than 80,000 miles. She took out the token and took a look. She had walked almost 86,700 miles. 100 Years Group. The 3rd level of wading. The best score is 100,000 miles, which is the limit. She naturally reached the limit, but it was undoubtedly much easier last time, because she walked very slowly that time. This time was different. Lee Su almost didn't stop. He kept moving forward and moving forward. This was undoubtedly very strenuous, mainly related to her magical powers. Feng Shui skills were not easy to play here, and were severely restricted. Looking at her own results, and then looking at the results of the tyrant, Ko Kan couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder that he was rated as a super genius that only appears once in 100,000 years. It's hard to imagine how he got his results. 81,000 miles, it's simply an impossible data. Gritting her teeth, Ko Kan still walked hard. Not only was it a headache to leave the opponent 2,000 meters away, but she was also unwilling to give up. One step, and another step. The bastard in front seemed to have no feeling at all and kept walking. Ko Kan's face became paler and paler, and she couldn't walk anymore. The main reason was that she walked too fast this time and didn't give herself time to rest. The consumption was too great, and the big waves almost made her shaky. Feng Shui was really at a disadvantage here. At this moment, Lee Su in front also stopped and couldn't help but look back at Ko Kan, who was pale and was very surprised. Ko Kan's talent was not bad, and Feng Shui was also famous. In addition, she was in the realm of supernatural powers. In Lee Su's opinion, it shouldn't be difficult to walk 300,000 or 500,000 miles easily. After all, the test of Zhuanghuang Tower was just a little bit tedious in his opinion, and the pressure was not that great. Who would have thought that it was less than 80,000 miles, and he couldn't do it? No wonder the supernatural realm felt so bad. He could fight without the Dao fruit. It was all water in his heart. If it was Shengyang and the others here, it should be no problem to walk 800,000 or 10,000 miles. With this level, he actually had the nerve to enter the next level. No, to the 5th level? What kind of mentality is this? Shouldn't he keep practicing here? Although the test of Zhuanghuang Tower is a bit tiring, the benefits are undoubtedly real, especially the 3rd level. The farther you go, the thicker your foundation and the stronger your strength. Repeatedly honing here is of great benefit to improving your strength. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were very obvious. When their eyes met, Ko Kan was almost furious, and her chest kept rising and falling. Lee Su sighed. He still had a long way to go. If he continued to delay like this, He might not be able to walk 810,000 miles until the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. He said, "You should practice well in this level instead of rushing to the next level. Your foundation is too poor. No wonder you are so weak." Immediately, he shot a stream of yin and yang ki onto the other person. "As long as you don't leave this level, the restriction will not take effect." After that, Lee Soo ignored Kaokan and began to speed up, heading towards the depths. In a blink of an eye, he was gone. Only a ghost wants to follow you. Standing there, Kaokan couldn't help but scream in her heart. When the other person disappeared, her headache didn't occur. She couldn't help but take a breath and turned around to go back. But the moment she raised her foot, she couldn't help but stop, her eyes flickering. She wanted to leave like this, but the other person's eyes and words made her very unwilling. Very, very unwilling. She lost to the other person, but it didn't mean that she was convinced. Feng Shui is too limited in Zhuanhuang Tower. The field here is difficult to control. There is a huge difference between being prepared and not being prepared for Kaokan. This is also the reason why Lee Soo kept her. He felt that she had a lot of room for improvement. Turning her head and taking a look at where she came from, Kaokan couldn't help but grit her teeth. She took her steps again. Although she slowed down, she walked forward step by step, unwilling and even more unconvinced. It's only 100,000 miles. She can walk 500 miles, 1,000 miles. After all, it was a second time to walk. Even if the speed was much faster, she quickly adapted. Kaokan walked with gritted teeth, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Although she was very unwilling, Lee Soo was not wrong. She vaguely felt the benefits of the third level. Although it would not improve her realm, it made her more skilled in using her own power. Faced with this result, she walked faster. At such a young age, she could reach the realm of supernatural powers. Kaokan is not of ours. She is determined and more aware. It's only 100,000 miles, not far. It won't take long to catch up. Not only that, she didn't plan to go down this time for the time being. After reaching the end of the 100,000 mile stretch, she would start to challenge repeatedly. Sooner or later, she would be as good as Lee Soo and be able to easily cross this area of water. 90,000 miles. Kaokan took a breath, feeling the number of changes contained in the big waves, her eyes flickering. After all, it was a realm of supernatural powers. Although it was strenuous, it was not really impossible to adapt. Once she adapted, she found that her use of magic power had improved. Although the realm did not improve, the strength was increased by one level. Is this why the four of them, who are also in the realm of supernatural powers, could not beat the other party? Is this the gap between us? Kaokan couldn't help but raise her hand and touch her cheek. Even though she said she had recovered, every time she touched it, she would feel a piercing pain and would always recall that scene. This punch will be returned to him sooner or later. Chapter 411, Ants Shake the Sky. After shaking off Kaokan, Lee Soo walked forward without stopping. Soon, he reached the end of 100,000 miles, where there was no road. Standing there, he was a little stunned. It was over? Didn't it say 810,000 miles? Before the thought in his mind fell, the scenery around him suddenly changed. The river under his feet began to change color. Not only that, in the distance, a huge yellow earth-colored angry dragon rushed towards him at a high speed. Lee Soo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but look back. But he found that he didn't know when he was standing on the other side. Behind him was the place where he had just stood. It was still calm, and the river water was not the slightest ripple. Is he in another space? After Lee Soo blinked his eyes, he took his steps again and walked towards the terrible roaring dragon. Boom. Every second, almost billions of tons of water continued to flow down. Unlike the river surface here, which became quiet and gentle once it stopped, the impact over there seemed to be no end. Lee Soo's eyes condensed for a moment, and the yin yang dao fruit jumped out from his brows. With a wave of his hand, the yin yang key filled him and whistled out. A huge black and white space was formed directly in front of Lee Soo, crashing into the Han Tao. As soon as he touched it, he felt the difference. The previous big waves in this Han Tao were obviously different. They were too fast, too strong, and changed too much. In an instant, the 1,000-foot yin-yang was deeply pressed back to 500 meters. Lee Su's footsteps were stopped by him for a while, and then he sorted it out and turned it into a clear river, flowing past him. He took a deep breath and slightly adapted to the pressure. After the yin-yang he returned to 1,000-foot width, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. The next second, the flood was even bigger, almost 10 times the previous one, and it crushed directly towards Lee Su. Damn it. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and was almost overturned by this terrible force. The 1,000-foot yin-yang was pressed down by force and almost stuck to his face. Dao Fruit couldn't help but roll his eyes and was choked. The raised foot couldn't really fall down at this moment, hanging in the air, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Lee Su took a few deep breaths, and the yin-yang Dao Fruit began to glow. The supreme chapter flowed out from it, and in an instant, the yin-yang burst out, and he forcibly lowered the torrent, little by little, and returned to the distance of 1,000 feet. Then he took a step, and took that step. Just as he stood firm, dark clouds began to gather madly above Lee Su's head, as if they were angered by his behavior. In an instant, it rained. Boom. 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 It's not thunder, it's rain. Looking at the heavy rain falling on his head, Lee Su's face turned green. Do you call this rain? Is this a waterfall? The yin-yang Dao Fruit was shocked and danced with joy. The 1,000-foot yin-yang quickly gathered back, and half of it was fixed on the top of his head. Boom. With a loud noise, Lee Su almost fell to the ground, and the yin-yang Dao Fruit felt an inch shorter. It was not tall to begin with, and it was small and looked weird. Now it has lost an inch. How can it be tolerated? Yin-yang Dao Guo was angry. Its appearance was the supreme conception, the most perfect existence. It was actually deformed. How could it be tolerated? The little hand raised, and in an instant, the yin and yang turned into yin and yang grinding wheels, and the black and white power began to rotate slowly, and a terrible force descended from it. With a thud, the rainstorm and the torrent were directly pushed back by it, and it was completely combed and smoothed in an instant. Exhaling, Yin-yang Dao Guo raised his little face, and his little nose was raised high, as if to say, "Are you still too young to fight with me?" It seemed to feel the resistance, and the whole space couldn't help but vibrate, and the breath became more and more terrible in an instant, as if something woke up and felt that it was provoked. The next second, the wind appeared. It was a gale, a storm, and even a tornado. It directly merged into the flow of floods and rainstorms, and turned into a superstorm. Not only that, there was also a flash of white light, which was thunder. In the rumble, it also merged with the rainstorm and flood, turning into super thunder water. With this change, they stood up, turned into human form, and turned into 4 extremely terrifying giants, beating the yin-yang millstone like crazy. The terrible power really made the millstone tremble constantly, and also shook the yin-yang Dao Fruit, and some power penetrated in, and fell on the body. The yin-yang Dao Fruit shuddered, and quickly shrank the range of the millstone, from hundreds of feet long to less than 100 feet, completely isolating the power. At this moment, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. You bastard. He just stood up and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, Dao Fruit is him. He is Dao Fruit. The power penetrated in, hitting Dao Fruit and shaking it, and naturally hitting him and shaking it. Brother Zuan, you are too much. Is it really so cruel? Thinking about it, Lee Su took a deep breath. His expression became serious, his eyes began to glow with golden light, and he began to use all his strength to activate the yin-yang Dao Fruit, and the vast mana in his body kept pouring in. At this moment, the Dao Fruit also regained its calmness, and the highest chapter on his body flowed out directly, and along with the infusion of mana, it formed a series of Dao texts, floated out, and merged into the yin-yang grinding wheel. The light became brighter and brighter. Like a real thing, it descended on this world. It kept turning, eliminating the terrible power that fell from existence to nothingness, isolating the rainstorm, torrent, flood, and thunder water from the outside, and combing them madly. Just when Lee Su finally resisted these 4 terrible forces and exhaled deeply, something in the depths of the endless flood rolled in with it. At first, it was just a small black dot, not very clear. Then, the black dot gradually grew larger, and it seemed to be a big stone. Then, the stone grew bigger and bigger, gradually completely buried Lee Su's sight. That is, the mountain. Damn it. Lee Su's liver hurt, and Daoguo's little face became wrinkled. The flood carried stones and tree stumps. The rainstorm was like a waterfall, and the wind and thunder were endless, but Lee Su endured it. After all, these are still part of the flood, just infinitely magnified. But you bring a mountain with you, no matter how you say it, it's too much. It's even more outrageous than in a certain animation, where a strong man used a mountain to skip stones, threw it out from the east, and flew from the west a year later, circling the planet. With a loud bang, Lee Su vomited blood, and was pressed back 1,000 meters by the mountain, and Daoguo almost flattened. It was too big, and he didn't have time to sort it out, before he hit it. Not only that, there is something wrong with this mountain, a big problem. You say you can hit it, why does it feel like all the weight is on him? With such a large contact surface, I didn't even touch it all, did I? He kept retreating, and it was almost 10,000 meters before Lee Su stabilized his body and adapted. At this moment, there was a constant golden light in his eyes, and the infinite Dao rhyme was floating on it. He activated the Dao G, combing the space he was in more than 5,000 times per second, and finally managed to hold on. His head was smoking, and the temperature in his brain was approaching 300. Dao Guo started to use yin yang flower to help Lee Su dissipate heat. However, before Lee Su could exhale, Dao Guo relaxed. From a distance, he saw small black dots appearing. They lined up in a row, and were carried by the torrent in a neat row, slowly coming towards Lee Su. Damn it. Too much, you know? Brother Tagore, are you going to kill me? If you keep doing this, are you going to flow over a continent later? Block, 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 boom, boom, boom. Even though Lee Su increased the number of combing times to 6,000 times per second, his head was no longer smoking, but on fire. Facing the mountains that were pushed over one after another, he retreated and kept retreating. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. Lee Su's body exploded, blood kept gushing out, and his blood vessels were crushed. The blood was spilled all over the ground, and it was probably hundreds of pounds, enough for more than 10 people. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su's pupils began to shine, and his brain started to work frantically. The bowl formed by the Tao solution was almost lit up by him. The fluid in his brain was boiling, and his eyes, his mouth, and nose were bleeding. No, bleeding. He went crazy, and turned the analysis force to the extreme, constantly erasing the mountains that seemed to be flowing endlessly. Finally, the mountains disappeared, and the rainstorm, strong wind, thunder, and torrents all stopped. The scene that seemed like the end of the world disappeared. Lee Su fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His Daoguo was so weak, his small body was shaking. Damn it. Boom. Just when Lee Su wanted to say something, the horizon in the distance shook. Then it lifted up. It was so big, the whole horizon was moving, constantly rising. Huolala. Water flowed over, a little at first, but gradually it began to increase. There was more and more water, and the lifted object was getting higher and higher. Gradually, the front of Lee Su became an extremely huge ocean, which kept lifting up, raising the entire horizontal plane. It felt like something about meters was moving. Shit. Lee Su's face turned green, and he couldn't help but swear. What the hell does this have to do with wading? Without even thinking about it, Lee Su turned around and ran 810,000 miles. Damn, 810,000 miles. Go eat shit. Daddy doesn't obey. He undoubtedly wanted to run, but his legs didn't move. As if it had taken root, it was nailed there. Lee Su couldn't help but scream, "Brother Tagore, don't joke. This joke is not funny at all. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die." Boom. 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 As the terrible sound kept ringing, the surroundings of Lee Su couldn't help but shake. Earthquake, big earthquake, super earthquake that could shake the entire planet, appeared. The yin yang Dao fruit was lying on Lee Su's head, retching constantly. It was getting closer and closer. Finally, it showed its full appearance, and pressed down on Lee Su without hesitation. Fuck you. Lee Su was buried by billions of tons of water and billions of tons of soil. He was pressed into the ground, his body was cracked, and the power of the terrible continent not only acted on him, but also on the Deo fruit and soul. He was cracked. Not only was his body cracked, but his internal organs were also cracked, and even his consciousness was cracked by the pressure. Not to mention that the yin-yang Deo fruit almost broke into pieces. The 6 saint Deo fruits covered by the black gas had cracks at this moment. The black gas cracked, and the Deo fruit inside also cracked. Even the cave heaven, which had not escaped, also cracked. Like a tomato, he was going to explode. Asterisk 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 almost there. Although starting from 90,000 miles, Kaioken wasted time every step he took. There were too many big waves, and every time a wave fell, the power inside was full of drastic changes. In order to sort it out, the control of one's own mana must also be changed accordingly. This is not a few times or dozens of times per second, but hundreds of times per second. When it comes to 100,000 miles, the changes inside can reach an astonishing 500 times in 1 second. Feel your own situation and the time consumed. Kaioken couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. Although this time was much more tired and strenuous, it was also improved a lot. The realm obviously did not increase at all, but the strength undoubtedly exceeded the previous 5 levels. It is certain that, as long as she can complete the 100,000 miles, and walk in this way, her strength will at least double. Not only that, after reaching the limit, she will continue to enter repeatedly, and increase her strength, and she will definitely be able to go further. Double, or even triple. It won't be long. Kaioken clenched her fists, and stepped forward with all her strength, striving to reach the maximum strength and the most difficult point every time a big wave appeared. She walked quickly, vomited blood several times, took a lot of medicine, and rested for a long time. Finally, after almost a month, she reached the limit of 100,000 miles. It took a total of 2 months, which was 6 times higher than the first time she walked for a whole year. Taking a breath, Kaioken's eyes were shining, very excited, and very satisfied with her own progress. The next moment, she was stunned for a moment, because she didn't see Lisu. Did you go to the next level? Forget it, never mind. Anyway, the other party has said that, as long as you don't leave this level, the ban will not be activated. It was just right. She would practice hard, and try to improve her strength to the limit. Once, again, and again. Kaioken kept trying at the limit of 100,000 miles, trying to touch that limit little by little, and constantly improving her strength. Finally, after spending about half a month, she broke through. The test of 100,000 miles could no longer bother her, and she completely conquered this level. Mana can change more than 600 times in 1 second, and this control is already in short supply to the point of millimeters. Taking a deep breath, Kaioken smiled on her pretty face, and the gloom that had settled in her heart for several months was washed away by her. Very good. Wait until the ban is solved, then. Suddenly, she was stunned for a moment, and with the breakthrough, there was a change at the end of the 3rd level, and a space appeared in front of her, a brand new space. Can she challenge further? Kaioken couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was excited, since there was still the back, it meant that she could still improve. Although she is strong enough now, it is obvious that the bastard is not bad either. If she wanted to catch up with or even surpass the other party, she would undoubtedly need more and greater understanding. Without hesitation, Kaioken walked in, wanting to continue the trial, and continue to improve. Boom. Before she entered, she heard a terrible roar from inside. Kaioken couldn't help but frown and looked into the depths. It was him. Sure enough, he came in too. Kaioken couldn't help but take a breath. She was not surprised at all. Instead, she was a little excited and couldn't help but clench her fists. Very good, she has caught up with the other party's back. It's just a matter of time. The next second, in the depths of Kaioken's sight, she saw the horizon shaking. Something was coming. What was that? She had a look of surprise on her face. Was it water? The assessment after 100,000 miles was not true. What was that? Seeing the giant object that was getting bigger and bigger, almost covering the sky and the sun, pressing towards this side little by little, Kaioken was stunned and shocked. Her pupils shrank directly into a thin line, and she froze there with a face full of horror. A mountain? No, it was a continent. It was lifted up by the flood, bursting with a force that made the world vibrate. It came slowly from a distance, faster and faster. Finally, with a loud bang, it fell down, and together with a terrible flood, it hit the target that Kaioken was chasing. The sky collapsed. The roar, even though there was a world between them, almost made her lose consciousness. Standing there, Kaioken looked at it in disbelief, looking at the person who was pressed under a huge piece of land. He was also struggling and reluctant. His whole body was bleeding, and his body was twisted. That's right. In front of the continent, the size of a person is no different from that of an ant. No, it should be said that it is smaller than an ant, like a speck of dust. However, although he kept retreating, a terrible gap was drawn on the ground, and the Taoism was twisted and cracked into countless holes. However, the burning manna in his body and the light of the Tao fruit made him like a huge torch burning in the dark night, lighting up everything. Kaioken was shocked. She almost lost the ability to speak. She was overwhelmed by the extremely tiny, yet godlike body. Her body and mind were shocked at this moment. The degree of shock was even greater than when she watched the 100 Years' War, when His Majesty the Tyrant killed a scattered immortal with his bare hands. It was like an ant shaking the sky, but it made Kaioken's soul tremble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Recovery. If the Zhuanghuang Tower is described as a person, the third level refers to its blood vessels. Because of excessive obesity, a large amount of fat accumulates in the blood vessels, causing the blood pressure to rise constantly, making the body unbalanced, which is very problematic and must be sorted out as soon as possible. However, no matter how you look at it, this is too much. Whose fat can solidify to this extent? Carrying the continent, Li Su was spewing blood and complaining at the same time. The main reason was that he couldn't run away. His feet were pressed to the ground. He was not cruel enough and didn't have the determination to cut off his legs. Of course, more importantly, he was not sure whether the hand holding him would aim at other places after cutting off his feet. The continent was very large and heavy, but it never crushed him in the first place. Although it was extremely difficult to resist, every second the meridians in his body seemed to explode, and Aogo was vomiting blood. But as long as it was not crushed, the mass of the continent that hit his body was rapidly decreasing. After all, it was just a manifestation, and there was more chaotic power inside. On the contact surface of the yin-yang millstone, the continent was being melted by Li Su quickly, turning into a large amount of clear water, falling from under his yin-yang ki, and flowing continuously. The squeeze was undoubtedly fierce, but it also touched Li Su greatly. All that flowed in the water was the Dao rhyme of the Zhuanghuang Tower. Under this terrible conflict, he was also rapidly gaining through constant analysis. There was a reflection in the pupil. It was the body of the Zhuanghuang Tower, which was more real. There was energy flowing inside, and the Dao was being woven. Li Su captured a corner of its power and imprinted it in his heart. The second level was bones, the third level was flesh and blood, and then there was another level. Li Su felt that he could completely capture a trace of the real power of the Zhuanghuang Tower and gain control of it. When his own strength was strong enough to destroy and kill the evil demons suppressed under the Zhuanghuang Tower, then this saintly treasure would completely become his magic weapon and move as he wished. Although there are some restrictions, and the hidden dangers under the tower must be solved, it is a treasure after all, and the main body is not like Pandubana, which almost uses up all its power in that strange place, and its spirituality is almost exhausted. Li Su kept breathing, almost using up all his strength. The pressure was really great. The sealed Dao fruits were all shaking, and the black air on them was also under great pressure. The chaotic will inside was screaming all the time and wailing. Affected by the chaotic power of Zhuanghuang Tower, it was suppressed. This is an opportunity. Li Su's eyes glowed. Although the chaos inside Zhuanghuang Tower was caused by the influence of the things it suppressed, it became extreme and violent. but it still belonged to the opponent's power, with the ultimate power of suppression. The black hair on the 6 Saint Deo fruits, the will in it is being worn away little by little. Of course, this is not easy. With the flow down again and again, although the black hair was being worn away, at the same time, Lee Su's body and soul were constantly shaking, cracking one gap after another. The supreme scriptures inside were constantly being shaken, about to be broken apart. If it weren't for its great power, and if it hadn't been rebuilt once, with the scriptures spread almost everywhere, written deep in the cells, on the soul particles, and tightly connected, it would have broken long ago. He persisted, clenching his teeth, reciting in his heart, and thinking about it in his mind, visualizing the supreme chapter again and again, causing the body and soul to resonate constantly, strengthening the connection between them. The continent kept falling, as if there was no end. Standing there, time passed in an unprecedented way. Thousands and tens of thousands of impacts every second made the body feel infinitely long. Every second passed, as if several hours. This goes on. The mind is not unable to bear it. Lee Su was a little surprised. The consumption he experienced was undoubtedly beyond the reach of humans, and even the immortal realm might not be able to bear it. If he had not gone through the test of the first and second levels, his mind would have been exhausted long ago. Although he had grown twice, his mind was much stronger, and he had mastered the control method. But the impact of the third level was too strong. Exhaustion was a matter of time. After all, he could not let half of his mind fall asleep to recover. He could only maintain about 3 levels at most. Although it would greatly improve the durability, it still could not be permanent. But as time passed, Lee Su found something different. The consumption was not as great as he imagined. No, it should be said that his mind's tolerance increased. Is it that substance? Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath and realized something. Yes, it must be that substance. The black gas remnant that fell off the yin yang deo fruit before. Think about it carefully. Lee Su has a body and a soul, but his will can't withstand this impact. The black gas is the source of the rootless, and it has been consumed by Lee Su for a long time. Even if it has 1/10,000th of the saint level power, after such a long time, plus the erosion of the treasure's power now, it should have been unable to hold on. But it was still there, being worn away very slowly. There was no doubt that it was because of the substance inside that it gave the black hair a blessing that was almost indestructible. Little by little, the black air began to dissolve, and the will inside became less and less. At the same time, his Deo fruit began to glow. Originally, only the yin-yang Deo fruit was in resonance and connection with the supreme in Lee Su's body and soul. Gradually, the number began to increase. The first to come out was the supreme of flesh and blood. The magical power that had disappeared from the real world for almost a year and 3 months was back. In an instant, the cells in Lee Su's body woke up. They restored their original spirituality, and the cracked flesh instantly squirmed and recovered quickly. Taking a breath, Lee Su, who was extremely exhausted, stood firm at this moment, and lifted up the land that was almost about to collapse him by an inch. Then, the deep veins began to glow, and there was a long stream of Buddha's will. That was the great power of the Buddha kingdom. The lotus Deo fruit revived, and it directly absorbed 1/7 of the pressure in Lee Su's body. The entire Buddhist kingdom was shaking, but it was quickly suppressed by the infinite light, the water of merit, and the grand Buddhist sound uttered by the arhats and nuns. He let out a long breath, and his body straightened a little. The soul Deo fruit woke up, and the ghost domain permeated under his feet. The endless suction force suddenly ate away another 1/7 of the pressure on Lee Su. Pangu Deo fruit and Kingping Deo fruit also revived. One cut out a world, and swallowed up 1/7 of the pressure. One cut out a sword, and cut off 1/7 of the pressure. Finally, golden light began to flow on Lee Su's body, and 9-colored glass emerged, covering him completely. The Vajra Deo fruit woke up. At this moment, its small body was covered with glass, and it formed a world under the illumination of the Buddha's light. This world, right on the wish. There is no power, there is a pure heart, and there is an indestructible God. 1 grain of gold sand, 1 wish. 3,000 gold sands become a small world, 3,000 small worlds become a middle world, and 3,000 middle worlds become a large world. In this world, the colored glaze is unstained, and there are 2 swaying trees, and the Buddha is sitting. Lisu took a deep breath, and the 6 holy fruits took away a layer of pressure. As the pure colored glaze unfolded, the pressure of the vast continent in front of him dropped suddenly. It was still very heavy, and his body was shaking constantly, but it could not crush him. Recovered. Completely recovered. He couldn't help but glowing, feeling the vast and endless power in his body. The cave was completely liberated. 200,000 years of magic power. What a huge number. There was a flame leaping. Since it was infected by the black air, the fire flag that wrapped his soul also shook. The flagpole was like a gun, as if it could penetrate everything. The flag body was like a torch, and the fire illuminated Lisu's soul. Little tower. As it was connected again, the phantom of Pangu Banner shook inexplicably, and cast a look. No wonder I didn't see it for several years. I thought it was taken away by the master. It turned out that it used itself as a seal to suppress the arm. Lisu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but think of the huge arm that broke the heavenly barrier, appeared in the 36 heavens, and destroyed a corner of the heaven. Could it be that thing? That thing. It fell towards the Tushita Palace back then. Tushita Palace? Lisu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Master Taking's dojo. This foreign demon is really brave, going straight to the saint. Suddenly, Lisu thought of something. While continuing to sort out the continent pressing on his body, he said, "Uncle, can you help me take a look? What is this thing?" He shook his consciousness and made Pangu Banner appear in the depths of his sea of consciousness. At this moment, there were 6 remains falling there, which were the substances left after the consciousness in the black air was destroyed. Although it has been absorbed, and the benefits are huge, I still can't help asking, fearing that there is really a problem. A little bit is okay, and I can spit it out when the realm is raised. If there are too many, it will be very troublesome. My little disciple, you are lucky. No wonder the black energy attached to you is so troublesome. After such a long time, the will in it has not dissipated. It is actually the chaos mud. Chaos mud. A very rare substance, born at the beginning of Hangmeng, when the world was in chaos. Pangu Saint was bred in this substance. Not only that, after Pangu Saint opened the sky, 3,000 chaos demon gods were unwilling to give in. They were attracted by the continuous space opened up by Pangu Saint, and ran over to swallow the sky. In the end, they were all killed by the saint. The remains of the 3,000 demon gods were fused with the chaotic mud that gave birth to them, and evolved to form the original ancient continent. The chaos at that time did not allow the new world to appear. To merge, the saints could only step on the ancient continent and hold up the chaotic space to completely expand the world and eventually form the prehistoric world. This thing is very magical and has the power of creation. It is not gold, fire, water, soil, or wood, and can blend with all things. Although the story is a little different, Lisu still couldn't help taking a breath. Although he knew it was very magical, he didn't expect it to be so big. Absorb it quickly. This thing will be of great benefit to your future, and related to the saint path. Saint path. Didn't I just say that Pangu, the first saint in the prehistoric world, was bred by this thing, and it is a must for the saint path? Lisu was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a while, and did not swallow it immediately. Instead, he said, "What about you uncles? Is this thing good for you? If you absorb it, can you suppress the evil demons better?" Pangu Banner was stunned for a moment. It said it so bluntly, and it was related to the saint path. This little guy didn't eat it immediately, but thought of them instead. The ancient banner couldn't help but flutter, a little happy. "It's useless to us, just absorb it directly." "Useless? Uncle, you don't have to worry about it. If it's useful to you, you really don't need to be polite to me." Lisu was stunned for a moment, and he said quickly, "It can dissolve everything. How can it be useless to you?" Lisu didn't let Pangu Banner absorb it out of humility or sharing, but really wanted to make them recover. During this period, he felt a lot of pressure, especially after Tajia had a conversation with him. He felt that the future was bleak. Therefore, if Pangu Banner could recover completely, Lisu would be very happy. It would be best if they could help him kill the foreign demon directly. Who would want to fight against the opponent alone if they can fight in a group? As for the relationship with the Saint Road, he is still a long way from becoming a saint. He is more than 100,000 miles away. Besides, there are so many black muds. How many arms are under the legs of Zhuanghuang Tower? All of them are a disaster. Isn't it better than this? Feeling Li Su's thoughts, Pangu Bana couldn't help but tremble. This little apprentice really has a different starting point. Is he planning to use them as tools? Pangu Bana said unhappily, eat yours. This little bit of divine mud is not enough for us to fill our teeth. Li Su was a little anxious. Why? Isn't it said that there are supernatural powers and can create? There must be a limit to creation. Pangu Bana rolled his eyes. What's more, we are the remains of Pangu Saint after his death. The origin is nurtured by divine mud. The creation is a wonderful thing, a fruit that blooms and bears fruit, not a seed, but a fruit. Pangu Bana paused and said softly, what's more, in our situation, what we need is not the supplement of matter, but the restoration of the origin. In other words, as long as you are strong enough, you can eventually manifest us into your magical power, merge with your origin, and become one, and we will recover. You don't need to prepare anything specifically for us. Your practice is restoring us. Li Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but widen his eyes. My practice is restoring the saint's treasure? What does this mean? Although the Taoism he practiced seemed to reflect a certain treasure in the end, it was just a reflection, not real, right? Pangu Bana shook his head and did not explain. I can't tell you the details yet, you will know later. Half of it is said, and half of it is left. Isn't this a fragment? It's a suspense. I'm going to get beaten. Li Su rolled his eyes. Okay, you said so. What else can I do? With a move of his will, he swallowed the chaotic mud in the sea of consciousness in one breath. Then, he couldn't help but shudder, and his whole body was shocked. How to describe this feeling? It was much stronger than before. It was so sour and refreshing. The consciousness was sublimated, and there were unpredictable changes inside. As if it was really as Pangu Bana said, there was a fortune in the making. Rumble. Finally, with Li Su's continuous consumption, the huge land was completely dissolved by him, turned into an endless ocean, flowing out from under him, and it was completely done. Li Su couldn't help but let out a breath and put down his arms. He had been lifting them for more than a year, and it felt like his biceps had doubled in size. At this moment, the 7 Dao fruits in his forehead all fell to the ground. I was so tired that I stuck out my tongue, especially the yin yang Dao fruit, which just stood there without any movement. The flesh and blood Dao fruits were also very uncomfortable. You said that you finally broke free from the shackles, and it was a super rally when you came out. Look at the lotus Dao fruit, the flower buds are all wilted. I feel tired, and don't like it. It's easier to stay in the black air. Li Su took a deep breath, very tired, and wanted to pounce. Although his strength has recovered, and he has made great progress, and the veins of the Zhuanghuang Tower have also been drawn by him, he is really tired. Both legs are shaking, as if he has experienced a long battle. His kidneys are dry, and he can't squeeze out any water. The extraordinary particles of the waves were absorbed by him, and the 7 caves were working hard to repair themselves. Exhaling, Li Su raised the small card given to him by the Zhuanghuang Tower, and took a look. Well, it's okay. 810,000 miles, full. However, how are these 810,000 miles calculated? I walked 100,000 miles before, and the flood is also counted as 100,000 miles. 100,000 miles of heavy rain, storms of 100,000 miles, thunderstorms of 100,000 miles, mountains of 100,000 miles, and mountains of 100,000 miles. The last continent, 100,000 miles. Where did the last 10,000 miles come from? Just as Li Su was thinking, a picture inexplicably appeared in his mind. It was a river of 710,000 miles, rolling in, bringing rainstorms, strong winds, lightning, and mountains that smashed Li Su madly. When the 700,000 miles were all over, it brought up a continent of 10,000 miles, and rushed towards him. Looking at this warm picture, Li Su's face was full of black lines. Is this called wading? This is wading by water. Shaking his head, Li Su turned around and prepared to go back. But not far away, a little girl stood there, stunned, her eyes wide open, staring at him, shocked. One. Actually one. Facing such a terrible continent. The girl was extremely shocked. Her pretty face was full of disbelief, and her eyes were really no different from the fans of the superstar in her previous life. Lee Soo coughed dryly, lowered his head and couldn't help but recall what happened just now. Well, it's okay. When I cursed loudly, I was really suppressed by the mainland, and there were constant rumbles. His little face was black and green, and he was also suppressed by the mainland when he was angry and anxious. In a word, he was a real man, and he never looked back at the moment of ecstasy. Lee Soo jumped up and came to the girl. He said lightly, "Congratulations, you have completed the first test of wading. How do you feel? Are you very happy? Are you very happy? Start to be complacent and complacent? Small families are small families. Compared with the Zaya country Cheyenne duo, the gap is not a little bit. I will wait for you outside. If you choose to give up, come out and go to the 4th level." After that, Lee Soo walked out directly. Ko Kyan stood in place, biting her lips tightly. The shock in her eyes disappeared. The body that was frozen at the door couldn't help but tremble at this moment, and the raging anger continued to grow. "Are you willing?" She was not willing. Perhaps the gap is desperate, but she would never give up before she tried, worked hard, and was completely crushed. A genius is not someone who can be successful just by being talented. He also needs to work hard. Ko Kyan has never lacked hard work. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to practice Feng Shui alone to a level that even the ancestors could not reach. She raised her head, took a step, and disappeared on the other side of the world. Watching the other party enter, and listening to the sound of the flood that began to sound inside, Lee Soo smiled. Very good. The next second, he directly plopped his body on the water surface. In short, he would sleep until the sky was dark and the sea dried up, and the rocks crumbled. Asterisk 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 at the same time. Deep in the Zhuanghuang Tower, a man with a dull look walked to a depth that no one had ever reached under the cover of endless black air. There is an extremely huge mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, extremely huge, with 5 peaks that are so high that you can't see the top. As the man approached, he found that it was not a mountain at all, but an arm. It was inserted upside down in the ground, deeply buried from the palm position. The half palm and 5 fingers that were exposed were huge beyond imagination. Black air, far beyond Lee Soo's imagination, continued to grow in it, as if it was real, forming black mud. As the man came, a big mouth grew on the terrible palm, and I was born, and it actually spoke. The voice was hard to describe, just hearing it could drive people crazy. How many years had passed? The man spoke, his voice was extremely hoarse, as if he had been thirsty for millions of years. Listening to it made people want to cut their own blood vessels and fill the other's throat with blood, full of incomparable devilishness. So far, 399,967 years. Ah, damn pseudo-saint, damn Zhuandu, Sinyanji, a whole Sinyanji. The voice of the arm was a little crazy. It had been cut off for too long, and suppressed for too long. After a while, it finally calmed down. What are you doing here? Red is developing, green is being suppressed, the most sacred weapons in this world are awakening, and fate is still struggling. I need help. Chapter 413. Drastic changes in the earthly immortal realm. After sleeping for a whole week, Lee Soo woke up and felt refreshed. He had never felt so good before. Since the Dao fruit was sealed by the black air, perhaps it was also related to the integration of the chaos divine mud. Lee Soo, who woke up, felt very different. His spirit and energy entered an unprecedented full state. And, most importantly, his Dao fruit actually went a step further, and the road became more solid. Perhaps it was because of the black air, or perhaps it was because he walked again, and combed it again, and it became more full. The mana did not increase, and the realm did not change. But the Vajra Dao fruit and the Yin Yang Dao fruit were perfect. Then there was the Chaos Divine Mud. Because of it, Lee Soo found that his use of the Supreme Chapter was deeper, as if it was greased, and it was more handy to drive it. Although the Saint Supreme is powerful, the grade of the technique is also high, and driving it puts a lot of pressure on Lee Soo himself. Although the Deo fruit has reduced this pressure, I'm afraid that, before achieving the immortal realm, it is still impossible to drive it at will and show its true grandeur. But now it is different. The flow of the Supreme Chapter has become extremely smooth, the strength of consciousness has been significantly improved, and the bearing capacity is higher, which can burst out more powerful power. There is no doubt that his strength at this moment has increased by at least 3 levels compared to the 100 Years' War. 3 levels. This is not a joke. You must know that Lee Su's own strength is amazing. He can fight against the scattered immortals just after the fusion of the spirit and directly beat the opponent. Now the 3-level improvement is almost equivalent to a comprehensive leap, which makes the gap between him and the immortal realm smaller. Now he has only completed 1 supreme fusion of the spirit, and there are still 6 left, which will undoubtedly be further improved, plus the next realm after the fusion of the spirit, the Tao. Once he enters, Lee Su will not be able to fight against the immortal realm, but the ordinary immortal realm can't beat him at all. It must be on the road of the immortal realm, go a certain distance. For example, the kind of 8 Kings level can make Lee Su feel huge pressure. Of course, strength and so on, put it aside for now. He is very happy about this progress, but not the happiest. What really excited Lee Su was not the improvement of the Supreme Chapter, but the Zhuanghuang Tower. In the 2nd level, he reflected the basic structure of the Zhuanghuang Tower, thus gaining a corner of its great power, which could reflect reality and suppress the enemy. The completion of the 3rd level gave him what he had always dreamed of: energy. The Zhuanghuang Tower in the Minscape kept spinning, and a huge amount of mana was flowing out of it. It was not extraordinary particles, but mana. The refined mana could merge with his own body as quickly as possible, and the conversion efficiency was even higher than that of the Inalong River and Anshan. The biggest problem that had always troubled Lee Su, that the Supreme Chapter required too many restrictions on cultivation resources, was solved. The vast energy kept falling from the tower, being captured by his Inalong River and absorbed by Danshan and Dangshan. Especially Dangshan, as a large amount of mana gathered, they were vibrating, attracting Lee Su's Deo fruit, and merging into it. This is a fusion of the spirit, and the speed is very fast. It has been going on for quite a long time, since he fell asleep. All 6 Deo fruits have changed to some extent, and they are about 1% complete. 1 week, 1%. How long will it take to complete it completely? About 700 days, which is 2 years. 2 years, to be honest, unless you get the foundation of a certain race for hundreds of years, and it has to be a large race, especially the kind with many. Otherwise, let alone 2 years, Lee Su may not be able to complete the fusion of all 7 Deo fruits in another 100 years. The consumption is too great. Just one has consumed almost 1/3 of the foundation of the Crow clan. Now that he has the Zhuanghuang Tower, even if he doesn't collect any resources, it will be complete in just about 2 years. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The Zhuanghuang Tower can be said to have completely solved the biggest trouble in his next practice. Next, as long as he stays in the Zhuanghuang Tower for 2 years, he can complete the fusion of the 7 saints. 2 years in the Zhuanghuang Tower. How long is it outside? Less than a day. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su stood up. He turned his head and looked at the other space behind him, which was still roaring, intending to take a look at Kaokan's situation. This girl has good talent and has the possibility of achieving the realm of immortals. Although she was born in the Kao family of the Four Thieves, her personality is relatively cold, but it is undoubtedly much better than cruelty. This has a lot to do with the Feng Shui technique she practiced. This technique has the ability to seek good fortune and avoid evil. Perhaps she herself does not know that Feng Shui has a great influence on her. Every step she takes will involuntarily move towards the most favorable aspect. Therefore, she is cold, but not evil. When implanting the prohibition, Lee Suchen touched her soul. Although he killed many people, he did not kill mortals. Those who were killed cannot be said to be good people. They had reasons to die. In other words, there is still hope. This is why Lee Su took her with him. It is definitely not because she looks good. She has black hair, hanging eyes, and a melon seed face. A little more fat on her face, a little less than tall figure, rare waves are not big, and the appearance is just right. Are you kidding? Who is he, Lee Su? Do you really think that any woman can't move her legs? Asterisk 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 shook his head and looked at the other side. The situation was not bad. He had already walked through the flood section and began to rain heavily. But, was he mistaken? Why was the flood so fine? Why was the rain so small? When it was her, it was really no different from going down a waterfall. The splashing water could fly thousands of meters high in the sky. How come it became a downpour when it reached her head? Lee Su's face was a little dark, and he felt that he was treated unfairly. If he also went through this process, although the result would still be very tiring, he would not be directly exhausted. You know, when the mainland hit him, he almost thought he was going to be beaten to death. However, when he saw the other party in a mess in the torrent of rain, his delicate body was trembling, his whole body was covered with sweat, and he was panting. Lee Su felt a lot better and felt okay. Especially this picture, it looked beautiful. Ko Khan's style belongs to the modern and beautiful girl, with a white t-shirt on top and jeans on the bottom. The so-called loose on the top and tight on the bottom, while outlining the curve of the buttocks, it concealed some flaws on the top. Because it was wet, the white t-shirt became transparent. Lee Su couldn't help but squint his eyes. It was purple and looked cold and deserted. It was like this inside. After a while, he retracted his gaze and took out the communicator. Since the other party was still taking the test, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, the Zhuanhuang Tower was constantly helping him to refine a large amount of mana and help him complete the fusion of the god. It would not be too late to go to the 4th level after the fusion of the god was completed. I don't know how the mortal world is doing recently, and the teachers and others have been in the earthly immortal world for more than a year. I don't know if the last step has been taken to achieve the immortal realm. As a general of the Xia kingdom, Lee Su's communicator is naturally of the highest level and can receive almost all information from the Xia kingdom. The latest update should be the last time he went out of the Zhuanhuang Tower. Although the Zhuanhuang Tower can be contacted, the communicator itself has its own signal transmission and is composed of Taoist magic. But there is no way to update in time inside the Zhuanhuang Tower and outside. There are several communications. Zhu Chang, father-in-law, and master-in-law have all sent messages. Shang Ying and the others didn't send it. They were all in seclusion. Probably he didn't tell them. Lee Su flipped through the message, and soon his face darkened, mainly because of the message from his father-in-law. Why didn't you find out Uncle Zhu Zhang before? Why are you so pitiful? The real culprit behind the news that the Zhuanhuang Tower was the treasure was found. Recalling everything that went wrong after he entered the dark street, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and his teeth itched with anger. The person involved in this matter didn't write a single word at the beginning. There were only a lot of words of concern for himself, and there was not a single word in the key places. After his father-in-law sent him the truth, he sent a few more sentences, saying something about being confused for a while, thinking that since the water was muddy, fortunately it would be muddier. I didn't expect that he actually guessed it right. The third guy who sent the message was the bastard Yunnan. What made Lee Su angry the most was that the other party didn't mention a word about the more than 2 billion extraordinary crystals that he earned through him, not even one. Thinking of this, Lee Su's teeth were about to break. He is generous and knows how to share, but the premise of sharing is that I give, not be bullied. More than 2 billion. The skin has been bullied twice, and the other party didn't even mention it. Thinking of this, Lee Su's expression was a little gloomy. He picked up the communicator and quickly sent a message. It's okay. What's the big deal? You didn't mean it. I was blocked by someone, fought a few times, and was stabbed twice in the kidney. I vomited some blood. They are all minor problems. I will talk to Sister Zhu tomorrow. Help me bring back some tonic medicine. Take a nap and drink 2 bowls, and I will be fine. After that, Lee Su turned off the message and flipped through the information about Xiaguo and the communicator. After a while, Lee Su couldn't help frowning. The mortal world is very peaceful, the earth fairy world is also very peaceful, and the demon clan is even calmer. These messages were updated not long ago, and the Zhuanhuang Tower has appeared for a while. Is this holding back a big move? As for the Xia kingdom, there was not much information. The most important one was the expansion of the first army of the Demon Expedition Army, and the return of the second and third armies to the mortal realm, to rest and replenish their combat power. The expansion of the first army, the second and third armies all returned to the mortal realm. Lee Su's eyes shrank, and he smelled a very bad smell. In the earthly immortal realm, the permanent troops of the Xia Kingdom are the first, second, and third armies. The first is the main force, the second is a standing force, and the third is the reserve. Usually, although the reserve will return to the mortal realm for correction, the second army will not, and the first army will generally only expand once every 10 years, and now it has been less than 8 years since the last time. Obviously, the Xia Kingdom is also making preparations. Lee Su was suddenly stunned for a moment, and his hand stopped, staring at a red-marked message. The 5 surnames held a meeting with the Xia Kingdom. The 4 families of Chen, Ruan, Zheng, and Zhou arrived, but the K family was not there. And this piece of news is very interesting. The two sides had a pleasant conversation, and reached a preliminary consensus. Pleasant? Consensus? Since the K family turned to the Demon Clan, the Xia Kingdom's attitude towards the 5 surnames has completely changed, and it no longer strives for them. It is really strange that the news of disappearance is coming out at this time. Are the 5 surnames planning to split? But what's the use? In fact, for the current Xia Kingdom, the 5 surnames are no longer important. Teacher Yiren, Shengying, Sister Zhu, and their rise, as well as Yingzhen and Teacher Wuemo who have not appeared, are constantly approaching the immortal realm. Unless the 5 surnames give up their original positions, there is almost no room for negotiation between the two sides. What are the 5 surnames planning? Asterisk 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 at the same time, in the earthly immortal realm, Holy City, the 5 surnames base, the central conference hall. Zhou is not there, while Chen, Ruan, and Zheng, the 3 immortal realms, are all present. The atmosphere is very silent, and the 3 of them did not speak. After the talks between the two parties with Xia Kingdom, the atmosphere of the entire Holy City is undoubtedly very stiff. The K family has been isolated. When they first heard the news, the K family was undoubtedly furious. They opened their mouths in the conference hall several times to accuse the 4 families of such things, asking why they did not discuss such things with the K family. Soon, the disciples of the 4 families spoke directly. When you joined the Crow clan, you didn't discuss it with us. The atmosphere became cold for a while. But today, it's a little different. The K family's immortal realm, the ancestor of the K family has returned, and rushed back from the Crow clan. His face looked very bad, his aura changed drastically, and his whole body was full of demonic energy. Even though he was in the immortal realm, his appearance still showed signs of demonization. As soon as he entered the door, his face was extremely gloomy. He looked at the 3 immortal realms present and said, "What did you discuss with Xiago?" As the head of the 5 surnames, there is no doubt that the K family has always been the leader and the core. They have long liked it. Therefore, the ancestor of the K family was extremely angry and talked to the 4 families without telling them. After a brief silence, Chen's immortal realm said calmly, "Your head and the bodies of the entire K family will be exchanged for the qualification to return to Xia country." What? The K family ancestor's face suddenly changed, and his angry eyes were filled with an unspeakable shock. He didn't say anything, but turned around and ran away. In an instant, his body was like the sun, bursting with peerless power, and he wanted to escape from the Holy City directly, even without caring about the K family disciples. Boom. Just now, a huge furnace rushed down from the sky, and instantly blocked the entire Holy City. The furnace fire was lit, and the night sky was lit up. The void was twisting, and it was filled with terrible flames. The entire 5 surnames Holy City was sealed. Caught off guard, the K family ancestor was suppressed, and fell directly from the sky, falling outside the Holy City, and an extremely huge Xiangkang was blown out. For a time, the earth shook and the mountain shook, and the entire Holy City was shaken. Zhang Tao. With a roar, the K family ancestor raised his head, and his eyes spit out boundless fierceness. "Old K, don't worry, we were just called here to help seal off the Spacer's partners." A fat figure appeared, chewing a big apple, with a harmonious smile on his face. Zhu Changba. The K family ancestor's face changed completely. His face was as gloomy as a dead person. The strongest immortals in Zaya country are here? Looking back, the K family ancestor stared at the 3 ancestors of the Chen family who were slowly walking out, and their momentum was constantly rising, and said with resentment, "You betrayed me." "Wrong, you betrayed. From the moment you defected to the demon clan. Although we want to be kings, and don't like the policies of Zaya country, there is no doubt that we are human beings, members of the human race. Old K, you betrayed us, and the human race." At this point, the Chen family ancestor said lightly, "4 family disciples, listen to my orders, kill all the K children, don't spare any." The moment the words fell, the killing sound of the holy city began. "Come on, Leo K, we have worked together for 100 years, and have 100 years of friendship. The 3 of us will send you off. Just you." With a roar, outside the holy city, a huge sun shot up into the sky, and in the sun, a golden crow shadow was seen, illuminating everything. The next second, a sword, a scripture, and a barbarian. The immortal realm, take action. Asterisk 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 at the same time, Kyanshan is about 80,000 miles away from the east of the Wolf clan. It is quite famous there, and it is called Fox Mountain. It is the clan land of the Spirit Fox clan, and the Fox King, one of the 8 kings, is here. A silver wolf, a tiger with black spots and black stripes, and a huge spider with an extremely ferocious appearance came. "I didn't expect that you would come out of the mountain too. The 10-eyed demon spider, and the Tiger King and Wolf King. I wonder what you are doing in my Fox clan territory?" A cold voice sounded, and under the moonlight, an extremely huge white fox was seen standing on Fox Mountain. It had 9 extremely huge tails. The moonlight fell on its body, and there was an infinite rhyme of Taoism shining. "Long time no see, Fox King," the big spider said lightly, not surprised that his sudden visit was discovered by the other party. Fox is a psychic, and they have the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. You should understand our purpose. Tiger King, Wolf King, the human race should not be our enemy. The real enemy is not here. Why do you always focus on the Earth fairy world? To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. The human race is too blessed. If they are not destroyed, it will make no difference to my demon race. Fox King, this is you, the last chance of your race." After a moment of silence, Fox Mountain vibrated. 4 huge figures rushed to the sky and rushed into the dark. Golden raindrops fell, which was the blood that could only be bred after the immortal realm. On this night, Fox Mountain was covered with it, and the land of 100 miles turned into a golden ocean. The demon race, listen to the order. Strangle all the spirit fox demons, and leave no one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, and in the depths of the bottomless swamp, the battle had already begun. A white snake was fighting a dragon and a black snake. Golden blood was pouring down like rain. The swamp with a diameter of 20,000 miles was rolling and steaming. Billions of cubic meters of soil were swept into the void. The white snake was fighting 1 against 2, and was seriously injured. There was a crack in its lower body. There was a strange red breath entangled in it, which looked like hair, but a closer look revealed that it was a nerve. It was bleeding non-stop. It was not the golden blood of the immortals, but pus and blood. It was unbelievable that such blood would flow out of the immortal realm. At the same time, there was also a huge wound on its waist, which was almost bitten off. It was a new wound, and it was attacked by surprise. It already had an old wound, and now it had a new wound. Its breath dropped again and again. The white snake was silent, but it fought with the dragon and python without retreating a step. It kept spewing out breath that could freeze a soul, almost condensing the entire bottomless swamp. Bailing, today is your death. The black snake yelled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was overwhelming. He had waited for this opportunity for too long, too long. The white snake that was called ignored him, and whipped him directly. The black snake's face changed. He was not the main force. Although he was about to break through, he was still far behind the real immortal realm. Boom. With a loud noise, the huge bottomless swamp of 10,000 miles was cut into 2 sections. As for the black snake, it ran very fast, but it was still cut down by 1/3. spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The black snake's eyes became more fierce, and he fell directly into the quagmire. Damn old thing. Boom. 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 The terrible battle continued. The bottomless swamp was almost broken. The white snake and the dragon python rushed to the sky, broke the shell of the world, and killed into the virtual world. Both sides were thousands of feet long, and every attack was almost enough to collapse a continent. The white snake and the dragon python were bleeding non-stop. At this moment, suddenly, a huge sun appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The light flashed, and the virtual world white snake suddenly shook and paused. A huge blood hole appeared on its chest, and the most important part of the snake clan was taken away. And this pause gave the Giamang fighting with it an opportunity. In an instant, its body rolled up and directly crushed half of the white snake's body. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood spurted out, and the white snake stopped completely. Its eyes became dimmer. It was severely injured, its roots were injured, and most of its soul was torn apart. I didn't expect that the dignified croaking actually hid in the virtual world in advance. The croaking looked at the other party, holding a huge heart in his claws, and said lightly, "Do you regret it? Bailing, the human race did not come to save you, and they can't save you even if they come." The white snake did not speak, its eyes became dimmer, and its life had reached the end. Raising its head, it gently glanced at the distance. Slowly, it closed its eyes forever. Run, Sua, Kinga, sister, the ancestor, the ancestor. A snake was leaving, running wildly. It was a white and green snake. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness of the white and green snake, Kinga's face was full of anxiety, and her soul was in tears. Besu bit her lips tightly, and her soul kept dripping blood. She didn't say a word, but just ran out quickly, with great hatred in her eyes. The last words of the ancestor echoed in her mind. Besu, leave the swamp, go to the human race, and seek refuge. Ancestor? To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. The croaking, and others will not let me live. In this case, ancestor, you will go to the human race with us. The ancestor of the white snake shook his head gently. I won't live long. Sua, go to the human race, find Zhu Changba, and tell him, do you understand? Ancestor, do you understand? Yes. The memory dissipated, and the running continued, because behind the two of them, there were constant pursuers. It was a snake, a member of the black snake clan. They kept making noises, chasing them frantically, wanting to kill them. A sudden change. The cliff of seeking the way, the thousand mountains and forests, the bottomless swamp. The immortals died, blood was shed everywhere, and the earthly immortal world, which had been peaceful for nearly a year and a half, began to be turbulent. Chapter 414, Level 4. It smells a bit. The spirit snake ancestor is dead, and the spirit fox ancestor is missing. Zhu Changba's face looked extremely ugly. He never expected that when they went to the holy city, the demon clan would actually take action. This timing is too coincidental. Are you doubting the remaining 4 surnames? Have you found the descendants of the 2 tribes? The fox tribe was relocated in advance, and many have been brought back. As for the snake tribe, their traces were found. When they passed through Kyanshan forest, they were sniped by centipede monsters and scorpion monsters. A lot of blood was found at the scene. Send someone to look for them. We must find the descendants of the spirit snake tribe. Yes. We have eliminated the hidden dangers of the 5 surnames, and the monster tribe has eliminated the Tickings. The war will not be far away. Notify everyone. From now on, Xia Kingdom will enter into full war preparations. Everyone will cancel all vacations from now on, and 80% of Xia Kingdom's resources will be withdrawn. Isn't it too costly to prepare for war like this? The Zhao family's immortal realm frowned slightly. If the monster tribe delays taking action, Xia Kingdom will be exhausted first. Exhaust. Zhu Yuan's Hang's eyes were cold. Since the war will start sooner or later, why should we wait? What do you mean? From now on, all the people of Xia Kingdom who kill any hostile demon tribe will have their rewards doubled. Starting from the early stage, the Mana Realm will receive 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 transcendent blue crystals, and the Divine Ability Realm will receive 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000 transcendent crystals. If a famous demon is killed, the above rewards will be 10 times the amount. The moment the words fell, everyone present was stunned. The demon tribe will react greatly. Then fight. All the immortal realms are ready. Determine the movements of the demon tribe immortal realms. Send people to the myth realm to send a signal. Suspend the search for King Zaya, and everyone will return to the earthly immortal realm. After 3 months, attack the 800 Flame Mountain, and destroy the Crow tribe first. This battle is inevitable. Instead of waiting for the demon tribe to prepare before taking action, it is better to take the initiative. If the demon tribe really attacks, Zaya Kingdom will only fall into a completely passive situation. Zaya Kingdom has learned this lesson many times. 3 months later, the pupils of several people present could not help but shrink slightly. This time is a bit tight. Asterisk 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 at the same time, in the 800 Flame Mountain, there were quite a few people sitting in the newly built palace, 9 in total. In addition to the 4 kings including the Crow King, there were 5 more, 3 in human form, and 2 in the dark. This was not the point. The point was that these 5 were all in the immortal realm, and their auras were extremely strong. The 3 kings couldn't help but look at them sideways. Although their auras were not as good as this, they were not much worse. Where did the Crow King find these people? Jayada Manking, how are your injuries? The Crow King said lightly. It's been suppressed. It will take some time to fully recover. Has the Fox King been dealt with? It's just a clone over at Fox Mountain, and the Fox clan has already moved away. How are the centipede monsters? They have advanced to the immortal realm, and are practicing to stabilize their realm. Where's the 10-eyed demon spider? After killing the Fox King's clone, it left. Crow King, the ape cicada, and the Bone Clan haven't arrived yet. Are they planning to go back on their word? It's okay. They have no choice in this battle. Once we lose, they can't hide. They can only go into exile in the mythology realm. Over there, even if they have achieved the immortal realm, it's still not safe. Is there any news from the Black Domain? Not yet. The AO Crocodile and the others have reached the 5th level. It's a bit tricky, and will take some time. Crow King, you said before that the treasure has a certain connection with that human race. Can the Crocodile AO and the others really find him? If the treasure chooses to protect him? Don't worry, it can't. The 3 kings looked at each other, nodded, and said nothing more. The Crow King turned his head and looked at the shadow shrouded in darkness on the left side of his attack. He said, what about you? You paid such a high price. Don't let me down. Price? Isn't it a bait? The shadow said lightly. Haha, don't worry, since I promised, I will naturally do it. When the day comes, you will see the effect. Really? Then I will wait and see. The Crow King turned his head and glanced at the figure, which was mostly covered in shadows with only a pair of senses exposed. How does the Insect King feel? Squeaky. That couldn't be better. Everyone, get ready. The battle that determines your fate is about to begin. The signal to start the war will start from the Zhuanghuang Tower. Asterisk 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 back in the Zhuanghuang Tower. After reading the content in the communicator, Li Su frowned slightly. Time is much more urgent than imagined. Go to the 4th level first. Capture the Dao Iron of the Zhuanghuang Tower completely, and then go out for a trip to understand the specific situation. If it remains unchanged, it will be fine. If there is, then let's see if we can take the Zhuanghuang Tower and go to the world fragments. Although Li Su does not need to catch the world fragments to break through, whether it is the fusion of the spirit or the enlightenment. But this does not mean that the world fragments are meaningless. No, in fact, for him at the moment, they are more meaningful. To achieve enlightenment, you have to go to the inner Long River and connect to the Long River Road in the fragments through the inner Long River. Others, Li Su does not know, but he knows that his inner Long River is narrow and not wide enough. 1 magical power is not a big problem, but 7. Obviously, it cannot fit. Therefore, he must go to the world fragments again to expand the inner Long River and increase the size of the tributaries above his head. Taking out his identity token, Li Su did not hesitate to start the transmission directly and sent himself to the 4th level to fan the fire. As for KO Kyan, the ban has been placed. Even if the KO family finds her, it is meaningless. Moreover, Li Su touched his chin. Maybe it would be a good idea to let the KO family find her first. Bad guys usually don't put themselves in other people's shoes, otherwise Kyo-kwan wouldn't be a thief. Kyo-kwan, whose sole restriction was wiped out by Lee Soo, was equivalent to being out of the control of the Kyo family. How could a guy who didn't trust his own bloodline descendants watch it? Obviously, the restriction of the yin-yang avenue, unless you have a treasure, or your realm is much higher than Lee Soo, even a celestial being won't work. You must be above the Zhuangxin level. And there are not many Zhuangxin in this world. Kyo-kwan, can you please him? Therefore, Kyo-kwan's road has actually been blocked by Lee Soo. Either die or join him. With a flash of light, Lee Soo disappeared directly from the 3rd level. In an instant, the scene in front of him changed and arrived at the 4th level. This level is still a multiplayer level. There are 4 thieves, from the Xia Kingdom and the Demon Clan. With his appearance, many people's faces changed directly. What happened in the 3rd level has been spread. One of the 4 thieves was beaten to death, 2 were seriously injured, and 1 was caught. No kidding, the young generation was caught in one fell swoop. Not only that, the sneak attack of the Demon Clan was seen by Xia Jiuo, and the news spread. Langson ran to sneak attack with the special means prepared by the Demon Clan, but lost half of his body and fled in embarrassment. This is not a genius that can be cultivated by a casual person, but only in large organizations like Xia Jiuo and the Demon Clan. Who is it? Where is it from? After all, the Demon Clan took action, and Xia Jiuo was ready to take action, and almost all organizations that were capable of training were eliminated. You said the 5 surnames? Sorry, if it was the 5 surnames, I'm afraid they would have been famous all over the world. Where did it come from? I haven't heard of it before. Now the reaction from the Demon Clan is not too intense, but it is quite intense on the Xia Jiuo side. The supernatural realm above has made a statement to kill him. It is rumored that this guy killed the school officer who returned to rest in the Demon Expedition Army and used the school officer's code. The leader ZHU Zong was so angry that he cursed. As for whether he is Lee Soo, no one has thought about this question, even the Demon Clan. Why? Look at the rankings. Who is the first? It's Lee Soo. Look at his points. The 6th level has become a few decades. In other words, the human race is super genius. The most famous genius in Xia country is at the 6th level. Feeling the eyes of the people around him, especially the fearful and angry look on the Xia countryside, Lee Soo felt very distressed and a little puzzled. Even if he couldn't guess that he was Lee Soo, the atmosphere between Xia country and the demon race was getting worse and worse. When he met a master, shouldn't he extend an olive branch? Why is he so irritable? In fact, when he almost beat the demon wolf to death, he also felt the presence of Zhang Kang. The other party ran very fast, and he ran and cursed, saying that he was insidious and cunning, and actually hid his realm. Lee Soo was so angry that he almost chased him and beat him up. As for revealing his identity, Lee Soo didn't do it. Sometimes, it's best to hide it tightly when it's time to hide, and don't tell anyone. Especially Lee Soo and others, unless they return to the mortal world and return to the base of Xia country to ensure that everything is safe. They are absolutely not allowed to reveal their identities. There are too many geniuses in Xia country who lost their lives because of carelessness. Lee Soo is now very strong, but before he can confront the immortal realm head on and remain invincible, it is best not to reveal any clues. Turning his head, he began to understand the 4th level directly. The 4th level has a very unique shape. It is a big furnace with many vents under the furnace. It is simple, but also difficult. The simplicity lies in that, as long as you have magic power, it will be fine. The difficulty lies in paying attention to the situation of the fire when fanning the fire. Fan it in when necessary, and stop when it is not needed. If you make a mistake, the flame will backfire and blow out the wind that was fanned in. Just as the thought fell, not far away, a famous person who should be a member of the Dark Street Gang obviously got the timing wrong. The wind that was fanned in was blown out all of a sudden and ignited him. In an instant, it turned into a fireball, and the Taoism was melted. Listening to the tragic scream, Lee Soo couldn't help but look sideways, feeling that it was much more dangerous than the 3rd level. Water and fire are ruthless, but it is obvious that fire is more shocking in the visual sense. He walked directly over and went to the depths. The furnace is very large, and there are vents everywhere. The deeper it is, the more terrible the fire inside is. He went straight to the deepest part. Even if the vents did not riot, the high temperature flowing out from them was still amazing. It was probably 7 or 8,000 degrees, and even the supernatural realm could not bear it. Standing still, Li Su's yin yang dao fruit jumped out, directly controlling the magic power and blowing air into the vents. The rhythm was very good, and the difficulty was reduced a lot. The main reason was that his strength was fully unlocked. Although only the yin yang dao fruit was working, the 6 saint dao fruits were actually exerting their strength, and the dao ji was also shaking wildly, analyzing the situation in each vent. 1000 vents, an average of 9 times per second. The fire in the vents changed very quickly, but basically they could blow air in 9,000 times a second, 540,000 a minute, and almost 30 million times an hour. Well, the task was only more than 90 million times in total, and it didn't look difficult this time. After about 10 minutes, Li Su thought so smoothly. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the raging fire buried him directly. The yin-yang grinding wheel exploded almost immediately, covering Li Su. Not only that, in the flames, the 6 saints dao fruits were also vibrating, and the life fire, glazed body, ghost realm, and Buddha realm all glowed slightly, and at the same time, cut off the flames that were sprayed out. After a while, the flames disappeared, and Li Su, who was covered in green smoke, was revealed. His flesh was red and burned hot. Standing in place, Li Su's eyelids kept twitching. Fuck, we're almost cooked. What the hell is the fire? 7 layers of defense, Pangu banner and Kingping sword cut off 2 layers at the first time, and there is still this temperature. Was a Samadhi divine fire of the taking saint placed here? Although he knew that it would not be easy for him to solve, Li Su was still shocked. After all, the temperature was too high, and it felt hotter than the sun fire of the Black Crow clan. But why? The order just now was also correct. Taking a breath, he became cautious, carefully feeling the flames in the vents, and controlling the 1000 vents to fan carefully. Boom. Obviously careful. While Li Su's face was gloomy, the 4th level, almost 2000 people, looked at him in shock and disbelief. They knew how powerful the explosion was. Even the outermost flames, as long as they exploded once, could burn the magic realm to death, and usually, not even ashes would be left. Although it was not a real death, and he would be resurrected like the 3rd level, but the pain was really unbearable for ordinary people. It really hurt into the bone marrow. And the position where Li Su was undoubtedly the deepest, and there was no doubt that it was a place that even the peak of the magic realm could not bear. Before, a demon clan tried it, and once the furnace exploded, it turned into ash in an instant, and nothing was left. After resurrection, he screamed for half an hour. His face was full of fear, and his mind seemed to be burned dry. The first time the furnace exploded, it was even a little red. The second time the furnace exploded, it was just a little black. The temperature of the explosion, even from a long distance, they could still feel it. It was a temperature that could burn them without leaving any slag. Is this a human or a ghost? Boom. More than 2000 people had not had time to digest the shock in their hearts, and Li Su's side exploded again. Originally, he was very hesitant, but when he found that, although he was burned badly by the fire, but the speed of the Zhuanghuang Tower's conversion of mana was accelerated a little, and the speed of the soul fusion was also accelerated by the flames. If it continues like this, it is estimated that the 4th level will be completed, and the 6th path fruit will almost be able to fully fuse the soul. Although it is said to be a slap in the face, and then a sweet date. But the sweet date is really sweet. Fuck. Li Su, who was black all over, almost bit his silver teeth. Just now, it was a wrong demonstration. The number of wind outlets controlled was directly reduced. I planned to try it first, and only exploded one at a time, to be safe. As a result, although the wrong one would explode, there was no Tao rhyme in it. In other words, this is not a reward, this is a punishment, and cheating is not allowed. Taking a deep breath, Li Su was very distressed. After pausing for almost a few minutes, he once again enlarged the control and started working quickly, but this time, he was very careful. When it was almost done, he suddenly reduced the number of vents, planning to blow them up one at a time. Even if they were blown up in succession, it would be better than blowing them up all at once, right? Then, boom. The 5 vents blew up almost at the same time, even though he had only activated one. Don't be angry, don't be angry, I'm not angry. Although it's only 3/10 rare, at least I still got the sweet taste. Grit your teeth. It can speed up the fusion of the spirit, so just burn it. Can it also cook me? Calculate it. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. If it's perfect 100 times, even if they all explode in the end, it's only 200. Lee Su stood there in a daze. At this moment, he had some doubts. Can he really survive it? Question mark. Chapter 415. Demon Clan. What have you done? ZHU Zhang. What do you mean by following us? The Millennium Group. The 5th level. The expression of the AO crocodile was not good, and the huge crocodile's eyes were fierce and angry. The relationship between the Xia Kingdom and the Demon Clan has indeed entered an unprecedented period of confrontation. It is not surprising that they will fight in the next second. But you can't just stare at it like you have nothing to do, right? If you want to fight, then fight. The AO crocodile is mentally prepared. As a result, after ZHU Zhang entered the 5th level, he just looked at it silently and kept looking at it. At this level of the divine ability realm, the senses are very sensitive. Even if someone is looking at it 100 miles away, it can feel it. Not to mention ZHU Zhang's behavior of staring at him almost face to face. Several times, the AO crocodile really couldn't stand it, mainly because this bastard not only stared at him, but also released some murderous aura when he had nothing to do. He couldn't bear it anymore, so the AO crocodile directly pounced on him with the demon and wanted to fight ZHU Zhang here, right now, to the death. The crocodile clan was originally murderous and didn't like to use their brains. Although the AO crocodile was a rare one who liked to use his brain, he was also angry. It was too tormenting for the demon. As a result, ZHU Zhang ran away with his team without saying anything. He ran so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The AO crocodile didn't chase him. After all, his purpose was not to go to the Zhuanghuang Tower to start a war with the Xia Kingdom and start looking for Lee Su. For this reason, he didn't care about the opportunities in the Zhuanghuang Tower, but just focused on breaking through the barriers. But he didn't expect that the other party would come again and stare at him again. Dirt. ZHU Zhang stretched out his little finger from a distance and tapped his nostrils. He took it out and looked at it. He didn't care about the AO crocodile's irritable look, but turned back and said, well, it's on fire. It's a bit dry. Send someone to send a message outside to make some tremella and lotus seed soup these few days to relieve the heat. Ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum and Ganoderma lucidum are not afraid of killing people all day long. ZHU Zhang. The AO crocodile exploded. Its eyes were red and it was going crazy. Oh, are you angry? Are you angry? Everyone, be prepared. As soon as he moves, you will go out and then come in. Cheyenne and I will keep an eye on this side. Bring in some roasted chicken. I want a roasted chicken, but it's 80 yuan. If it's not enough, I'll kill you. ZHU Zhang laughed and pulled Zhang Cheyenne to get ready to run away at any time. AO crocodile stared at ZHU Zhang for a long time, and his murderous intent faded a little bit. He turned around and left with the monsters. Damn it. ZHU Zhang also smiled and waved his hand and said, follow me. Old ZHU, isn't that a bit too much? Zhang Cheyenne said on the side. The strong still have to have some face. After all, ZHU Zhang and AO crocodile are the two big names of the Xia Kingdom's monsters below the immortal realm. ZHU Zhang glanced at Zhang Cheyenne and said indifferently, you, Ying Long, and Zhao who are all second generation. Except for Ying Long, who is stronger, we are basically on par with each other. Why do you think I'm the number one in the supernatural realm of Xia country? Whenever I lead a team, I must be the captain and the top player, but you are not? Zhang Cheyenne was stunned and couldn't help but roll his eyes at the bastard in front of him. This bastard is talking about something else. It's just being a captain. Let's see what you can do. Why are you still asking? It's because you are thick-skinned, and every time you take action, you say you want to be the captain? Yes, it's because I'm shameless. ZHU Zhang nodded, as if he knew what Zhang Shan was thinking, and admitted it generously. Exclamation mark. For a moment, not only Zhang Shan, but also the others behind him twitched their mouths and their scalps numbed. Admitted it? This guy actually admitted it. A tree without bark is doomed to die, and a person without shame is invincible. ZHU Zhang took out a roasted chicken leg, bit off 1/3 of it, and started chewing it together with the bone and meat, and said, Leo Zhang, what do you think our mission is? Find Sewer and ensure his safety before he responds. Why is he not safe? What nonsense are you asking? Of course it's the Monster Clan. Yes, the Monster Clan. So whether Sewer is found or not is not the key. The key is to not let the Monster Clan find him. So just keep an eye on the Monster Clan. As long as they can't find him, there will be no problem. Okay. Who are you looking down on? Sewer, that is the #1 prodigy of Zaya country. Look at the description of this tower. He is a prodigy that only appears once in 100,000 years and dominates a generation. ZHU Zhang ate the rest of the chicken leg in one bite and took out another piece of something unknown. What kind of pig intestines are these? He threw them into his mouth, like eating spicy strips, chewing them and saying, if I didn't suspect that the demons had prepared some means, I'm wrong. They must have prepared some means that would probably give even the immortal realm a headache. I wouldn't have come to this Zuanhuang tower and let these idiots go to die. Zhang Shan was stunned for a moment. How can you believe Sewer? The Mana realm killed more than 50 people in the Divine Power realm. The Divine Power realm just merged with the god and killed the scattered immortal realm with his bare hands. With this record, if I didn't have the means in my hand, who would protect whom when I came here? He ate the pig intestines in a swish and took out a hoof. ZHU Chang chewed it and said, sure enough, the cow's hoof is not good. There is too little meat, it's all tendons, and the bones are hard, so it's hard to chew. Zhang Shan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Your surname is ZHU, not a pig. How much have you eaten since you came in? 1 ton? Or 2 tons? Thinking about it, I felt a little hungry, so I took out an apple and chewed it. Apples? Damn, you didn't even tell me there were fruits, so I just wanted to have dozens of them. I'm just bored. I want pig's trotters. Are you criticizing me? Is it useful? It's useless. Why don't you bring it? I don't have more than 5. I want something else. Change it if you want. Change it. Change it. ZHU Zhang held a dozen big apples and put away the cow's trotters, chewing them while walking. Zhang Shan, on the side, was holding a pig's trotter with bones and tendons. The team members behind looked at each other and silently took out the thighs of some animals, steamed, braised, pan-fried, and grilled, and started eating them one after another. From a distance, Ao Crocodile almost exploded, especially when he saw the meat in one of the team members' hands. He was immediately angry. That was the crocodile cub that was alone and surrounded by the Zaya people not long ago. In terms of relationship, he was considered a brother. Although the time interval was a bit long, they were born by the same father. Put it here, have a picnic, right? Ao Crocodile, I can't stand it anymore. They actually boiled my 18th brother. On the side, Jiao Mang monster exploded. His eyes turned blue and there was fire. That fire's my eldest nephew. The knife wound on the leg is an old wound that has not recovered. The tiger monster's face turned blue. That liver is from my good brother leopard monster. I have seen it. It is rare and tender. I will never forget it until I die. The wolf monster also spoke. Several monsters looked at the wolf monster at the same time. When I was feeling sorry for my compatriots, what the hell were you thinking? Fight. If you keep going like this, there is no chance at all. Ao Crocodile took a deep breath, suppressed the wolf monster's thoughts, and said directly. The monsters nodded. It was really difficult to deal with such a scoundrel like ZHU Chang. In an instant, the atmosphere on the demon side changed, and they were going to take action. ZHU Chang and others also stared at each other, with murderous intent growing. At the same time, they accelerated the speed of eating, staring at Crocodile Leo and the others, while gnawing hard. Boom. At this moment, very suddenly, the Zuanhuang tower began to vibrate. The sound was so loud, like a bolt from the blue. In an instant, all the ghosts floating in the 5th level were shaken and screamed piercingly. Inexplicably, everyone present changed their expressions and felt an inexplicable crisis. Demon Clan, what the hell did you do? ZHU Zhang roared at the first moment, his face full of anger. Zhang Shan and others were startled and then looked at the Demon Clan with a pale face. What did they do? Damn, they were staring at them all the time. AO Crocodile was stunned, and then he got angry. Bullshit, I didn't do anything. What did you do? Dozens of eyes were staring at them. Even if they wanted to do something, could they do it? After the words fell, both parties were startled. The other party didn't do anything? Question mark? Could it be Li Su? Sewer? Boom. The vibrations continued to sound, and the earth was shaking. The 5th level of the Millennium Group, this endless space was trembling, and the space could not bear it, and was about to break. Below, everyone's face suddenly changed, and they couldn't help but lower their heads. The next second, they saw the ground beneath their feet shattered, and something came out from it. Fuck, what is that? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 100 Years Group, 4th level. Li Su kept inhaling, and he looked a little miserable. Very miserable. 183 vents exploded at the same time. The flames that spewed out were so hot that not only Li Su, but also the more than 2,000 spectators not far away were terrified, and their faces turned blue. They all crowded in the safe area at the entrance, shivering. Not long ago, when almost 57 vents exploded, the temperature of the huge space in the 4th level became very terrible. The Mana Realm could no longer survive. If they hadn't run fast enough, they would have been burned to death. When the explosion sounded close to 107, the temperature outside was too hot for the Divine Ability Realm. The air was full of fire, and the earth was burned red, and began to melt. Until now, every time there was an explosion, everyone was sweating and fear spread. The space in the safe zone was twisting and crumbling. Damn, what on earth was going on? The scenery outside could no longer be seen. The entire space was red and frightening. In such a temperature, why was that person still alive? Question mark? More than 2,000 people could not understand it at all, especially those in the supernatural realm. It was simply unbelievable. Someone was leaving and turned into a light spot. They couldn't stand it anymore. It was too horrible. They felt that the safe zone was not safe. Although it was said that after being burned to death, they would be resurrected in the safe zone. But what if they were burned to death in the safe zone? God knows if they would be resurrected. Even if they were really resurrected, what would be waiting for them next? A fountain massacre? There would be no countdown here, and they would be resurrected immediately. Once it becomes like that, they would either die, or they would die while constantly resurrecting. In short, half dead and half alive. It really hurts. Not knowing what the people outside were thinking at the moment, Li Su was rolling on the ground in pain. Accompanying him were the 7 Dao fruits, who were also rolling on the ground. It hurt so much. The flame particles that exploded at once seemed to penetrate the body, and there was an unimaginable violent energy inside. He was no longer confused, but had been confused all the time. In total, he was confused 183 times. The flagpole in Li Su's mind woke up, screaming from being burned, and the flagpole turned red. The terrible flame particles penetrated its body. Even the fire flag, which was originally energy, was ignited. The supreme texture on the body kept flashing, bursting out terrible light. Damn it, it's confused. It's going to be confused. Slow down. Although he was about to faint from the pain, Li Su was still stunned by the screaming fire flag. Aren't you a treasure? The same level as the Zhuanhuang Tower, right? Why do you feel pain too? It's just samadhi fire. The temperature when you were forged should be higher than this, right? Who the hell told you that this is samadhi fire? This is a transcendent particle. Li Su was stunned. Zinhoki shouted, the Zhuanhuang Tower is a repressive treasure. Where does the fire come from? This is a storm formed by extraordinary particles. It looks like fire, but it is not fire. Or a cultivator. Has he been burned into a fool? What are you standing there for? Hurry up, continue, quickly, then detonate. This sizzle energy. Li Su was confused. Aren't you in a lot of pain? Zinhoki said, it hurts. Can pain kill the treasure? No way. The treasure won't die, but people will die. Lee Su rolled his eyes and didn't intend to pay attention to Zinhuoki, who had been silent all the time and suddenly woke up. Is this human language? I'm not a human being. I've said that this is energy, a storm formed by extraordinary particles. No matter how hot it is, you can recover in the next second. You won't die. Hurry up, there are great benefits. The more miserable you are baptized, the more benefits you will get. Run the Supreme Chapter, show them, and let this particle storm baptize them. Really? If you don't believe me, go ask Leopan. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. Leopan, aren't you talking about Pangu Banner? Pangu Fan's voice rang out, no respect for elders. But, what this guy said is not bad, he won't die. Uncle Master, you haven't slept yet? Lee Su was stunned. No time to sleep, speed up. Lee Su was stunned. Although he didn't understand why the other party said he didn't have time to sleep, but since Uncle Master said he wouldn't die, he would do his best. Taking a deep breath, his eyes lit up, and the Deo solution was fully opened. The Deo fruits gritted their teeth and the terrible mana began to burst out. Fusion of the spirit is faster than expected. In the case of 183, 98% has been completed, close to perfection. In an instant, his mana enveloped it. Don't say, at this moment Lee Su's mana became very manic and very intense. Under the baptism of this particle storm, it changed. Let the storm come more violently. Dare not hurry, that's because Lee Su is afraid of being burned to death. If he is sure that he will not die, but just hurt, he has also been in pain before. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of vents were covered by him, activated in an instant, and under the analysis of the Dog, they were transported crazily. At this point, he has mastered 98% of the Dao Yun of the 4th level of the Zhuanghuang Tower. Not to mention 9 times a second. 90 times a second is no problem. He has already found a pattern. Fuck, don't. The flagpole was stunned. Although he asked the other party to speed up, he only said one after another without rest, but he didn't say this kind of acceleration. 187, 189, and 201 exploded almost at the same time. That's how many. 577 vents exploded at the same time. Ah. The flagpole wailed. It cracked. It was burned. Lee Su was also wailing. That cry. It was simply. He was cracked. His flesh and blood were burned dry. His bones were melted. The Supreme Chapter was burned out. No, it should be said that only the Supreme was left, and his soul was burning. The Deo fruit was burned through and cracked. His Supreme was trembling wildly. Something was being nurtured by it. That was when his flesh, blood, bone marrow, soul, and Deo fruit were regenerated by the Supreme Chapter, even though his body was almost annihilated. However, his flesh, blood, bone marrow, soul, and Deo fruit had just grown out, and soon they were burned again. After several times like this, he barely recovered. It hurts so much. Lee Su's mind was almost paralyzed. Just a moment ago, he was really burned, and only the Supreme Chapter was left. However, when he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but take a breath. Because the Deo fruit was complete. Flesh, blood, soul, Vajra, Yin and Yang, Yuking, Shanking, and Lotus, the 7 Deo fruits were all vibrating, completely merging with Lee Su's cave and becoming one. From now on, they are no longer rootless things. Boom. 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 One sound after another. Lee Su's soul was vibrating, and his body was also vibrating, transforming. He was transforming. The Deo method merged with the spirit, and the Supreme was manifested. Deep in him, something was completely changed. The nature of life completed a leap. Flesh, blood, and bones were changing, and a hint of gold appeared inside. That is noble, ancient, and supreme. Immortal. Lee Su is transforming towards immortality. There is no doubt that this is incredible and unbelievable. Although he has reached the realm of supernatural powers and is not far from the realm of immortals, in fact, the real immortal realm, the real transformation is very slow. Even if it is said that after becoming a Taoist, the supernatural powers are sent into the long river, it also takes a long time to constantly absorb the power of the long river, accumulate and transform a little bit, and finally complete the transformation. The scattered immortal does not count. He is fake. Although the blood is golden, but as time goes by, the blood will quickly recover, and the supernatural nature will disappear. Lee Su's is different. That trace of gold is eternal and eternal. If the energy disappears, then the blood will not be left, and will disappear with it. In other words, his level is higher than that of the scattered immortal, and it is a real transformation. The particle storm finally stopped, and the 577 vents burned terribly to the end. Standing in the endless sea of fire, Lee Su took a deep breath. Although it was really painful, as if there was no limit, the harvest was also so great that it was simply unimaginable. In this last explosion, Lee Su felt something different. His body, soul, and AO fruit had all undergone tremendous changes. It was much stronger than the normal improvement. Even the Danshan and the inner long river had changed and been widened. Facing this result, Lee Su couldn't help shrinking his eyes. The Danshan and the inner long river had actually been improved. This was definitely the first time, without the help of the world long river. Sure enough, the old man's words were still very effective, and it was worth listening to. He was very good. The Xinhuo flag was not so good. The flagpole was burned so badly, and it was all cracked. After all, this was Lee Su's creation, not its, so if it wanted to repair it, it had to rely on itself. It wasn't dissatisfied, but it hurt. It really hurt, the kind that was unforgettable. This bastard, how dare he do this? The Xinhuo flag couldn't help but complain crazily, and was frightened by Lee Su's madness. Leo Pan, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You are so disrespectful. That's enough. I've sucked so much. Now it's up to you. This is, damn, the waves on your daughter's chest. Hey Mew. The damn thing. RRR. I'm going to kill it. Kill it. Without hearing the communication between the two treasures, Lee Su's eyes glowed. Although he had completed it 100 times, the Zhuanhuan Tower was completely reflected in his heart. He could use its power. When his realm was high enough, he could completely reveal it, which was considered a complete merit. However, he did not refuse this kind of progress. As long as he was sure that he would not die, Lee Su was not afraid of anything. Thinking of this, he started to send wind again, intending to continue. Boom. However, the next second, a shocking sound rang out, and the entire Zhuanhuan Tower shook, with a terrible breath spreading. Lee Su was startled. What happened? The vibration seemed to come from under his feet. He couldn't help but lower his head. The next second, the fourth level, where Lee Su was located, was cracked. No, it should be said that the entire void exploded. A hand that could penetrate the sky and pollute all living things stretched out from below. It was too big. One finger was actually more than 100 feet wide. Just the palm was like a continent. It stretched out from the ground and rushed directly to the sky. A terrible loud noise was exploding. Countless screams were ringing, and the weaker cultivators turned into smoke on the spot, annihilated by the breath of the Black Hand. The supernatural realm was vomiting blood. Even Lee Su couldn't help but have a shocking roar in his mind. He retreated more than dozens of steps, and was shocked by the hand. Although it was a little different, he had seen this thing before. The Zingri Palace in his mind was also shaking, as if it had sensed something. It was that arm. A corner of the Zingri Palace tore the heavenly court barrier apart, making the endless heavenly immortals crazy and corrupted. The Zingri Palace was also interrupted because of it, and separated from the heavenly court. Under the Zhuanhuan Tower, what was suppressed? Lee Su's face changed drastically. How did this thing come out? At this moment, at this time, who can withstand it? Chapter 416, Black Hand of Zhuanhuan Town. The world is broken. Under the gazes of hundreds of thousands of people, an arm stretched out from the ground and rushed out. A terrible force surrounded it. The endless madness seemed to make one fall into the abyss of madness. The soul is sinking. This is a completely indescribable feeling. In an instant, countless thoughts seemed to be forced into the brain. They tore the original soul, pulled it out, and hit it with a hammer, until it was out of shape. Then, they took out the needle and thread and sewed it. While sewing, the thoughts would make mistakes, sewing the head to the feet, sewing the mouth to the stomach, and sewing oneself into your soul, indistinguishable from each other. When everything is done, stuff it back into that body. Is it still yourself? Not anymore. It has been changed from the bottom up. Unbelievable screams rang out from all around. They were no longer the wailing of humans. The screams coming out of their mouths were completely incomprehensible to creatures. That kind of wailing itself had a strong ability to pollute. They were amplifying the madness of that arm. The people who could have held on could not help it after seeing and hearing this kind of sound. Their hearts were grabbed by the emotion called fear. The breathing that life had learned naturally from the beginning was forgotten at this moment. Breathing in big mouthfuls. But no air came in. It was as if one's life was held by someone else and was slipping away. That feeling made people more terrified. Once fear appeared, one would become a seedbed, infected and corroded by the crazy breath. The body began to fester. The soul grew abscesses. The lives could not accept this kind of information. This kind of infection was releasing poison and killing itself. Looking at the scene, that was exactly the same as the corner of the Zingri Palace. Lee Su's face became extremely ugly. Madness was also invading him, and black smoke was lingering around him. It was that familiar power, seen in the Zingri Palace, and also infected in reality. Perhaps because he had experienced more terrible scenes, and had experienced real infection, he resisted and his mind was not affected. But the tragic scenes around him still shocked him. He could feel it. The black hand did not break the cage of the Zhuanghuang Tower. It was still locked and suppressed. The power in the black hand that could make an immortal sink with just one glance did not erupt. But this was too crazy and too terrible. It was not a real contact, but just a trace captured by the eyes. Would it have such a terrible effect? Also, it was obviously suppressed by the Zhuanghuang Tower. Why did it suddenly erupt? Could it be that it could not be suppressed? It shouldn't be. Although the Zhuanghuang Tower did have some problems in order to suppress the opponent, so many tools were brought in to sort it out. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be suppressed more solidly? Why was it broken through by the opponent? Could it be that something happened? What did the demon clan do? The world is collapsing little by little. Lee Su saw Kao Kyan, who was supposed to be at the 3rd level, and Zhang Kang. Not only him, but also Kinzan and the others. The 100 Years group, which was supposed to be separated, all appeared together. No, not only that, Lee Su also saw familiar faces from afar. Deep below, there was Zhu Chang, Zhang Xian and the others. The barrier of the Zhuanghuang Tower was broken. Could it be broken? Lee Su showed a trace of shock on his face. The black hand was undoubtedly the power of a saint. If it really rushed out of the cage, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic to this world and everything. Under the current circumstances, the immortal realm has no way to fight it, even if it is only a part. Just when everyone was extremely shocked, the Zhuanghuang Tower itself was shaken. Outside, the dark street filled with fog was shaking. The towering stone tablet disappeared. Instead, the Zhuanghuang Tower was shaking. Its body lit up, and terrifying Dao patterns burst out from it. The magnificent Dao scriptures soared into the sky and instantly penetrated the entire dark street. The terrifying light directly illuminated the black domain of tens of millions of miles. It shook. The extremely terrifying power was bursting out. It was a great power that could suppress everything, and it was a power that could seal everything. A road like a long river. I don't know how many tens of thousands of miles, or hundreds of thousands of miles, or even millions of miles. It appeared from one end of the black domain, and ran all the way to the other end of the black domain. The supreme chapter was shaking, and the supreme Dao rhyme was ringing. The treasure of acquired merit, the complete saint's weapon, at this moment, burst out with extremely bright brilliance. Unlike the Pangu banners that suppressed the unknown, the Zhuanghuang Tower has been suppressing for several centuries, but it has never been overly worn out, let alone weakened. The light it burst out is incomparable even to the stars. It is a galaxy, a huge galaxy composed of countless stars. It shook. Not only the dark street, but the entire black domain was trembling. The mortal world, the earthly immortal world, and even the mythical world all felt it. Black Mother's arm, you are looking for death. The child's voice was supreme, with unparalleled majesty, and even more domineering. In an instant, everyone in the entire dark street saw it. An extremely huge tower, a tower larger than the continent, the sky, no, larger than the stars, slowly fell down. It was shining with golden light, and the stars were scattered around its body. What was slowly falling down was not some energy that could destroy the world, but an extreme state that would crush even billions of worlds and endless planets. It fell down. The sky was pierced, and the universe began to break. A huge arm appeared, like a continent, with endless madness, so terrible that, no matter what existence saw it, it would tremble and go crazy. It twisted, and the blue veins on the arm exploded, and the dark blood dripped down like a river, like an ocean. The arm shook, and the 5 fingers seemed to come alive, with millions of mouths growing on them. They began to speak, the most vicious voice, with incomparable madness, spewing out vicious curses. Billions of unprecedented Taoist methods were spewed out from the arm. They gathered together and turned into an extremely huge ocean. The ocean currents were turbulent, and hideous heads grew out. Living beings, all kinds of living beings, hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions. They were screaming, wailing, turning up quickly, and crashing into the falling Zhuanghuang Tower, trying to resist, to smash it. The Zhuanghuang Tower shook, but the supreme Taoist pattern on its body glowed, and the stars surrounding it shook slightly, and then broke free from the bondage of gravity, and fell from it. One by one, one by one. The stars were like rain, with no end in sight. It seemed that there were as many Taoist methods as the power of the huge black hand, and as many stars fell from the sky. Broken, facing the billions of stars that could cause small information to disintegrate when a star fell from the terrifying Zhuanghuang Tower. The Dao law that the black arm spewed out was completely shattered like bubbles. Before the arm could react, the terrifying star hit its body. Even the arm, which was as huge as a continent, was as humble as an ant in front of the star. Boom, boom, boom. The terrible sound was ringing, and the arm was rotten. As the falling stars exploded one by one, it was hit by an unprecedented impact, and its flesh and blood were cut off, and the black bones inside were all collapsing. It screamed, vomited blood, and wailed, unable to withstand the power of the Zhuanghuang Tower. But in a moment, it began to shrink violently, and began to converge frantically. It was already extremely small, and with the contraction, it became even smaller in front of the endless stars, like an ant, as tiny as dust. The stars did not stop, and pressed heavily on the arm. They vibrated and began to change, turning into an enormous cage, suppressing the arm tightly inside. Boom, boom, boom. One sound after another. Once, again, and again. The Zhuanghuang Tower threw down 9 times of the sea of stars, pressing the arm into a hell deeper than the infernal realm. After it was done, it vibrated, and the tower body burst into an extremely terrifying light, falling on the huge star seal, and began to fall. In an instant, it crossed the black domain for billions of miles, and fell towards the deep and unreachable place. Boom. With a thunderous sound, everything was restored. Damn it. Li Su, who watched the whole process, was stunned, and Aogo almost jumped out of fright. He thought it was an external demon outbreak, but what he saw was the greatness of his own treasure. Using billions as a base, using stars to form 9 layers of seals. Is this called suppression? After a slight feeling, Li Su found that he couldn't afford to lose even one, let alone 90%. Too much. My human treasure was chased and interrupted, but the other party survived safely. Those damned foreign demons are not sons of man. Zinhoki screamed, very angry, recalling that year. Not only was he interrupted, but the avenue of civilization he held was also broken, and he almost died. As a result, Zhuanghuang Tower has been safe and sound until now. Too much, too much. Although the other party's voice sounds like a baby, it is Zinhoki, that is a child. On the side, Liu Pan was shocked, but when he saw the appearance of Zhuanghuang Tower, he also felt a little resentful. It is really a treasure of merit. The merit of opening the sky, the aura of Zhuanghuang, is obviously powerful and unparalleled, and should be the target of the foreign demons. However, just as the war started, the Black Mother who attacked the Tushita Palace was cut off her arm by the old master taking who was refining the elixir, and the furnace exploded, and then suppressed it with the Zhuanghuang Tower. Then he stayed there all the time, and never appeared from beginning to end. This luck is unmatched. I thought the little flagpole would also come out to help. Why would he need to do anything? However, the arm is crazy. Is it really crazy? I thought it had some trump card, so it exploded, but now it seems that it has none. Pangu Bana was a little confused. These external demons have no other abilities, but their vitality is amazingly strong. Even after several centuries, it has not been wiped out, but it is still increasing, and it is self-produced internally, as if it is a natural hermaphrodite, always like that. Therefore, it should continue to stay, but it revived in advance and exposed itself. Although the Heaven and Earth Zhuanghuang Tower is a defensive treasure, it is also a suppression treasure. If you really think it can only suppress, you are joking. Those who can really be suppressed by it are extraordinary, powerful, and magical beings. Otherwise, if it changes to a weaker one, it can be directly suppressed to death on the spot. This act of forcibly breaking free is very irrational. The power that has been built for so many years has been completely shattered. Not only that, there has been movement in the place where the original body is recently. Is it planning to wake up? Is there any contact from outside? Impossible. With the strength of the master and his men, if they really want to solve the problem, there will be no movement. My little disciple, this black hand comes from a certain external demon. It is very difficult to deal with. The nature of its power is that, as long as a little bit of it remains, it will be regenerated immediately. Its nature is almost indestructible. It can only be suppressed by killing it instantly. This is why the Zhuanghuang Tower made such a big fuss. He is the type of person who is taking advantage of others. It made such a big fuss for no reason, almost exposing the foundation of the restoration of several epochs. There must be some reason behind it. Pangu Bana said with a little heaviness, you have to improve quickly. I always feel that the peace will not last too long. You have to reach the point where you can use us quickly. Li Su was shocked. It was rare to see Pangu Bana so heavy. Is it because of this arm? Can you use Pangu Bana? What realm is this? Ordinary immortal realm. It shouldn't work, right? No need for too much. Golden immortal will do. Gold. Li Su was choked and rolled his eyes. This is not much. Golden immortal, also known as Daluo. Recall, how many Daluo were there in the history of mythology? 12 golden immortals. Masters Duandu, Duobao, Guiling, Jinling, Wudang, plus Sanxiao. That's it, right? Count them. Exactly 20. I'll try. Li Su was stunned for a moment. As the suppression ended, the figure of Zhuanghuang Tower was fading, and was about to disappear. Is this too much consumption? Is it going to disappear? It consumes a little, but it's not a big problem. You can come to me, because of this mist. It is similar to a space transmission medium that can connect to very far places, but in essence we are still in two different time and space. Just now, because of the suppression, the mist was impacted, and the mist, where my body is about to dissipate. Therefore, it is not that I'm going to disappear, but that you are being sent away, and returning to where you were originally. A child's voice sounded in my heart. It was from Zhuanghuang Tower. I see. You go out. Be careful. Although the Black Hand's body was suppressed by me, it is not spiritual enough. I'm afraid that this breakthrough is just a trick. Li Su's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this a big crisis? Before Li Su could say anything, the Zhuanghuang Tower completely faded and disappeared from their sight. The familiar scene reappeared. It was the dark street, and everyone returned to the dark street. At this moment, countless people were shocked and speechless. They had mouths, but didn't know how to express it. The impact was too great. So much so that the mind was in a trance. When I came back to my senses, although I always felt that I had experienced something extremely terrible, my mind couldn't remember it anyway. Something was lost. A large blank appeared in my memory. Many people sat down directly on the ground, without the aura of a strong man. Their faces turned blue, they were sweating all over, and their clothes were soaked. Even Zhu Chang and others who were at the peak of the supernatural power realm and the realm of enlightenment couldn't help but breathe heavily at this moment. Their faces were stiff. The impact was too great, and they completely lost their minds. In order to protect themselves and prevent their souls from being crushed, they chose to forget and gave that memory to Fengchen. Looking back, Zhu Zhang looked at the AO crocodile not far away with a pale face. The next second, his face was filled with incomparable anger. Damn it, Ao crocodile, what did you do? Why is the Zhuanghuang Tower gone? No matter what the problem is, as long as it is not caused by his side, it must be the other side. Ao crocodile and other monsters are also pale at this moment, full of doubts. What happened? It couldn't understand, but it understood its own situation in the next second. Because of Zhu Zong's angry shout, countless people looked directly at Ao crocodile and others. The so-called cutting off someone's opportunity is like killing their parents. If they hadn't discovered that the other party was a demon clan and a group of fierce demons, they would probably have been unable to resist and attack directly. Bullshit, it's what you did, right? Ao crocodile immediately refuted. Its eyes were cold, full of murderous intent. Is it Li Su? Did he refine the Zhuanghuang Tower? Where is the person? Call him out. You are bullshitting. Zhu Zong's face was as hen. Damn thing, I was just talking. Really? Since you said so, I'll believe you this time. Ao crocodile suddenly changed his tone and didn't continue to talk nonsense with Zhu Zong. Instead, he raised his hand directly. It was a shadow, almost invisible and hazy. It looked like a tripod bell. It was very unusual. The sun, moon, stars, earth, water, fire and wind surrounded it outside the bell, and there were mountains, rivers, and land inside the bell, and all races were hidden in it. What are you doing? Zhu Zong's face suddenly changed. The moment that thing appeared, it gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. Although the opportunity was not strong, it had a similar aura to the Zhuanghuang Tower. Ao crocodile's eyes flickered, and memories emerged in his eyes. This thing is also a treasure of heaven and earth, with magical power of creation. Although it is only a corner of the shadow, it also has supreme power. Ao crocodile, when you go to the Zhuanghuang Tower, if you are sure that the target is within the range of the bell, then vibrate it. It will help you determine where the person is. Without waiting for Zhu Zong to react, Ao crocodile's magic power burst out and poured into the shadow in his hand. Dang. The melodious bell rang. The sound was not loud, but it was full of an indescribable ancient flavor. The moment it rang, it seemed as if a civilization passed by, and the body and mind were baptized by the grand years. The flesh and soul were pierced, and they couldn't help shaking, unable to unify, and were torn apart. This sound forbids all laws, and all the ways were shaken by it at this moment, unable to take action. Different from the Zhuanghuang Tower, it has the same terrible power. Clang. At this moment, a sound broke out from not far away. In an instant, the pupils of the Ao crocodile and other demons shrank, and the pupils burst into a terrifying murderous intent. Looking at the sound, Zhu Zong and the others also realized something. Their faces changed drastically, and they turned their heads to look at the sound. Not only them, at this moment, most people in the entire dark street couldn't help turning their heads. The bell sound was shocking enough, but the echoing sound was not bad either. There is also civilization, history, and grand pictures in it. That is the history of the human race. A flagpole held high in the sky, and the fire was like a flag, cutting through the sky. However, when they saw the target, everyone could not help but be stunned. Is it Zhu? No, it should be said that it was someone who disguised himself as Zhu. At this moment, Li Su was also confused. Just now, when Zhu Zong and the others quarreled with the demons, he was ready to run away. As a result, an inexplicable bell sounded, which was about to penetrate his body and shake his soul. At the first moment, the Seven Saints Supreme reacted and wanted to emit light to offset the sound. But unexpectedly, the Xinhuo flag moved. Not only did it move, it reacted extremely violently, as if it was about to explode. With a scream, it jumped out of Li Su's soul in the next second, stimulated and crazy. Although I have not experienced it in the long river of human civilization that forged it, there is another unspeakable blood and tears history. During the war between witches and liches, the magic tools were refined with the souls of the human race, which could severely damage the witches. So, the demon emperor ordered to kill the human race and the world to refine treasures. During that period, the human race in the prehistoric world numbered over 10 billion, but after it ended, it was only 10 million. How much blood and hatred is there? Boom. The flames filled the sky, and the flaming flag spread across thousands of miles. The flagpole rolled up, and the flaming flags burst into a terrifying light, reflecting the great history of the human race, and slashed directly at the phantom in the hands of the AO crocodile. Chaos Bell, I've been looking for you for a long time, come and die. Chapter 417 Appearance. The Chaos Bell seemed to vibrate, and the body of the bell lifted up slightly. The next second, it broke through the void, like a meteor, and went to the depths of the black domain. Where are you going? The Xinhuo flag jumped like thunder, and the head of the gun directly pierced the void, and the flames that were cut out swept directly into it. Ding. With a terrible loud noise, a huge explosion occurred in the depths of the black domain outside the dark street. A terrible flame burst out from the unknown, turning into an endless huge flame, covering tens of thousands of miles in diameter, lighting up the entire dark street like a big sun. Ding, ding, ding. The sound kept erupting, and there were constant light and shadows erupting in the black domain. A huge flagpole was seen chasing an ancient bell. The two chased and fled, and they kept colliding in the void. The sparks that exploded were like the explosion of stars. The terrible vibrations almost resounded throughout the world. They fought too fast, thousands of miles in 1 second, tens of thousands of miles, but in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the depths of the black domain. I fucked up. Lee Su stood there, his teeth ached. Too much, too much. It would have been fine if they had jumped out by themselves, but they actually ignored him as the holder and ran directly after the Chaos Bell to the depths. Listening to the explosion not far away, Lee Su was in a very bad mood at the moment. After all, the appearance of the Xinhuo flag was too amazing, and it attracted all the attention of the entire dark street at once. At this moment, both the Demon Clan and the Xia Kingdom were a little stunned. Because the target person was a little different from what they thought, there was a deviation, and the Xinhuo flag that jumped out was obviously another treasure different from the Zhuanghuang Tower. Who is this person? Mastering the Yin and Yang Avenue, performing well in the Zhuanghuang Tower, and gaining a little recognition from the Zhuanghuang Tower, he can exert its great power, and now he actually holds another terrifying treasure. The Demon Clan's eyes were very shocked, because this was simply a treasure, giving them a very different feeling. The lines of the avenue on its body are flowing with the history of human civilization, a vast history of civilization, not the present, but the past, an extremely ancient past. It is extremely heavy, and has a terrible will. Although it was the first time they saw it, AO Crocodile and the others still had a sense of it. This treasure is not just a treasure, it is related to humanity and the human race. For a time, many monsters had murderous intentions in their hearts. Such a treasure and such a person cannot be kept. ZHU Zong and the others also looked solemn at this moment, with doubts in their eyes. After all, Lee Su did not have the Yin Yang Avenue, and they had never seen him use such a treasure. The impact of the human treasure on them was also great. The moment it appeared, they felt something different. Zhang Kong, that bastard, did he really check it correctly? ZHU Zong couldn't help but curse inwardly. It is impossible for someone who holds such a treasure to stand on the opposite side of the human race. They also realized in an instant that it was a human artifact and a treasure of the human race. At least the attributes were correct. Glancing at Zhang Shand, ZHU Zong took a step forward and blocked the way of AO Crocodile and his men. Unexpectedly, AO Crocodile did not move. It looked at ZHU Zong with a dim gaze, and the corners of its mouth slightly cracked, as if it was smiling. ZHU Zong's face darkened, and his eyes twitched slightly. Could this guy in front of him be? ZHU Zong, do you want us to help you? That treasure should be your most precious treasure. I heard your order to kill him before. In fact, your people went there, right? By the way, I remember Zhang Shan tried to persuade you, but you ignored the opposition and sent people to ambush and kill him. Bullshit. ZHU Zong's head was smoking, and his face turned green with anger. This guy's not a son of man, and his ancestors' graves are on fire in an insidious way. Don't talk nonsense. Holding the human race's treasure, that means I'm the human race's pride. I, AO Crocodile, swear by the heavenly Dao, there is no falsehood in what I said just now. If there is a demon in my Dao heart, I will not die well. AO Crocodile interrupted the other party directly, and at the end, he said, otherwise, you also send one. Hiss. Zhu Zhang's face turned blue. I send you uncle. On the side, Zhang Shan's face was extremely ugly. No doubt this change was unexpected. They couldn't help but glance at Li Su not far away. Well, the other party's face was very dark, pure black. Not only a crocodile's words, I'm afraid Zhang Kang, who ran to attack, was also captured by the other party and hammered what he thought in his heart. Damn it. The other party holds the human Dao treasure, but there is a rift with Zhuo. This is not good. Very, very bad. After all, Zhu Zhang's identity is there, and he has made great contributions to Zhuo many times. There is no possibility that he will be punished, because the other party holds the human Dao treasure. Next, Zhang Kang opened his mouth wide. Undoubtedly, he did not expect this result. He did find out that a school officer of the Xia Kingdom was missing, and his life and death were unknown. There were no spies deployed in the dark streets. As for the four thieves, no one knew where they were hidden before the treasure appeared. That string of secret codes was really strange and suspicious. Of course, there is another possibility. The other party is Li Su, then everything will be solved. But, Li Su had already entered the Zhuanghuang Tower and was practicing in the 6th level. And what about Zhu Yu? He entered later. When he came out, his name had just passed the 1st level. Zhu Yu could not be Li Su. Undoubtedly, this is a perfect closed loop, because the Zhuanghuang Tower and the treasure provided all of this. This testimony is too strong. What to do? What to do? So what? There is nothing that is not allowed to see the light in Xia country. Zhu Zhang took a deep breath and said calmly, this person once pretended to be a school officer of our demon conquering army. There are indeed school officers whose lives and deaths are unknown in the mortal world of the demon conquering army. Our demon conquering army has not implanted any dark chess pieces on the dark street. It is not surprising that we think he has a problem and want to kill him. This matter is my sole responsibility. Now that he holds the treasure of humanity, it indirectly shows that he has no problem. After this matter is over, I will ask for forgiveness from the higher-ups. Haha, ask for forgiveness? Ao Crocodile laughed very creepily. This was indeed a beautiful thing to say, but how could you fool him so easily? If I heard it correctly at the time, the real reason you wanted to kill him was because of the Zhuanghuang Tower, right? The other party was recognized by the Zhuanghuang Tower. In order to avoid the possibility that he would rob the opportunity of Li Su, the first prodigy of your Xia country, you asked someone to find an opportunity to kill him. Zhu Zhang's face changed, and Zhang Shan's face also changed. This bastard, possessing the supreme Dao method and holding the treasure of the human race, his existence and status can undoubtedly be compared with Li Su, the first pride of Xia state. No, because of the treasure of humanity, his importance in some sense may be higher than Li Su. They can feel that this treasure is very different and has a huge effect on the human race. If it appears on the battlefield, he will become the core and the torch. Once he joins Xia state, it may not take long for him to obtain a status equivalent to Li Su and even have a reputation that exceeds Li Su among ordinary people. This is to plant dissatisfaction in the other party's heart, to form a gap with Li Su and split them. This bastard, why is he so sinister? You are a crocodile. What brain do you use? Rushing up and biting is a characteristic of your race, right? Looking at the expressions of Zhu Chang and others, the Ao crocodile smiled very grimly. It naturally will not let go of this person who holds the treasure of humanity, nor will it let go of Li Su, the first pride of Xia state. But it is cautious by nature and used to sowing seeds everywhere. Even if an accident really happened and this person ran away and failed to find Li Su, it could still plant dissatisfaction in his heart. Even if there is nothing now, when the other party rises in the future, a provocation may produce a completely different effect. As expected, Li Su's face was a little gloomy from a distance. This behavior is quite serious. After all, cutting off someone's path is like killing their parents, which is a deadly feud. Now that the Zhuanghuang Tower has suddenly disappeared, if Zhu Yu has obtained the Zhuanghuang Tower, it is nothing. What if he didn't get it? This feud is really formed. Li Su took a deep look at Zhu Zhang and said nothing. But this look made both the Xia Kingdom and the Demon Clan change color. Ao Crocodile was naturally happy and smiling, and the gap appeared, and the purpose was achieved. ZHU Zong and the others frowned, because the most undesirable thing happened. Not only that, but also made everyone have a little guess. Zhuanhuang Tower, maybe it was really, because of Li Su, that it was not reported, otherwise, it would not have such a big reaction. So what about Li Su? Where is he? And the most important thing is, has the other party recovered? Asterisk 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 barrier, of course not. After all, he is Li Su. His eyes could not help but flicker, because the operation of the Zhuanhuang Tower made Zhu Yu and Li Su completely become two different people, and there is no doubt that this can be used well. The demon clan pressed too hard, and Ang Huang's killing intention could still be felt here in the Dark Street even across the Earth Fairy world. Look at Ao Crocodile and others, just because he is not Li Su, even if he has the human treasure, and is not weak, they did not take action at the first time, but still stared at the whole scene. What does this show? It shows that Li Su is the first target, to be dealt with in their hearts, and everyone else has to stand back. Even Ao Crocodile's words, rather than being a nuisance to ZHU Chang and others, it is better to say that it is a nuisance to Li Su. Everything is for Li Su, and he must be killed at all costs. Therefore, Li Su's identity is very heavy, too heavy. Zhu Yu's vest, maybe it will work. The next second, Li Su moved, and his figure disappeared directly. When he appeared again, it was in front of a girl several miles away. It was Kao Kyan. She was surrounded. Although everyone was paying attention to the conflict between Xia Kingdom and the demon race, there was one organization that was not. The Four Thieves. After Kao Kwan came out, he immediately found Kao Kyan and led his men towards her. Qin Yang and others naturally gathered together. They looked very unhappy. The loss this time was too great, and it was a waste of effort. Maybe Xia Kingdom didn't have time at the moment, but when it came back to its senses, it would inevitably settle accounts. After all, let alone their identities, they were the kind that could not be seen in the light. In Xia Kingdom's textbooks, there were detailed descriptions. Each of them was guilty of a crime that was beyond description, and it was not too much to be beheaded 100 times. So taking advantage of the confrontation between Xia Kingdom and the demon race, the Four Thieves prepared to run away. Kao Kwan looked very unhappy, because the taboo in Kao Kwan's mind could not be lifted, let alone lifted. Even the seal could not be done. The yin and yang avenue was too magical, and the power flowing in it alternated with each other, and it was uncertain whether it was real or fake, which was not something he could handle at all. Moreover, he discovered a terrible thing, that is, the restriction he had placed on Kao Kyan was lifted, and not only was it lifted, but it could not be recondensed. What does this mean for Kao Kwan? It means that Kao Kyan is completely out of his control, and is controlled by Zhu Yu. Seeing Kao Kwan's reaction, Qin Yang couldn't help but step forward to detect it, and then he couldn't help but step back 2 steps, frowning slightly, and turned his head and said lightly, "Brother Kao, it's time to cut it off. It can't be solved, and it can't be restricted." The Kao family Xianjiao completely changed its nature at this moment, and became a huge hidden danger. As a big thief, their heads are too valuable. Not to mention their brothers, even their blood relatives have betrayed them. Why does Kao Kyan's soul not only prohibit the other party from leaking the situation of the Kao family, but also have a control prohibition? That is an extremely vicious spell that can determine the life and death of the other party with one word. Because from beginning to end, the Four Thieves have never trusted anyone except themselves. Kao Kwan took a deep breath. The emotion in his eyes disappeared, and he became extremely indifferent. He nodded, without any hesitation, and poured his magic power directly into her, completely blocking her power, and suppressing her completely. Ancestor? Kao Kyan was stunned. She ran over excitedly, and let the ancestors check the situation of her soul, hoping to remove Zhu Yu's Taoism, but this result was something she didn't expect at all. Kinda, the other party's Taoism is too vicious, and the ancestors can't save you. Kao Kwan gently touched Kao Kyan's head, with heartache, reluctance, and decisiveness. Kao Kyan trembled, her face turned grey, even the ancestors couldn't solve it. As a disciple of the Kao family, she was very clear about her situation. In fact, the KO family had experienced such things many times, and the result was only one: death. The bloodline of the KO family cannot be mastered by outsiders. Although there is a dream in her heart, there is no way. She can't hurt the entire KO family because of herself. Unwilling, resentful, and hateful. For a while, Kyo-kan felt mixed emotions. She slowly closed her eyes, lowered her head with a dead heart, and said softly, "I understand, ancestor. Please do it. I don't blame you. I'm sorry, my child." Kyo-kan was very sad. The Kyo family will never forget this matter. No, sooner or later, that person will pay with blood. After that, he turned around and said, "Brother Feng, please, destroy the soul, and keep the body alive and not decay. Destroy the soul, and keep the body alive." Kyo-kan, who had already given up, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She slowly widened her pupils, and looked at her ancestor in confusion. "Child, don't blame the ancestor. You are in the realm of supernatural powers. Your physical body has changed, and can give birth to powerful offspring. But you can rest assured that your physical body will be well preserved by the ancestor. Don't you have a good impression of Kin-san? I will ask Brother Kin to let you leave him a child. By the way, who else do you like? You can also talk to the ancestor now, and the ancestor will catch them. When you are pregnant, I will kill them, and let them stay by your side. When your children are born, I will treat them as my own children and raise them up little by little. When they are strong enough, I will tell him about you, and let him remember this hatred. Maybe it's not possible now, but one day, 100 years, or 1,000 years, I will avenge you." As Kyo-kan's words fell, Kyo-kan widened her eyes, and looked at her ancestor in disbelief. The person who doted on her since childhood, and held her in his hands was so strange. Even if she was obedient in her heart, as a woman, how could she accept such a thing? Death is not terrible. What is terrible is that after death, she will be abused. Ancestor. Kyo-kan couldn't help but screamed, with a struggling look on her face. "Shut up." Kyo-kan's face was filled with anger, not only blocking the other's body, but also blocking her ability to speak. "Everything you have is given by the Kyo family. Your talent, your realm, your body. You can't contribute to the Kyo family during life, but after death, you will leave your body to give birth to excellent descendants for the Kyo family. Kinda, you should be happy and proud of it. Your bloodline will always be passed down in the Kyo family. Brother Feng, do it. I don't want to hear that kind of nonsense again. It destroys the image of Kana in my heart. There is something wrong with this soul. She is no longer my lovely granddaughter." Fengao walked over. He didn't change color, and he was not surprised. After all, they are such a group of people. Watching the hand reaching out to him, Kyo-kan's face was full of despair. That kind and familiar face was like a devil at this moment. Why? Why is this? However, the next second, the yin and yang in Kyo-kan's mind burst out, turning into a millstone, and directly shook the hand of the ancestor of the Kyo family. At the same time, Lee Su suddenly appeared in front of Kyo-kan. In an instant, the faces of the four thieves changed at the same time, especially Kyo-kan, who was completely furious. It was him. It was all him. Everything was his. If it wasn't him, with Kyo-kan's talent, he would sooner or later reach the immortal realm. Unlike himself, at that time he would be able to take over the body, completely devour the soul, and cut off his own cause and effect. He spent so much effort, and waited for such a long time, but in the end it was all in vain. He could only stop the loss, and think of using his body, to cultivate the next generation, hoping to have another one. However, he didn't have much time, really not much time. Therefore, it is entirely conceivable how he felt at this moment. Originally, the other party became the center of Xia State, and the Demon Clan, and there was no chance to take action. The other party also had the treasure. Although he flew out, once he returned, he would be no match. As a result, he didn't expect the other party to run into them. "You are looking for death." In an instant, the four thieves reacted and attacked almost without hesitation. Facing this scene, the faces of the Xia State also changed. Damn, what is that bastard thinking? The four thieves are not weak, they are all big thieves, and they were rampant 400 years ago. It's okay to hold the treasure, but now your treasure has run away. Why are you still going up? Are you looking for death? Four thieves, you dare. ZHU Zung shouted angrily. Oh, you forgot about us, it's a headache. The crocodile blocked him directly, with an extremely ecstatic look on his face. The human race is like this, they like to fight among themselves. This is an opportunity. A pool of stagnant water, finally alive. Very good, very good. Go, no matter where, find Lee Su. ZHU Zong's face changed drastically, and the steps he was about to take action suddenly stopped. He turned his head, and looked at the crocodile, the bastard. Boom. Just when the Xia Kingdom and the demon race were in a stalemate, the four thieves paused. In an instant, yin and yang blossomed. Not 100 feet, but 1,000 feet. Or 1,000-foot long black and white flower burst out from between Lee Su's eyebrows, and the yin yang dao fruit leaped out. The highest chapter at this moment penetrated the sky. Life, death, reality, nothingness, extreme yin, and extreme yang. The 6 extreme forces intertwined, and turned into an extremely huge and extremely terrifying yin-yang millstone. The four thieves' ancestors who attacked at the same time suddenly changed their faces, and felt the extremely terrible pressure falling on their bodies. They frantically shook their own Taoism, and the power of the Tao realm completely exploded at this moment. Under normal circumstances, they would probably show extremely strong power and amazing strength, shocking countless people. However, unfortunately, they met Lee Su, the unreasonable Lee Su. The 7 saints merged their spirits, became immortals in advance, and mastered several treasures. No kidding. At the same level, it would be a joke to face him who had fully recovered. The terrible millstone was not only not broken free by them, but suppressed them. The extremely terrible yin and yang energy in the millstone ran through the supreme chapter that burst out with its brilliant light. The void was shattered in just an instant, like a mountain, a huge star, instantly crushing the road of the 4 people. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out, and Ko Kwan and the other 4 changed their faces, with extremely horrified looks in their eyes. How could it be so strong? Lee Su said nothing. He directly raised his hand. The supreme chapter ran through it, and the terrible power was bursting wildly. With a thud, he threw a punch. The power of the 6 extremes turned into a destructive light on his fist, directly breaking through the limitations of time and space, and falling on Ko Kwan's body. He stretched out his hand, trying to resist. However, he couldn't. That power was too terrible. Even a continent or a star could be crushed, and the space was chopped up layer by layer. It fell on Ko Kwan's body, so devastating. In an instant, Ko Kwan's arm was broken, and cracks appeared all over his body. The power penetrated deep into him, and every strand was like a magic weapon that cut off everything. It was erasing the opponent from its Taoism chapters. Ko Kwan's soul was surging. He let out a loud roar, and the Tao fruit jumped out, frantically resisting the power in front of him. Ghosts emerged, one by one. All of them were fierce ghosts, all with overwhelming resentment, and there were so many of them. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. That was the most untouchable taboo in the Ko family's tomb grabbing technique, the ghost refining technique. That was Ko Kwan's accumulation of hundreds of years, and his strongest method. It was blocked. Even the yin-yang avenue paused slightly, blocked by the terrifying evil spirit. Lee Su couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of a family with hundreds of years of history, they still had some cards. Unfortunately, although those evil spirits were terrible, even the weakest had the power to easily kill a mana realm. Facing the strangulation of the 6 extreme forces, they were quickly destroyed. Boom. 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 Ko Kwan was retreating, constantly retreating, being suppressed by the terrifying fist light, unable to hide or escape. No, don't. He couldn't help but scream in fear, but it was meaningless. His strongest means was torn apart, his body was exposed, covered by the fist light, and penetrated into it. Ko Kwan was blown away by the fist light, and he hit heavily on the place where Lee Su had been hiding, where the 9th street was. At this moment, on the 9th street, everyone widened their eyes. Their faces were pale and as hen. The fist light that strangled Ko Kwan was too big, hundreds of feet long, like an incomparably huge mountain. If this happens, everyone on the 9th street will die. Arsehole. Not far away, Zhu Zong's face was extremely ugly, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he couldn't help but roar. There are many people on the 9th Street, especially many people from Xia country. After the four thieves lifted the restrictions, the dark street has actually fallen into the control of Xia country. There are thousands of people from the demon army on that street. Damn bastard, does he think that, since he has the treasure of humanity, Xia country will tolerate all his behaviors? I tell you, it's impossible. Boom. At this moment, suddenly, the world froze. Everyone froze too. A tall tower, a tower with 9 colored light bursting out, runs through the Supreme Avenue, and the Zhuanghuang Tower, that disappeared not long ago, appeared. The terrifying fist light was instantly suppressed, fixed, and shattered by the tower. At the same time, a figure walked out. His black hair was floating in the air, his face was extremely strange, his body was extremely majestic. The Great Dao was floating on his body. Several supreme Great Dao scriptures were running through the void. The Zhuanghuang Tower was in front of him. The Pangu banner was on his head, and the Kingping sword was surrounding him. He appeared in front of everyone like a god. He stood there, without saying a word, but at this moment, he became the center of the whole world. Ah. At this moment, countless people couldn't help shouting in their hearts. Especially on the Xia Kingdom side, the demon conquering army showed incomparable enthusiasm, and their eyes were fixed on the man who was like a god and a demon. Your Highness the Tyrant. Chapter 418, Battle with the Immortal. Li Su. Ao Crocodile's eyes lit up. He was excited. He finally found someone. Zhu Zong and others looked even uglier. Watching Li Su, who killed Kao Quan, the fourth thief, almost exploded. Why did you come out? Why? More than 1,000 people. That is indeed a big loss, a huge loss. But it is better than you running out directly. It is unimaginable what the demons will do to kill you. Kill. There was almost no need to look. Ao Crocodile and others' eyes turned red. The terrible killing intent boiled, and they rushed towards Li Su without any hesitation. The 4 tribes of Crocodile, Dragon, Python, Wolf, Tiger, the magical realm, took action directly, and brought more than 2,000 demons in the magic realm together. Stop them. Zhu Zong shouted angrily, and did not hesitate to take action, leading the people from the Xia Kingdom, to kill Ao Crocodile and others. The demon army also moved. They quickly gathered towards Li Su's position, 5 people in a group, and directly formed a large formation to stop the attack of the demons. The murderous aura of both sides was extremely tragic. In an instant, the light of the dark street seemed to have lost its color. Xiago and the demon clan are undoubtedly the 2 strongest forces in the world. In the earthly immortal world, they kill every year and every month. The lifespan of cultivators is very long. Xia Cheng of Xiago had a population of over 1 million 100 years ago, and 100 years later, the population is still 1 million. There are hundreds of millions of people, and there are at least 1 million cultivators per year on average. But the population has never increased. What is the concept? Simple, because the fighting has always been there, but because of the vastness of the earthly immortal world, everything looks very peaceful. Therefore, whether it is the people of Xiago or the demon clan who can survive and keep getting stronger, it is completely 2 concepts. They are killed out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the instant of the outbreak, the gangs of the Dark Street and the personnel of the 4 thieves all changed their faces. The outbreak of thousands of people and thousands of demons gave them a feeling that was so overwhelming and so terrifying. Under the terrible infection of murderous intent, the soul seemed to be frozen to death. At this moment, an infinitely domineering will fell, and the terrible killing intent swept the whole place. The people who were already frightened by the Xia Kingdom and the demon clan had a huge blank in their minds, as if someone had grabbed their throats and their lives were slipping away. Life fire. With a low shout, Li Su moved. The Li Su who appeared raised his head, and his pupils lit up like torches in the night sky. A terrible flame began to steam from his body. As soon as the flame appeared, it lit up the entire dark street, and the dark night outside the black domain was suppressed. A tau fruit jumped out from between his eyebrows, and flew directly into the air. In an instant, the terrible life fire rushed into the sky, and the dazzling tau pattern took shape, and life was manifested. Roar. With a roar, a creature took shape. That was Kunpeng. It rushed out of Lee Su's life fire, several feet, dozens of feet, hundreds of feet, and even thousands of feet. Its body was so huge that the entire dark street became unstable in an instant. 13 streets were in turmoil and about to collapse. The small world that was gathered was also shaking. It was shocked and began to split apart bit by bit. Kunpeng rushed out at once. Fast, too fast. The extremely terrifying body had an unimaginable speed, and the Peng pattern was glowing. In an instant, it rushed through the demon conqueror army and rushed towards the thousands of demons. Wind, terrible wind. Like a knife, like a sword. With the flapping wings of Kunpeng, it slashed out. It formed light and turned into rain. Each gust had the power to cut through the mountains and the earth. With a bang, thousands of demons exploded. Blood mist rose into the sky, and corpses floated all over the sky. Damn it. ZHU Zhang, who had wanted to rush up to block the demons, couldn't help but change his face, and Zhang Shan also widened his eyes. What's going on? Why does it feel like Li Su is even stronger than during the 100 Years' War? Boom. 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 Realizing the horror, the AO crocodiles instantly revealed their true forms, turning into terrifying creatures hundreds of feet long, bursting out their true forms, blocking, swallowing, and tearing the light feathers that were chopped down. Puff. With a tremor in their bodies, 4 AO crocodiles at the Chengdao stage, 5 AO crocodiles at the Ranshen stage, and 10 AO crocodiles at the Dangzhou stage vomited blood at the same time. They were all injured in just one fight. The AO crocodiles at the peak of Chengdao were better off, but they felt the vibration and pressure. The Ranshen stage vomited blood on the spot, and the Dangzhou stage's internal organs were shattered. All the monsters' faces changed, some were horrified, some were shocked, and they really recovered, and they really became more terrifying and stronger. Is this still the AO crocodile realm? Is this the case with the immortal realm? Roar. However, it's not over yet. It was just Kunpeng's slash, and it moved again, rushing over here like a stream of light. The terrifying Dao pattern on the body flickered. That was the Kun pattern, the pattern of power. Boom. In the blink of an eye, it hit the void in front of AO crocodile and others. The terrifying force directly collapsed the void there, and the void with a diameter of 100 miles was hit and collapsed. The space was stretched, and AO crocodile and other monsters were pressed tightly in it. Thousands of meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. They were pressed by Kunpeng, transformed by Li Su's life fire, and rushed directly out of the dark street, and rushed into the dark and boundless black domain. Xia Kingdom's Demon Expedition Army, listen to my order. From now on you can return to the mortal world, guard against death, and prepare for a full-scale war. Li Su took a step forward, his eyes were dark, piercing the void, and he spoke for the first time. On the Xia Kingdom side, the Demon Expedition Army was startled, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Li Su. At this moment, everyone's eyes became more fanatical. If it weren't for the vocation of a soldier, I'm afraid they couldn't help but yell. Uncle ZHU, father-in-law, take everyone to retreat. The next battle is not for them to participate. ZHU Zhang and Zhang Shan were startled. The next battle? Could it be? No, it's impossible. The demon race's immortal realms are all in the earthly immortal realm, and they are being watched closely by the Xia country's immortal realms. How could it be possible? Zuyu, forget it, I'll just call you that. Li Su ignored what ZHU Zhang and the others thought. He came to the outermost edge of the dark street without looking back and said lightly, I took away the Zhuanhuang Tower. It seems that you are not very convinced. The demon race immortal realm, do you dare to touch it? In front of the four thieves, Zuyu's yin and yang energy shook, and directly shook Qinyang and others away. He raised his hand, and pulled Kaokai to his side, and said lightly, Zuyu sighed, that he was inferior, so I won't accompany you. Without hesitation, he took Kaokai and ran directly to a passage in the dark street and left directly. Facing this scene, ZHU Zhang and others looked more and more ugly, their eyes were very cold, and they were constantly murderous. Perhaps this is a smart decision, but this person cannot be kept. Especially since he still holds the treasure of humanity in his hand. There will be conflicts in the future, and the impact will be too great. Lee Su glanced at the other person indifferently, retracted his gaze, and looked directly at the depths of the black domain, where the crocodiles that he had knocked away were. He took a step and walked out without hesitation. You are indeed the first prodigy of the human race, and you are really brave. A terrible voice sounded, with incomparable tyranny, almost when Lee Su took a step out of the dark street. Others were fine, but Zhu Zhang and Zhang Shan's faces changed first. This voice is the Crocodile King. Damn, didn't it escape to the myth world with a heavy blow? When did it come back? Are the people guarding the myth world eating shit? The 8th king is back, but there is no feedback at all. Everyone, leave immediately. With a shout, Zhu Zhang understood, while Lee Su asked everyone to leave, but he took the initiative to walk out. This was clearly to buy them time. Crocodile King. Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but flash. The guy who bit through the cliff with one mouth. It actually recovered? Although 99% of the power of Pangu Banner was directed at the Chaos Bell, 1% of its power did sweep over the opponent, and the Tau body was cracked. Unexpectedly, the opponent recovered so quickly. Before Lee Su could make any move, a huge figure suddenly appeared. It was too big. It blocked out the sky and the sun, like a planet. It slowly opened its mouth and bit down directly at Lee Su without any hesitation. No, it should be said that the entire dark street was bitten. In its mouth, it seemed like a bottomless abyss that could swallow everything. All people and all things were fixed, and a terrible suction force was generated. Even the empty soul was pulled, and was about to be pulled out of the body. It was the Crocodile King, one of the 8 kings in the fairy realm of the demon clan, and the second in strength. It took action. The next second, Lee Su moved, his eyebrows shook, and another Tau fruit jumped out. As soon as it appeared, the Tau fruit turned into a sword. The blinding red light shot up into the sky, and millions of sword lights exploded. In the sword lights, there were endless changes, killing intent, and the intention to cut everything. Lee Su raised his arm, and slashed the air with the sword. Clang! The terrible sword intent collapsed and slashed directly into the void, landing in the huge mouth. Boom. With a loud bang, Lee Su slashed a terrible crack in the big mouth, and golden blood splashed inside. Every drop of blood was as big as a lake. There was a hint of contempt in the fierce eyes of the Crocodile King. It must be admitted that it was no wonder that the Crow King was so afraid. In the realm of magical powers, it was really an unsolvable existence. But for the immortal realm, you are still too weak. The big mouth did not stop, and continued to bite down. Millions of sword lights were actually bitten and torn apart by that mouth bit by bit. Lee Su snorted coldly, his eyes burst into cold light, and another Dao fruit jumped out from his brow. It stood in the void, and the 6 paths behind it turned. Slowly, it opened its eyes. Inside was not an eyeball, but a vortex. A huge vortex. The vortex in the eyes began to rotate, and the 6 paths behind it also began to rotate. Hands, endless hands, they stretched out from the 6 paths. Hundreds of millions, billions. They grabbed directly towards the Crocodile King. Puff, puff, puff. The hands fell, but they did not grab the flesh and blood of the Crocodile King, but entered it, and grabbed directly on his mind and soul. Even if it was the Crocodile King in the immortal realm, its huge body could not help but tremble for a moment, and its soul was grabbed by something and dragged. Get out of here. There was a terrible will burst out, and the Crocodile King shook his own soul, shattering and shaking away the hand that was grabbing its soul. 90% of the arm was broken on the spot. There was another layer, grabbing something and shrinking back. There was a trace of pain in his eyes, and the Crocodile King's eyes turned blood red. He was injured, and part of his soul was torn apart. Although it was not big, it was obviously unacceptable to it. Its mouth began to burst out with terrible power, and its teeth tore the space apart. Lee Su's sword light was collapsing madly. Lee Su took a breath and vomited blood. The supernatural power was bitten, and fed back to his body. His eyes were fierce, and he raised his right palm and shouted angrily, "Pure Land, Buddha's kingdom." The lotus fruit shook, and the 9 flower buds shook wildly, with terrible power falling off, turning into a grand chapter. Amitabha. A huge Buddha phantom appeared in the void, and it moved its palms away, turning into the world, and casting the Buddha's kingdom. Infinite light, merit water, Arhat, Bhikkhuni. A piece of pure land fell directly and appeared in the big mouth of the crocodile king. The Buddha's kingdom is too big and so heavy. Sitting inside is the world honored one, the Buddha. Infinite light is like fire, illuminating the world and burning everything. Merit water is like iron, and a drop of it weighs 10,000 kilograms. When an arhat recites a scripture, one word is a mountain. For 500 arhats, one word is 500 mountains. When a nun strikes a wooden fish, one sound is like a thunderbolt. For 3,000 nuns, one strike is 3,000 thunderbolts. This mass is undoubtedly terrible and heavy. Even a world or a planet will vibrate and tremble. The crocodile king couldn't help but tremble, and the action of biting down paused. Although its magical power can swallow everything, it also has a process and takes time. It is not that it can swallow it immediately after opening its mouth. As the other party paused for a moment, Lee Su took a breath. He did not look back, but raised his left hand. The fifth Dao fruit appeared from his palm. It was Yuking Dao fruit, holding the ancient banner. It had a serious expression and a majestic face. When it opened its eyes, the ancient banner shook. In an instant, an unparalleled huge shadow appeared above Lee Su's head. The shadow was filled with an eternal breath, and had the meaning of destruction. It was Pangu Banner. It came, not the main body, but a corner of the majestic was revealed. All the 7 holy fruits merged into the spirit, and with the baptism of Zuan Huangta, golden blood was produced one step ahead of time, transforming towards the immortal realm. Lee Su finally had the capital to use the saint's treasure. Feeling that breath, the crocodile king's face couldn't help but change drastically, and his huge pupils instantly revealed a look of fear. It was really that the scene that day was too tragic and too profound, and the soul was branded with the emotion of terror. It was a little panicked, and its ki was a little chaotic. Although the Crow King said that the saint's treasure would be very difficult even in the immortal realm, even the existence of the 8 kings would be difficult to drive completely, and it would take a higher level of realm to barely use it. But knowing it was knowing it, even if it was just a breath, it still made it tremble with fear, and instinctively couldn't help wanting to retreat. Opportunity. Lee Su's eyes lit up, and he shook the Pangu banner without any hesitation. He didn't attack the crocodile king, but slashed it with his backhand. There was no sound, but the huge dark street trembled, and the huge void of 100 miles was directly cut out by him, flying directly out of the range of the crocodile king's magical power, cutting into the depths of the black domain, and disappearing into the infinite darkness. The crocodile king was stunned for a moment, and the next second his eyes turned blood red, and his tyranny overwhelmed his reason. As an immortal realm, he was actually rescued from his hands by a magical realm. His self-esteem and pride were pressed to the ground at this moment, and he was stepped into the ground. Die. I'm an immortal realm. He went crazy and mad, and the terrifying immortal essence was running wild, and his magical power became more and more terrifying. The remaining small worlds in the dark street, Lee Su's Buddhist kingdom, Lee Su's sword light, and Lee Su's 6-path power were torn and shattered by the crocodile king at this moment. Its teeth filled the entire void, covering everything in it, even molecules and atoms, as if being bitten, pierced by a bite force beyond imagination, and torn apart by an incredible swinging force. Bang! Lee Su's sword light, the Buddha kingdom, was completely shattered. His body couldn't help but tremble, and huge tooth marks appeared on both of his Dao fruits. He was bitten and bleeding. After taking a breath, Lee Su's eyebrows were illuminated, and the 6th Dao fruit emerged. It sat cross-legged with its hands clasped together. Sitting upright between Lee Su's eyebrows, it formed a glazed light, which turned into a glazed world, directly wrapping and covering Lee Su. Ding. A terrible sound exploded. That was not the sound of objects colliding, but the sound of worlds colliding with worlds. The mouth of the crocodile king is a world, and the glazed glass on Lee Su's body is also a world. Bang! The crocodile king, the terrifying crocodile king, had one of its fangs broken, and couldn't help but tremble all over, pierced by terrible pain. Lee Su was even worse off. Countless cracks appeared on the indestructible Liuli realm at this moment. They were all densely packed. The position hit by the sharp teeth collapsed deeply and fell on his body, cutting off his entire right shoulder. The bones burst out, and his lungs, kidneys, and stomach were all severely injured and torn apart. Taking a breath, Lee Su's face was very pale. The Tao fruit hit him hard and injured him deeply. Not only that, the consumption was even greater under the continuous use. If it weren't for the Zhuanghuang Tower in the mine scene that had been spewing out a large amount of extraordinary particles to help him recover from the beginning, he would probably have died. Go. Pangu banner directly broke through the void and sent away the dark street. Lee Su didn't think about it and fled directly. The Crocodile King would not let the other party go. It moved its body and disappeared like light and chased Lee Su directly. Its mouth was glowing and the terrifying Tao pattern inside was flashing. As it chased, its mouth kept biting the void. Crack, crack, crack. The void was shattering and there were figures flashing inside with sword light, Buddha light, soul light, and blood light exploding. One chasing and one fleeing. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, thousands of miles away, directly disappeared into the depths of the black domain. Asterisk 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 Dark Street. Being chopped out by Lee Su, along with escaping from the shadow of death. ZHU Zong's face was extremely anxious, and he directly took out the emergency contact, wanting to send a message to notify the Xia Kingdom Immortal Realm to come to support. Beep. 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 However, before he dialed the call, a voice sounded on the emergency communicator. Warning, warning, all the people of Xia Kingdom, from now on, no matter where you are, from now on, enter a state of total war. Xia Kingdom and the Demon Clan are at war. Time, September 23rd, 3 PM. ZHU Zong was shocked, and the communicator in his hand slipped on the spot and fell to the ground. The war has started. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's pupils shrank violently, and after a moment, he said with a cold face, all channels are communicating. This is not only a communication, but also an emergency notice. Not only the earthly immortal world, but also the mortal world must be attacked, and the command tower must be in danger of destruction. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. How could it be? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 is gone. Somewhere in the mortal world, Lee Su, who was running away with Kao Kan, took a breath and relaxed a lot. Although he knew, when he was in the dark street, that the demon clan would definitely find a way to block him, and would prepare means. Unexpectedly, the one who came directly this time was the immortal realm, and it was the Crocodile King who was ranked among the 8 kings. Even among the 8 kings, that guy was ranked in the top 3. He was also very old. He was active in the earthly immortal world 500 years ago, earlier than the 4 thieves. He can be regarded as an old guy in the true sense. After a slight feeling, the other party was still chasing. Well, it was quite tragic. Although the guy's magical power was simple and rough, he was biting from beginning to end, and he didn't know any other means. As an immortal, he didn't have any other skills. It's a pity that there is no strong poison. It would be better if it was the kind that could kill the immortal realm. Otherwise, I really want to stuff him into its mouth, to let it know the meaning of the sentence, that things can't be eaten randomly. However, it must be said that this move of the opponent gave Lee Su a headache. All the opponent's power seemed to be used to bite people, so that its magic power became very unreasonable, and it felt like a one-trick pony. In another immortal realm, Lee Su could fight for a while, and if he couldn't beat him, he could run away. But when he met it, he was really entangled, which was very troublesome. He had run tens of thousands of kilometers away, but the opponent was still chasing him. It's better to go further away and give Uncle ZHU and the others time to run away. What happened in the dark street was something he didn't expect. As soon as the opponent made a move, he tore the entire space apart and wanted to swallow everyone. I originally thought about running out immediately to lead people away, but I had to stay where I was and had a hard collision with the opponent. The Vajra Deo fruit and the Lotus Deo fruit were both severely damaged, and their origins were damaged. The glass body was cracked, and the Buddha phantom in the Buddha kingdom was bitten with a mouth mark, which would take a lot of time to repair. Wu Ling, you are a longevity Buddha. I will remember you, and roast you for crocodile rice sooner or later. Li Su took a deep breath, and began to confirm where he was. He was going to contact his master, and ask about the movements of the demon clan. After all, the exit he took was not the one he entered, so he hoped it was not too far from the central city. Li Su was stunned for a moment. The afterglow of the sun could be seen above his head, setting in the west. Looking around, there were a lot of broken roots and walls. How to describe that feeling? Yes, that's right. It was as if the upper half had been shoveled away. The traces were very new. It was just cut off not long ago. Was it attacked? Li Su was a little confused, but he was more confused about the rooms around him, all of which were buried in the soil. No, it should be said that the room itself was built in the soil. No, it was built underground, very deep. He had seen the color of this soil before. The underground of the mortal world is not deep, only a little more than 1,000 meters, and there is nothing worth investigating in terms of geology. It is divided into 3 layers, and the deeper you go, the harder it is. At this moment, Li Su is between the first and second layers. These rooms were dug quite deep. The distance between the first and second floors was about 200 meters from the ground. It was so deep. It seemed that the owner of the passage he was walking on was not a good person. This is a residence of the Feng family. Huh? Li Su was startled and turned his head to look at the person who spoke. It was Kao Kyan. From the moment he rescued her, she was like a dead person, and her face returned to its original coldness. The residence of the Feng family? Li Su said. Well, we went to the dark street before, and we took this way. This transmission channel was originally on the ground. The Feng family moved it below through the art of luck, which cost many people's lives. Kao Kyan said lightly. I see. Li Su nodded, and said with some surprise, you figured it out so quickly? Figured it out? Kao Kyan shook her head and said lightly, since it was fake from the beginning, what's the point of me being so heartbroken here? Crying for someone who doesn't love you is the most ridiculous thing. Kao Kyan was beaten to death by Li Su, but Li Su didn't let go of his soul, and absorbed it with the 6 reincarnations. An old guy who could do such a wicked thing to his own granddaughter. Li Su didn't think that he would not spare the training of Kao Kyan simply because the other party was talented. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. It was actually trained for his own possession. There was something wrong with his practice. The forbidden ghost refining technique, although powerful, can also be contaminated with the breath of ghosts while refining ghosts. What is the so-called ghost? It is the spirit of a person after death. Let's not talk about whether there is resentment or not. Just the fact that it is produced after death is not a good situation. It's the same reason that it's hard to sell a house where someone has died. This is true even in a world without ghosts, let alone one with ghosts. He was surrounded by calamity, and his body began to decay from the inside. Therefore, he needed a strong enough body, and the one who practiced was the same as him. Kao Kyan was like that, but her body was not strong enough, so she was asked to destroy her soul and let her body give birth to babies. Of course, Li Su gave Kao Kyan's soul to the other party without hesitation. In this way, he would not destroy the other party's foundation, but save the other party's life. However, the other party accepted it somewhat unexpectedly and quite quickly. This temperament is not ordinary cold, but very fairy-like. Don't say, if you want to change her into a Snow White ancient costume, and then put her in Chyanshan to find a snow lotus, and put it next to her, take a photo and post it on the internet. I guess there will be a lot of old sixes calling her 666, asking which fairy she is, and whether she has been betrothed to someone. You should know that, if you don't control your random thoughts, I can feel it, right? Kao Kyan glared at Li Su, and a stone was thrown into her calm heart. Chyanshan? Snow Lotus? Did she really think she didn't understand what it meant? Li Su smiled and said, you are learning Feng Shui. You are best at observing life and death and knowing disasters. To be able to practice this magic to the level of supernatural powers, talent and character are both indispensable. Supernatural powers. Supernatural powers. What are supernatural powers? This is not a martial arts trick, nor is it a method of reasoning. It is a power that is ingrained into the bone marrow and integrated into the instinct. Just like a baby is born to suckle, and life instinctively avoids danger, every step you take instinctively is to seek good fortune and avoid danger, and to move in the best direction for yourself. I'm afraid none of your ancestors know the meaning of achieving supernatural powers through Feng Shui. At this point, he paused and said suddenly, "So, I'm a little curious, when did you start to target me?" After looking at the other party silently for a moment, Kaioken sighed softly and said, "Should I say that you are worthy of being the #1 proud tyrant of the Xia Kingdom? You know so much about Feng Shui." Li Su blinked his eyes. No, girl, you misunderstood. In fact, I really want to say that it is because you calmed down too quickly, which made me a little surprised. However, the moment the surprise appeared, the mind began to analyze without authorization, and finally concluded that you did not use your full strength when fighting with me. During the 100 Years' War, I feel that our fates will intersect, and you will have a great influence on me. Li Su secretly took a breath, a little creepy. 100 Years' War? Damn. He clenched his fists, feeling that the girl in front of him was a little scary. If he stayed by her side, she might betray him one day. Otherwise, just kill her directly? Li Su said slowly, "Are you so sure? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you directly?" Kaioken raised her head and looked at the afterglow of the setting sun, exposing her vital points to Li Su without any defense. After a while, she said, "Feng Shui is not that magical. It can't predict fate or control cause and effect. To give a simple example, I usually drink a cup of coffee when I get up in the morning and then go out. Suddenly one day I didn't want to drink it, so I just went out. As a result, at noon, under normal circumstances, I should go to the toilet at a certain time, but I didn't go that day. But on that day, at that time, the toilet collapsed, which resulted in a favorable result for me. I can't see a corner of the future, and I have no way of knowing the process in between." Li Su was stunned for a moment and said, "You are the one who sets a time for going to the toilet?" Kaioken was stunned for a moment, and smoke began to come out of her head. Her pretty face was completely red. Her aura began to burst out, and there was a murderous intense spreading. Her beautiful hanging eyes were red, and her chest rose and fell. But she waved her little hand, as if opening a door. In an instant, a gust of wind formed, and it slashed towards Li Su like a knife. Ding. With a loud bang, Li Su was knocked back several steps before he stopped. His chest felt so stuffy that he wanted to vomit blood. Not only that, his body was a little hot, as if he had a cold. He took a step back and stepped on a sharp object with the sole of his foot, which pierced him. Ouch. Li Su screamed. The piercing point was exactly the Yanquan acupoint. He was pierced all of a sudden. He was not prepared, and his defense was broken. While jumping, Li Su was a little shocked by the answer given by the Taoist. "This is the piercing evil? Wait, isn't the piercing evil a problem in the room? How did it go straight through my chest? This chest is not a hall." Kaioken didn't stop. She raised her hand, rushed up and down, and as her hand fell, a road appeared, an extremely huge road. "Is this a road rushing evil?" Li Su's eyelids jumped, and he was a little angry. "Woman, stop it. If you keep hitting me, I'll fight back. You come." Kaioken's hand froze in the middle. A memory emerged in her mind, and she felt a sharp pain in her nose. In an instant, she remembered that the guy in front of her was not a gentleman, but a steel straight man. She took a few deep breaths, and withdrew her hand with an angry look on her face, because if she really hit him, she would definitely be beaten by the other party. After a while, the wound on Li Su's foot recovered, the symptoms of the cold disappeared, and the chest blockage was relieved. He looked at Kaioken in surprise. This ability was really hell. He lowered his head and looked at the sharp stone with his own blood. Normally, it should not be able to penetrate his flesh, let alone the soles of his shoes. But there was a gap in the soles of his shoes. It should be a product quality problem. It was cracked, and it happened that his skills also ran to a certain point, and his defense was weakened for a fraction of a second. Li Su shook his head. He had a deeper understanding of Feng Shui. Perhaps it had a similar nature to cause and effect and fate, but it was not. He could defend himself. After all, he mastered the yin yang dao, which was better than the other party's feng shui. Okay, since you know where this is, tell me which city in the mortal world is the closest to the Feng family base. Hearing this, Kao-kan couldn't help but raise her head and glanced around. After a moment, she slowly said, the Feng family should be above City C. Li Su's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the other party in disbelief. What? He couldn't help but take a breath, and his consciousness rippled. Thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, and hundreds of thousands of miles. After a moment, Li Su fell down, with an unbelievable look on his face. It's gone. Not only City C, but also the other two cities near it, disappeared. Through the induction of the consciousness, only a huge hole was left in the original place, and everything seemed to have been dug away by someone. What happened? Chapter 420 Collapse. The Earthly Immortal Realm, Xia Cheng. Old ZHU. That was the immortal realm of the Zhao family, Zhao Hua. At this moment, he was covered in blood, with Dao patterns flashing on his body, but there was a huge gap torn on his waist and abdomen, with terrible power entangled on it, and it could not be restored. That power was very special. It was obviously the sword intent, but it had the nature of flesh and blood life, constantly eroding him. The smile on ZHU Yuan Hang's face disappeared, and his fat body was covered with wounds. The most terrifying thing was that there were 3 places on his body that were not only injured, but also grew huge blood and flesh tumors. There was a face on the tumor with an extremely painful face. It grew deeply in ZHU Yuan Hang's body and merged with his flesh and blood. The tumor was infecting ZHU Yuan Hang's body every minute and every second, and every time it was infected, the face on the tumor would become more and more painful, and it would make an extremely miserable cry. Suppressing his voice, he looked at the Zhao family immortal realm, who came over and said softly, "Old Zhao, how is it? The evacuation of the mortal world has been completed, and most of them have been preserved." "Really? That's good. Where is old Zhang? He is missing." He suddenly appeared and handed the apricot yellow flag to Olden, then immediately broke through the air and left, rushing into the black domain. "Really? Old ZHU, let's go." Zhao Hua raised his head with some difficulty and looked outside. Red, a scarlet color, full of technology and extremely modern, Xia Cheng, which has been expanding since its establishment 200 years ago and symbolizes the glory of the Xia kingdom, has now become scorched earth and ruins. In the ruins, there are creatures swimming. It is fish, or whales to be precise. They shuttle back and forth in the sky and underground, swimming in the blood-red waves. Outside Xia Cheng, at this moment, there is a huge and terrifying body flying. It is a giant whale of unknown length, with an extremely terrible resentment entangled in its body, which is extremely rich, so rich that it affects reality and forms an ocean. That is the whale harm, one of the 3 harms. Although it will attack the human race crazily, it usually gathers in Zuan and never leaves. Now, I don't know why it appears here, where Xia Cheng is. Its pupils are huge, like a huge lantern, burning with terrible hatred, reflecting a figure. I can't leave. At this moment, ZHU Changba, the marshal of Xia State, spit out a mouthful of blood, looked at the giant whale staring at him outside Xia Cheng, and shook his head. "This is their purpose. Let the whale harm lock me. Damn the 5 surnames, that group of wolf-hearted things." Zhao Hua's face was full of anger at this moment, almost mad, and extremely ferocious. "I thought that, after giving the head of the ancestor of the K family, Xia State believed them and accepted them. But I didn't expect that everything was actually their conspiracy. And in order to achieve this result, they didn't hesitate to bury hundreds of thousands of people in the clan here." ZHU Changba paused, shook his head and said, "It's meaningless to say this now. Let's go, Lao Zhao. If we delay any longer, the monsters will come. The human race can no longer afford to lose the immortal realm. If more people die, all their resources will be gone. It's not safe over there. Lao Yan and Lao An alone can't hold on." Zhao Hua clenched his fists and said angrily, "What a joke, Lao ZHU. Let's go. I'll take you away." "Listen to me." "I won't listen. Asshole, listen to me." ZHU Changba interrupted Zhao Hua. Fang stopped talking and grabbed Zhao Hua's collar roughly, saying angrily, "Something is wrong. The timing is too coincidental. It's not just the betrayal of the 5 surnames. I'm afraid there are other things. There are still termites inside the Zaya country, and their status is very high, very high. Do you understand? Zayahua's body stiffened, and he looked at Lao Zhu in disbelief and said, "Are you saying that someone among us betrayed?" Lao Yan and the others betrayed. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a breath, and because of his emotional excitement, the tumor on his body vibrated violently several times, and he frowned in pain. Don't let your imagination run wild. Maybe it's just bad luck. But no matter whether it's true or not, Lao Zao, you can't die here, understand? If it's false, that's the best. If it's true, you can't die, understand? Death is nothing to us old guys. 100 years is enough. 300 years is enough. What's important is our hard work. It can't be destroyed in an instant. Do you understand? Xiago is everything to us. Remember why we followed Yingwu to establish Xiago, and why we recognize the system that Yingwu wanted to establish, in which the strong protect the weak. Isn't it good to be a king? Isn't it good to become a saint and an ancestor? But why did we refuse? That's because when we were young, we were fed up with the life of the strong being high above, and the weak being able to beg for mercy. My brother, your sister. Do you remember how they died? Because of a steamed bun. Just because of a steamed bun. My brother was kicked in the intestines by someone, and he was in pain for half a night before he died. Your sister, just because of her beautiful eyes, was taken off alive, and fell to death in a ditch less than 3 meters away from the door. Zhu Changba stared at the other party and said, because I don't want my descendants to become the strong people who once treated us cruelly, and I don't want them to live the humble life we once lived. That's why we established the Zaya Kingdom, and established a world that may not be perfect, but it is undoubtedly what we want in our hearts, where the weak can live in peace. Do you understand? Do you understand? Throwing Zaohua away, Zhu Changba slowly turned his head. Let's go, Lao Zao, let's go. Protect our hard work, and don't let it be ruined. Sitting on the ground, Zaohua, who obviously has the strength of the immortal realm, is like a helpless child at this moment. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He punched the ground one by one, and his hands without power protection instantly became bloody. There was blood in his eyes, rolling down. He stood up, his eyes bursting with terrifying blood, staring at Zhu Yuanzhang's back, and after a moment he jumped up, and rushed directly to the sky. Ah, damn it, damn it. Ang. The giant whale outside Zhao moved, its pupils were filled with strong anger, and it let out an extremely huge roar. There was terrible energy gathering in its mouth, which was pregnant with destruction, full of destruction, and even more with endless resentment. The target was Zaohua, who was rushing away. Feeling the terrible power behind him, Zaohua did not look back, nor did he care, because he knew that someone would stop him. Little fatty fish, Grandpa is still here. Who are you looking at? An extremely cold voice sounded, and Zhu Yuanzhang appeared, with a huge Buddha shadow behind him. That was the world-honored one, the Buddha. The figure was extremely large, 8,000 feet long. Zhu Yuanzhang closed his palms, and the Buddha moved, slowly raised his palms, and pressed down towards the giant whale. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang and the 3 tumors on his body, the giant whale went crazy. Tears of blood flowed from its pupils, and the tears of blood turned into raging red waves. It made a roar of the sea, and rushed towards Zhu Yuanzhang madly. Boom. With a terrible roar, the void twisted. Tens of thousands of miles in radius, collapsed in an instant. Boom. With a terrible and earth-shaking roar, Xiacheng, which had stood for 200 years, was reduced to ashes. Sewer, Lao Zhu has placed a heavy bet on you. You won't let me down, right? Zhang Tao, surrender. If you are willing to take a slave oath, I can spare your life, and allow you to retain part of the human race. In the 800-mile flame mountain in the earthly immortal realm, the croaking stood in the void, looking down at the figure below. Zhang Tao, the first immortal realm of the human race after King Xia, was now stained with blood. His left leg was nowhere to be found, and only half of his right arm was left. He still stood there straight, with a huge furnace above his head, flames rising to the sky, and densely packed with supreme scriptures. In his left hand, he held a long mace, which was radiating golden light and flashing runes. There was a terrible power flowing inside, a power that could crush everything. He was in a very bad state, unimaginably bad. It was unbelievable that the first immortal realm of Xia country could be severely injured to such an extent. However, this was the fact. All the reasons were just one point, the stars floating like stars above his head. There were so many stars, hundreds of them. There were monsters inside, one by one. They were all great monsters, all in the realm of supernatural powers. Not only that, the most terrifying thing was that in addition to the realm of supernatural powers, there were also immortal realms inside, a full 10 immortal realms. It was really unbelievable that the monster clan actually had so many powerful people lurking. The great Zhaoshan Xingdao Ray. After a moment's silence, Zhang Tao frowned. Rumor has it that this array is a treasure of the ancient demon court in the prehistoric world, and one of the two most powerful arrays in the prehistoric world, with the same name as the Wu clan's Dushan 12 demons array. This array should not be complete, otherwise the first strike should be enough to turn me into ashes. His tone was calm, as if the person who was instantly hit hard just now was not him, and he was just stating a fact. The croaking was surprised for a moment. He nodded and said, well, the Zhaoshan star array requires 365 large Zhaoshan star banners, corresponding to the 365 main stars in the sky, and then 14,800 small Zhaoshan star banners, corresponding to the 14,800 secondary stars, and with the power of hundreds of millions of gods and demons, one person represents one star, and then the powerful Zhaoshan star array can be formed. The main star is suppressed by the Dalo Jingxun, the secondary star is suppressed by the Tei Zhuangxun, and finally the hundreds of millions of demons, which are mainly celestial immortals. Now there are only 355 supernatural realms and 10 immortal realms, not to mention the basic number of people. The realm is far away, naturally it can't be said to be complete. Zhang Tao nodded, his tone still calm. There are as many as 365 golden immortals. No wonder the writings describe this formation as being so powerful that it can even compete with the saints of the prehistoric times. The croaking said calmly, Zhang Tao, Xia Cheng is finished. From the moment you accepted the 5 surnames, and there are traps I set in the apricot yellow flag. Once the refining reaches a core, problems are bound to arise. Losing 3 immortals at once, the result is already doomed. This is your last chance, surrender. As long as you surrender, I will recognize a branch of your human race as an affiliate of my demon race. Who are you? Looking at the croaking, Zhang Tao was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, the so-called croaking is nothing more than a crow with good luck. In the world view of your demon race, this is undoubtedly an extremely lowly bloodline, and cannot be considered a demon at all. It may be lucky enough to meet a dead golden crow and steal the other's inheritance, but for something like the Zhaoshan Xingdao Great Array, I have never heard of any Taoist inheritance left by the ancient demon emperor. Even if there is, it is not something that a mere crow can understand and comprehend. This array is so simplified, and yet so powerful. It is hard to imagine that this is something a crow can do. Zhang Tao raised his head, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and said, looking through the thousands of years of history of the human race, hundreds of years ago, I often saw such content. People who entered the world fragments had changed their personalities, strange words and deeds, and different ways of thinking, as if they had changed their souls. Are you really the croaking? Or are you the ancient demon emperor, Di Jun? It doesn't look like it, so it's Dong Huang. The croaking's pupils shrank fiercely, and his face changed for the first time. He looked at Zhang Tao deeply and said slowly, you are very smart. You can make so many guesses with a star array. No wonder you rose quickly after eyeing Wu, and broke my original plan. Huh. Zhang Tao took a deep breath. Eyeing Wu's disappearance is related to you? The croaking did not deny it, but it explained a lot. So that's it. I said that the old guy was not very good, but he didn't ignore his hard work and disappear at will. Although he is an educator, Zhang Tao is actually very silent and rarely speaks. Today is an exception, and he said a lot. But here, he doesn't say anything anymore. What he needs to understand and know is already clear, which is enough. The golden mace in his hand vibrated, turning into golden runes, which slowly floated up and melted into the furnace. But the furnace vibrated, and terrible energy was generated in the furnace, which erupted instantly, forming a terrible tsunami. The tsunami grew bigger and farther. In an instant, the entire 800-leaf flame mountain was covered, the earth was shaking, and endless flames slowly rose. The entire earth vein was affected, and millions of volcanoes began to erupt. Endless fire was pulled out and quickly merged into the furnace. The void was ignited, and with the terrible fire recovery, everything around Zhangtao began to melt, and the entire flame mountain began to melt. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. The Seeking Dao cliff was affected, and the Zuan river was also affected. A full third of the entire Earth immortal realm was impacted, and the temperature in the atmosphere was directly raised by hundreds of degrees. Everything burned, and even the extraordinary particles turned into flames at this moment. The furnace with the Dao inscription, began to glow red, and Zhang Tao's body, which controlled it, burned. Laojian furnace. Yes, this flame mountain seems to be formed by the fall of Laojian furnace. The never-ending high temperature in the ground comes from it, absorbing it, and giving you a trace of the power of a saint. Is this because of the destruction of Zai Cheng? It completely removes the restrictions for you, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Well, since you choose to do so, it's not right not to fulfill your wish. The Crow King slowly raised his hand, and the Zaoshan star array suddenly vibrated. The 365 demons began to explode around them, and turned into stars. This is not energy manifestation, nor is it a phantom projection, but a real planet with an extremely terrifying mass. In an instant, the whole world was shaken, crushed, and sunken. Billions of mountains were affected, and torn apart by the terrible weight. Zhang Tao was also affected. Outside the range of the furnace, the flames went out. The 800-mile flame mountain was completely silent at this moment, and no fire appeared. The whole world fell into darkness, and only the 365 stars shone in the sky. In an instant, the sky brightened, and the sun rose, turning into an enormous furnace that was going to burn the whole world. The next second, the stars shone, and billions of lights cut through the sky, destroying everything. Boom. With a huge explosion that shook the world, the 800-leaf flame mountain evaporated, and turned into a huge black hole that was bottomless. The furnace that could refine the heaven and earth, was broken. It turned into a light spot and disappeared. Asterisk 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 what happened? In the mortal world, Li Su frowned. He took out the communicator and wanted to make a contact. However, there was only one voice in response to him, a mass alarm notification. The communicator he held was the highest authority of the Xia kingdom, and under normal circumstances, this situation would never happen. And once it happened, it undoubtedly meant a result. There was a problem with the central command tower of the Xia kingdom. How could it be possible? Looking through the records in the communication, it was still updating information dozens of minutes ago, and dozens of minutes later, everything was silent. Did the demon clan launch an attack? Even if it is, the fighting power of Xia country is not weak. How could it become like this all of a sudden? Li Su took a deep breath. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn, and his face was no longer relaxed. He raised his hand and pointed, and the restriction in Kaiokan's mind flew out and dissipated directly. There was no other intention to bring this girl back. It was just because of her talent and the way she practiced. She felt that she had the qualifications to become an immortal, and wanted her to join Xia country. Now is not the time to think about this problem. He jumped up and wanted to go to the center to see the specific situation of the mortal world. There is also the world island, where his parents are, and he also needs to find out the specific situation. Don't go there, go to the northwest. At this moment, Li Su was pulled back by Kaiokan. She said quickly and anxiously, the exit of the mortal world. Only there is a strong magnetic field in the entire mortal world, and the magnetic field in all other places has disappeared. Li Su's pupils shrank, and he nodded when he thought of the other party's Feng Shui technique. Take me with you. Kaiokan paused. The result is good for me. Li Su took a breath and stretched out his hand. The next second, Kaiokan stuck directly to Li Su and stretched out her hand to hug him. Li Su was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He jumped up and rushed straight to the west. He was very fast and broke through Mach in an instant. Mach 10, like a meteor streaking across the sky, a distance of nearly 1,000 miles in front of him, but in a blink of an eye. Before arriving, Lisu's pupils shrank, and his face became extremely ugly. 100 miles away, a war was taking place. It was the demon army, and the enemy was not the demon clan, but cockroaches, or more accurately, one of the three evils. They were attacking the demon army, so dense that there was almost no end. The battle situation was not good. The Xia Kingdom demon army was already in a one-sided situation. There were too many insect pests, far more than before, and the demon army was fighting alone without any reinforcement. If there were no supernatural powers to resist over there, I'm afraid they would have been defeated long ago. Even so, it was still in danger. Of course, this is not important. The most important thing is that the positions of both sides are wrong. City C is located northwest of the exit of the mortal realm, but the entrance itself is facing north, directly to the south. The direction of the pest attack is from the south. In other words, they came from the center of the mortal realm, not from outside the mortal realm. Damn, what happened? Why did the pest rush out from the hinterland of the earthly immortal realm? Could it be? Chapter 421, The flame shines in the sky. Pests, there is only one body. Today, it is very excited. Because the signal has been sent, and after waiting for a long time, it can finally start to attack and take revenge on a hateful human race, the damned human evil. Revenge. Yes, revenge. Since it became conscious, it can hear countless wailing. Those are its compatriots, those are its blood and bones. They were cruelly killed by the human race, using countless methods. Poisoned to death, trampled to death, pinched to death, beaten to death. Burned to death. Too many. And the reason is simply because they are pests, harmful to the human race and powerless. Therefore, they must die. It does not accept, nor admit, it hates. For hundreds of years, day and night, it has been looking at the mortal world, and countless times in dreams, it was so fierce that it killed itself, and its children destroyed the human race like waves. Blood and fire burned the human race's cities into ruins. Wailing is a song composed by the human race for it. It will enjoy the demise of the human race in the ruins and drink the blood of its enemies. He piled up their corpses high and made his throne with the bones, and he would sing praises of this great victory there. However, when that moment finally came, that day finally came, the human race was gone. All of them disappeared. The original huge city, the paradise it had longed for countless years, evaporated, leaving only a huge hole, as if silently mocking. The insect king was crazy, and a hole had long been burned in his heart by the anger of revenge, a huge hole that could not be filled. He thought that he could get what he wanted today, and reproduce the scene in his dream. In the end, there was nothing. He explored the surroundings frantically, and finally, in front of the entrance that he had longed for countless Shuayu to break through, he found the remaining people of the human race. Controlling his army, the insect king rushed over. There were not many people inside, only tens of thousands, and there was no immortal realm. Such a team, the insect king, could undoubtedly crush it easily, and crush it in an instant, tearing these damned human race into pieces and completely destroying them. But he held back. It hated too much, and the flames rising from its heart burned too intensely, completely igniting the emptiness in its heart, the simple desire. It can't be so fast. It can't let them relax. It urgently needs to scream, urgently needs to wail, urgently needs the desperate cries of the human race. Otherwise, it will go crazy, completely crazy. Attack, attack, attack. Consume, consume, consume. Don't kill any of them. Cut off their limbs, pierce their bodies, suck their blood, bring them here, bring them all here. Wear them down bit by bit, crush their will, collapse their hope, and send them to hell. I want to look at their remains, listen to their wailing and fall asleep. I also want to know, where did the others go? It won't stop until the last human dies in front of it. The insect king kept shouting, making one cry after another, seriously injuring them, but don't kill them, especially the elderly, children, women, and children. Don't kill any of them. bite their limbs to pieces, insert them into the horns, shake their bodies, let the resisting humans see, and drive them crazy. Its eyes were ferocious and its expression was terrifying. Cruel scenes kept jumping out of its mind one after another. It wanted to eat their children, swallow their lovers, torture them, and watch their eyes that refused to close. It was shouting and laughing. Although it was very different from what it expected, tens of thousands of people could more or less fill its empty heart. No hurry, no hurry. Don't rush. Sooner or later, the human race has been defeated. It's over. All it has to do is harvest. Harvest without listening, and sooner or later its body will be filled with bones to form a throne. By the way, it can also be cultivated and raised. There are humans in the earthly immortal world. It once saw humans raised in cages. Although there are not many, it gave it a hint and let it find the direction. Boom. 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 Ahead, the war was going on. The demon conquering army was fighting. There was no fear, no terror, no screaming, no wailing. Kill, kill, kill. Blood. Hatred? Didn't the human race have it? Didn't they? It had already accumulated in their hearts, had already settled in their hearts. There were too many fallen comrades and dead relatives. Look behind them, not far from where they were defending, there was a palace, a huge palace dominated by black. It was built solemnly and majestically, taller and more majestic than all the buildings here. But it was not a residence for the living, but a tombstone for the dead. The hearts of tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians in the northern land demon conquering army were wrinkled. Although they were still beating, they seemed to be dry and wrinkled. Most people had been here for several years, dozens of years, and even decades. The only purpose of living was to kill insects, to kill these pests. Some died because of their comrades, some because of their fathers, and some because of the loss of their relatives when the pests attacked the city. 99% of the people who chose to stay here had a blood feud with the pests. No one ran away, nor did they retreat. If their hands were broken, they would use their legs, and if their legs were broken, they would use their mouths. They didn't know what happened, but when they saw the pests rushing in from the south, everyone went crazy and blood was flowing. The bloody battle had been going on for dozens of minutes, and the position had retreated more than 1,000 meters. Every step was filled with countless blood. More than 50,000 demon conquering troops fell forever in less than 1,000 meters. There were 20,000 of them in the martial arts realm, the magic realm, and the supernatural realm. There were old people and women inside. Their eyes were red, and veins on their faces burst. They waved their weapons frantically, and fought a bloody battle with their children and their husbands. Hold on, hold on. An old man kept shouting, kill, kill, kill. Buy time for the children. There were naturally children in the demon conquering army, children of their families, and students who came for internships. At the moment the war started, these children were gathered together and led to retreat. The troops behind them were not moving fast because there were also enemies blocking the road ahead. A small number of elite soldiers led them to fight and fought madly. Their hands and feet were broken, and even if they fell to the ground, they still madly squirmed their bodies, using their teeth as weapons to bite the enemy. Before they died, they had to fight for the children and the human race, to carve out a sky and a future. Even the 8-year-old children did not cry or shout at this moment. Their pupils were wide open, staring at the insect pests, and they hated them madly. They held the younger children by their little hands, holding them in their arms, and hugging them with their little bodies. Layer after layer. Outside were 12 years old, and outside were 18 years old. Outside were students who had just come for internship. The original team had 6 or 7,000 people, but in just a few dozen minutes, they had lost 2 or 3,000 people. Cap. The insect king was laughing wildly. That's it. It was so happy that it reached its bones and heart. The only flaw was that all those sent here were dead. Even the children were not intact, and their bodies were torn apart. Another doll had a broken arm in its hand. The arm was not very old, but it was held too tightly. Even though the arm had been separated from its owner's body, it still held the doll tightly, and did not let go. Crack. That's it. It has to be like this. Continue. It was this sound. So beautiful. The insect king was very excited. Although it was different from what he expected, the fruit was still sweet and the juice was still rich. Every drop of it was like 1,000-year-old aged wine to it, and it was intoxicated. Gutter maggots, dirty things, how dare you? How dare you? Boom. With a roar like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, a figure rushed down from the sky. Boom. 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 The terrible yin and yang energy tore the sky apart the moment he fell, covering the last afterglow of the sun, and drowning the bloody battlefield. Li Su arrived, in the blink of an eye. The next second, he went crazy, his eyes were red as blood, and he went completely berserk. He received not only the thoughts of the human race, more importantly, the bug, the dirty bug, was actually laughing and enjoying, tasting the pain of the human race as fine wine. Ah. 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 Roaring like a dragon, Li Su's face became extremely hideous, and the blood in his pupils was like a torch, illuminating the night. Yin-yang grinding wheel. The extreme yin qi and the extreme yang qi rushed into the sky, and a huge grinding wheel thousands of feet long appeared. On one side, the scorching heat could burn through space. On the other side, the cold could penetrate time. The entire battlefield paused, and everyone was shocked by the terrible scene. The army of pests also paused, and a terrible crisis filled their hearts, and passed it to their king. Boom. 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 The millstone vibrated, and it was still getting bigger and bigger. Li Su's violent emotions completely intensified his body. His already terrifying and violent magic power became even more violent and terrifying at this moment. Emotions, like fuel, forcibly raised Li Su's strength. The terrible millstone began to generate suction, incredible suction. Bugs, countless bugs, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. The martial arts realm, the magic realm, the supernatural realm, they struggled frantically, but could not get rid of the terrible suction on their bodies. They were violently pulled up and sucked by the millstone. The next second, half of the body turned red and burned. The rest turned white and was frozen. As the millstone turned, it was annihilated into ashes. Xinhou flag. Li Su ran away, looking up to the sky and roaring hugely, calling up the treasure connected to his soul, the treasure of humanity created by the ancient human race. But the void was shaking, and a light was exploding above Li Su's head. In an instant, a huge human race appeared. It was getting stronger and stronger, resonating, ringing, and calling out to the void. Deep in the black domain, the fire flag of the pursuer's chaos bell shook, feeling the call of the holder, and even more so the holder's terrifying killing intent. It paused slightly and stopped. The next second, the flagpole trembled, pierced the void, turned into a stream of light, and went towards Li Su. Feel it, sense it. Li Su slowly raised his hand, and raised it high. The next second, the void trembled, hundreds of thousands of spaces were pierced, and a large flag appeared, and the flagpole fell on Li Su's palm. Boom. 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 The moment he grabbed the flagpole, the fire was ignited. The flag fluttered up, the flag body was thousands of feet long, and the raging fire was like the sun, igniting the entire mortal world into daylight. Boom. 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 The drum sounded long. Woo. 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 The horn sounded. The flames of the torch shone for 100,000 miles, and the great plan was achieved by overcoming all difficulties. The flags of the emperor gathered from all directions, slashing the sky, the earth and the demons. The most precious treasure of humanity, the most precious treasure of humanity. At this moment, it burst out with its true brilliance, lighting up the entire mortal world, and the light it emitted was like a dazzling star in the black domain. The long history of the human race rolled over it, and all the human race who felt it could not help but feel their hearts trembling and their blood boiling. The huge sound of drums and horns vibrated out, and in the depths of the black domain, some fragments and crystals were vibrating and resonating. The king of humanity is calling. The king of humanity is calling. Fight. 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 There are souls resonating, and there are voices responding, one after another, one after another. In an instant, the flame flag had a greater reaction, and the flames it stimulated were more intense, longer, and farther. There was a terrible killing intent gathering, and a terrible will was manifesting. 10,000 years of prehistoric times, the human race through the ages. The flames of the torch will not be extinguished, and the human race will not be extinguished. Cut. With a sharp shout, Lee Su waved the Xinhuo flag, slashed through the air, and slashed out. Clang. It was a supreme sword, a brilliant sword, a sword slashed out by the history of human civilization. It crushed everything except humans, and destroyed them all. Hundreds of millions, billions of insect pests did not even make a move to resist. Their bodies were annihilated and shattered. Hiss. A wailing sounded, and the insect king let out a huge and incomparable cry. Its body was also cut open, and light golden blood was spilled inside. It was the blood of immortals, the supreme life. It shook its own power, and countless insects grew inside, trying to connect and want to heal the wound. However, the wound was glowing, and a terrible light burst out. It was the Xinhuo, the history of the human race, and they suppressed it, and strangled the insect king. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a series of screams, the insect king was almost in pain. His foundation was cracked, his soul was severely damaged, disturbed, and a huge gap was torn. Turning around, it wanted to run away. How could Lee Su give the other party that chance? In the past 1,000 years, since this thing existed, how many human races, how many compatriots, died at the hands of the other party? How could such an existence not exist? How could it exist? This is not a personal hatred, but a national and racial hatred. Lee Su waved his hand, and the Xinhuo flag fell in the center of the Demon Expedition Army. After driving the Xinhuo to protect them, he jumped up and rushed out with the extremely terrifying Yin Yang millstone. In a blink of an eye, thousands of miles. The insect king ran fast, but Lee Su ran faster. Caught up. Suppress. He raised the huge millstone in his hand and smashed it down madly. The huge millstone of nearly 5,000 feet, like a star, with an extremely huge body, pressed directly towards the insect king. Swish. 10,000 insects live. The insect king shouted, offering his magic power, and performing his magical powers. Eggs began to appear on its body, one by one, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. In an instant, the eggs broke out of their shells and became insects. Billions of insects appeared, turned into an ocean, and rushed up. Boom. The sea of insects collided with the stars, and the earth was shaken. In the mortal world, the earth's crust shook, and billions of cubic meters of soil were thrown into the sky. The sky and the earth were shrouded in earth color. Suppress, suppress, suppress. There was a roar inside, and a terrible scream sounded. The sound was like a wave, shaking through thousands of miles. Buzz buzz buzz. The Yin Yang millstone was shaking and still expanding, breaking through 6,000, exceeding 7,000, stepping over 8,000, and entering 9,000, until 9,999 feet. It stopped expanding, and slowly fell down. Boom. A terrible explosion sounded, and the insect king was pressed down by the millstone that was nearly 10,000 feet long, pressed into the ground, and pressed down to the deepest part. Boom. The mortal world shook, trembling madly. The rivers flowed backwards, and the mountains collapsed. The mortal world, which is 1,000,000 miles in diameter, is shaking as if the end of the world has come. TSK. A shrill wail came from the ground. The insect king was crushed to the deepest place, on the world membrane between the mortal world and the black domain under the earth's crust. Its body was shaking wildly, and it was strangled by the yin-yang grinding wheel. The cracks on its body became more and more numerous and larger. Its body was broken, and its blood was splattered everywhere, and its body was also splattered everywhere. The king of insect pests, which once caused tremendous damage to the human race, and was engraved with the hatred of the human race, was cracking and being strangled bit by bit. TSK. 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 The insect king couldn't help but scream, and his scream was full of fear. Even if it is said that the insects who enjoy the wailing of the human race are still no different from most creatures in the second before their own death, they are still full of fear. Its eyes are crazy. It doesn't want to die. It doesn't want to die. It hasn't lived enough. It hasn't lived enough. The tentacles vibrated. It was casting a spell. Another spell besides the innate Taoism. The spell that could constantly find the mortal world and constantly invade the human world for hundreds of years. The spell was cast, the space began to tremble, and a narrow door was opened. The insect king opened his eyes wide, saw hope, saw the future. It did not hesitate to abandon its body that was about to collapse, and a trace of flesh and blood rushed in with its own spiritual light, trying to escape from here. Human race, damn human race, wait for me. Sooner or later, when the flesh and blood with spiritual light passed through the void, it was stunned and widened its eyes in disbelief. It was that human race, that crazy human race, the human race, that almost killed it. What? Lee Su looked at the other party with murderous intent. Spatial magic. Sorry, I can also do it, and my level is much higher than yours. Reaching out his hand, his heart glowed, and in the depths of the sea of consciousness, the saint's treasure with supreme power, the Zhuanhuang Tower appeared. In an instant, the flesh and blood with the spiritual light of the Insect King was captured by the Zhuanhuang Tower. Without even struggling, its body began to shrink by tens of millions of times. The shadow of the Zhuanhuang Tower moved and slowly suppressed it. The tower body was filled with starlight. Before the starlight fell, the flesh and blood of the Insect King and the spiritual light shattered. The three evils of heaven and earth, the insect pests, died and their souls disappeared. TSK. Below, the huge body suppressed by Lee Su's yin-yang grinding wheel also collapsed at this moment, and the flesh and blood were annihilated, turning into the most primitive spiritual light. Lee Su raised his hand and waved it, but he did not absorb this spiritual light. Instead, he waved his hand directly, letting it merge into the soil of the mortal world, turning it into nutrients and dung. From then on, it would nourish this land for 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years. The human race will thrive on its corpse. Chapter 422, Fire Plan. Destroy. Lee Su took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time, which consumed a lot of energy. Although extreme emotions can increase his strength, they also consume more energy at the same time. If it weren't for the Zhuanhuang Tower suppressing himself, his body would be filled with vast mana at all times. After this fight, I'm afraid that the yin-yang Dao fruit would be exhausted, and he would not be able to burst out the power of the fusion god level in the divine ability realm in a short time. Sure enough, the immortal realm is not so easy to kill. He went all out to wipe it out, and the opponent had time to escape instead of being completely suppressed. If Lee Su was not also proficient in spatial magical powers, the Yu King chapter allowed him to control the space around him at any time. Otherwise it would be almost impossible to kill the opponent. He had to go to the world fragments again to expand the long river. The divine ability realm is very strong, but it also consumes a lot of energy. After the fusion god, the explosion of the magical power reached a peak, which could truly reproduce a corner of the supreme power. But because of this, the consumption was huge, and the fusion god level could not last too long. The reason why the Insect King was killed by Lee Su was mainly because here, the Saints Supreme and the Destiny chapter were completely different in level, with a huge gap. I had some feelings before, and now it is undoubtedly clearer. The state of enlightenment must be entered as soon as possible, so that the supernatural power can be infinitely close to the world river and directly obtain energy from the river at close range. The state of enlightenment is a very important state. It is the only state in the 3 states of supernatural power that gives feedback to itself. The cave is to open the sky for the supernatural power and let it gain a foundation. Fusion of the spirit is to complete it completely, so that the supernatural power can be placed. Even if it leaves Lee Su's body, it can still continue to exist. It was because he led the Crocodile King away, because he merged with the spirit, that he was able to do it. The final state of enlightenment is different. It is the time to truly give back to oneself. The supernatural power is connected to the inner field, actively approaching the world river, shortening the distance between Lee Su's body and the river. Although it is divided into 3, 6, and 9 feet, 1 foot here is almost equivalent to the distance of a world. 9 feet means 9. The diameter of the earth in the previous life was about 12,742 kilometers. The distance between the world river and the inner river will only be farther, so this foot of length can almost be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Why is it that Lee Su, who clearly has the 7 supreme saints, possesses the Dao fruit, and has the Zhuanhuang Tower to suppress his mind and manifest the infinite ocean, can only flee from the Crocodile King, and cannot fight head on? The reason is here. The Dao realm has pulled the 2 sides to an extremely far distance, a height that even the saints' skills can hardly make up for. The so-called Deo realm is actually embarking on the immortal road. The closer to the end, the closer to the immortal. Although the Deo is not an immortal, it can be said that it is undoubtedly a pseudo-immortal. Therefore, the so-called Deo realm is actually the road to the true. Lee Su urgently needs to get on the road. No matter how long, difficult the road ahead is, he must first set foot on it. As long as he gets on the road, the gap between him and the immortal realm will be shortened, and it will be leveled and shortened little by little. And as long as Lee Su shortens this gap, the so-called demon race, except for Dong Hyang, the rest of the immortal realm is nothing but a chicken and a dog in his eyes. He jumped up and rushed directly into the sky, turning into a stream of light and returning to the north in an instant. At this moment, up to the entrance of the mortal world, more than 30,000 demon conquering troops have calmed down. The fire flag planted by Lee Su is a treasure of humanity. The fire lit on it can not only illuminate one side and ignite hope, but also soothe people's hearts and suppress negative effects. With the arrival of Lee Su, the demon conquering troops were shocked. The terrible yin yang millstone, the power to suppress everything, and the breath that seemed to be a steady giant mountain blocking them from the wind and rain from the beginning, all filled everyone's body and mind. If there is a king, then the person in front of him deserves it. Raising his hand and knocking hard on his chest, more than 30,000 demon conquering troops, facing the strangulation of insect pests, can still not retreat even a step. Even if they only have teeth left, they will kill the enemy. They knelt on one knee on the ground. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, raised his hand and waved, and the fire flag appeared in front of him, and he appeared at the position of the fire flag. Kneel before the heaven and earth, kneel before the ancestors, except for those who gave birth to you. The rest are not worthy. You are all in a state of shock at the moment, with 1,000 words to say. If you want to worship, then take this treasure of humanity as your target. It is forged with the glory of the ancients, the blood and sweat of the ancients, and the history of the ancient civilization. After you calm down, half of the rest of you will cultivate the bones of your sacrificed comrades, and the other half will go to see the remaining resources. Person in charge, after arranging everything, come to the Hall of Heroes to see. By the way, one of the biggest scourges of the human race, the pest, its king has been killed, and the corpse has turned into dung, and merged into this land. After saying that, Lee Su jumped up, pulled Kaokan, and went straight to the Hall of Heroes. Standing there, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The older generation of the demon conquering army trembled directly, tears couldn't help but fall, and they crawled on the ground with a heartache, and couldn't help but screaming loudly. Dead, dead, damn pest, it's dead, finally dead. My friend, did you see it? Did you see it? Those pests were killed. Ruah, Fenja, did you hear it? Did you hear it? The pests are dead, all dead. No one doubted that it was not only the power that Lee Su showed, but more importantly the Xinhuo banner. Under the light of the fire, they saw, as Lee Su uttered the words, the end of the insect king, strangled by Lee Su's yin yang grinding wheel, and his corpse turned into a light spot and merged into the dung. You, what a weirdo. Standing outside the Hall of Heroes, Kaokan looked at Lee Su with a very complicated expression. Appearing at the critical moment, and still holding the Xinhuo banner, the treasure of humanity. As long as Lee Su is willing, these tens of thousands of demon conquering troops who have fought 100 battles will become his subordinates. Although there are not many people, these people are undoubtedly veterans, with the spirit of fighting 100 battles and not dying, which is enough to be the foundation of a dynasty. As a result, the other party gave up without hesitation. Ancestors are precious, those who give birth to them can kneel, and the rest are not worthy. Not only did he give up becoming a king, but he also denied the king. This is the holder of the Xinhuo flag. She can feel the significance of the Xinhuo flag. In ancient times, only the human king was qualified to obtain its control. If it was her grandfather, he would probably accept this result without hesitation and with ecstasy, right? In fact, even she was extremely shocked, and it was difficult to control. At present, there is no doubt that there is a problem in the Xia kingdom. The mortal world is like this, and the earthly immortal world is probably not much better. It can be said that there is no doubt that the troubled times have come. It is an opportunity. With Lee Su's talent and ability, as long as he wants, a brand new Xia kingdom will be established by him. It will no longer be the Xia kingdom of the Xia king, but his kingdom. Lee Su glanced at the other party. Being a king? Oh, superficial. How tiring is it to be a king? Working hard and groveling. Bowing your head, and being willing to be a cow for children. Facing thousands of people with a cold bro. Whoever loves you can go. HMM. You said to be a tyrant? Be prepared, grit your teeth, and look back to see if your father will beat you to death. Lee Su didn't wait for long, and several people came over. HMM. Lee Su's eyes flickered, because he knew one of them. One of the hawks in Xia country, Yaren's junior brother, Imo Yan, once went to the Zhu family to ask for compensation, because Lee Su was assassinated by the consortium, and gave Lee Su the resources to take off. He was considered his uncle, and the one who killed the most enemies on the battlefield before. Because he was covered in blood and his face was covered with blood, he didn't recognize him. Hello, Imo Yan, the commander of the 7th Division of the mortal world of the Demon Expedition Army. He was promoted. He was a deputy before. That's right, he has reached the supernatural realm. It would be strange if he didn't get promoted. Lee Su took a breath, and was about to say something. But Kaokan suddenly walked in front of him, put her sleeves, and gently held Lee Su's palm, and said softly, "My name is Kaokan. He is Zuyu, my husband. We just returned to the mortal world, but found that all the human cities in the mortal world have disappeared." What happened? Lee Su's pupils shrank, and he was a little strange. Kaokan's behavior was obvious. She didn't want him to reveal his identity. Mo Yan's eyes flashed. There was no doubt that these two names were unfamiliar. Such a powerful person, but he had never heard of it. Could it be that he came back from there? Because of the war with the demon clan, the high-level officials of Xia State sent people to the mythical world to ask the people who were looking for King Xia there to come back. He didn't think much about it. He had the treasure of humanity and saved them. If it was the enemy, there would be no need to make such an effort. He nodded, shook his head and said, "Sorry, we don't know either. But it is certain that the human race in the mortal world should be fine. They were taken away." Took away. Lee Su's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but say, "Firebell Project?" Mo Yan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Lee Su with some surprise. He didn't expect that the other party actually knew this. You know, even among the high-level officials of the entire Xia state, only a few people knew about this plan. Only those with the status of generals and above were qualified to know something. Spark Project? Kaokan looked at Lee Su with a puzzled face. It has been implemented. There is nothing to keep secret. The so-called fire plan is to completely abandon the current territory held by the human race, hide the whole race in the prepared place, and start to develop again. After the disappearance of King Xia, the high-level officials of Xia realized that something was wrong. In order to avoid being defeated by the demon race and causing the complete destruction of Xia, they formulated it. Lee Su frowned and said, "However, only the executors know about this plan. No one knows where the people in the mortal world were taken. I don't know how my parents are doing. Since the fire plan has been launched, it means that it will fall into complete silence for a long time in the future. Unless the situation there is settled, and the immortal realm has spare power, it will come out to look for the human race left behind." Thinking of this, Lee Su's face was a little ugly. The implementation of the Firebell plan is not unconditional. Instead, it must meet a very terrible requirement before it will be carried out. First, Xia is in a huge crisis. Second, more than 2 people in the immortal realm of Xia will inevitably die. Third, the existing people can no longer handle this crisis. The above 3 conditions are indispensable, otherwise the Firebell plan will not be used. 2 immortals and above are bound to die. As far as Xia country is concerned, how many immortals are there? There are only 6 in total. Maybe there are others, but according to Lee Su's understanding, they are all in the myth world. The Northern Land Demon Expedition Army was left behind, which means that the fire plan was launched very hastily. In terms of the time when the turmoil occurred, it was probably less than a few dozen minutes. Is there something wrong with the earthly immortal realm? What did the demon clan do? Let's not talk about others. Zhang Tao, the #1 person in Xia country, now controls the two supreme powers of Leogen Furnace and Divine Whip. Even if the Croaking takes action himself, it is impossible to take it down in such a short time. You know, until not long ago, the Xinhuo flag was chasing the Chaos Bell. Not only that, in addition to Zhang Tao, Grandpa Zhu also resides in the earthly immortal realm. The two of them are connected. Li Su's face couldn't help but change. What if it was because of the problems of the two of them? Damn it. Li Su's face was very ugly. He almost wanted to leave the mortal world immediately and rush to the earthly immortal realm to see the specific situation. After all, in addition to the two elders, Shengyang and the others were also there. Such a big thing, it is impossible that there would be no movement. Damn. In order to avoid the backflow of black gas, Li Su took the initiative to contact the relatives of the senior sisters. Otherwise it would not be so troublesome now. At least we can confirm their safety. As if sensing Li Su's heart, Kaiokan said, I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. There must be a big problem in the earthly immortal realm, otherwise it would be impossible to launch such a plan. What are you going to do next? I think the mortal world can't stay. The demon clan will definitely not let this place go. I'm afraid it will come soon. Mo Yan and others couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard it. They naturally knew that the mortal world was not safe, otherwise they would not be able to start the Fire Bell plan. But leaving Mo Yan and others are not a big problem. The trouble is the martial arts realm. In the black domain, the martial arts realm cannot survive, even if they say they can't stay in the black domain for too long. Kaiokan turned her head, looked at Li Su and said, Dear, why don't you take them to the dark street first? Although the place is not big, there should be no problem surviving in a short time. Li Su was startled. Sent to the dark street. The Crocodile King had been taken away by Li Su. Not only that, the dark street was cut off by him because of the war, and it was no longer in the original place. Trying to find it in the huge black domain is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unlike the mortal world, the dark street is very small, with only a dozen streets in total. Although it was connected to many world fragments before, in that battle, several of them were bitten to pieces by the Crocodile King, so it is even smaller. Li Su nodded, looked at Mo Yan and the others and said, What do you think? Mo Yan and the others looked at each other. They had naturally heard of the dark street. In its most glorious period, it could accommodate nearly 1 million people. It was enough for temporary hiding. Nodding and said, Okay. Kaiokan said directly, let's do it without further ado. You go and prepare first and gather all the people here. It's better to act quickly than slowly. Since there is a problem in the earthly immortal realm, the demons may come here at any time. Okay. Mo Yan is also a decisive person. He nodded directly. Watching them leave, Li Su frowned slightly and looked at Kaiokan with a questioning look in his eyes. The earthly immortal realm may be destroyed, and the mortal realm has activated the Fire Bell project. So many things have happened in just a few dozen minutes. Although I don't know much about the combat power of the Xia kingdom, I often hear the ancestors mention the strength of the teacher and the smiling tiger. Oh, they are the two predecessors Zhang Tao and Zhu Changba. They were called this more than 200 years ago. The ancestors are often very wary of the two of them, and they say with great envy that, if it weren't for these two people, King Xia would have died halfway. This shows the ability of the two predecessors. Until now, they have persisted for 200 years, and have fought each other countless times. It is impossible for the two old predecessors to have no confidence at all, and be defeated so decisively, that even the plan of the Fire Seed was directly activated. Kaiokan said softly, in fact, after arriving in the mortal realm, I have always been very uneasy, and after coming here, this uneasiness has intensified. According to my own experience, there are problems in the mortal realm, and there are also problems with this team. Li Su's pupils shrank slightly. It is easy to understand that there are problems in the mortal realm. Once the demon clan has dealt with the earthly immortal realm, the next step must be here. And this team has a problem. Thinking of what she said. Since ancient times, there has always been only one way to make an organization collapse quickly, that is from the inside. There is a ghost, and the ghost's identity is not low. Most likely it is a high level one. Exclamation mark. Li Su took a deep breath and said softly, Thank you. You're welcome. Asterisk 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 the demon army was organized very quickly. After all, it was an army. It didn't take long for tens of thousands of people to pack up everything. Lee Su walked out directly with Kaioken, summoned the Xinhuo flag directly, and held it in his hand. At the same time, he opened the yin-yang grinding wheel to cover everyone. The flag body shook, and directly covered the aura with the treasure, cutting off all contact. The next second, Lee Su cut through the void, and disappeared with everyone present. Just after Lee Su had just led people away, less than 2 hours before and after, a terrible breath appeared. It was the Demon Clan. They came. The leader was the Jia King, followed by the Wolf King, the Tiger King, the Ten-Eyed Spider and other demons. A full 4 immortal realms came here. After landing, the eyes of the Jia King were extremely cold. The huge mortal world was now lifeless. The pests are not here. According to the original plan, it launched an attack on the mortal world. It's too late. Sniffing the air, the Wolf King said lightly, there is no life inside. The human race has completely abandoned this place and moved. The smell of blood is very light, which does not match the number of humans. The pests should have failed. The Tiger King said. Waste. The Jia King's eyes were like knives, and his face was full of anger. The earthly immortal world was destroyed in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect that the mortal world would fail. The pests that were highly expected failed to entangle and form effective killings. It's already difficult to take them all in one battle. The teacher's strength is beyond imagination. He can resist for so long in the face of the Zhaoshan Xingdao formation. And that smiling tiger, facing the whale disaster, plus the encirclement of 4 immortal realms, he couldn't take him down in the first time. Now only some ants escaped, which does not affect the overall situation. Although they may have made a plan, they will soon find out how stupid this plan is. After losing the earthly immortal realm, the human race has lost the opportunity to rise again. Let's go. It's time to start the next plan. The Jia King stood in place. After a moment, it began to gather its own great power and punch the huge mortal world. In an instant, the earth was overturned. The earth was torn into pieces, and everything was destroyed by his power. The terrible cold penetrated into it for hundreds of feet deep. The endless land was directly frozen, completely freezing this huge world and erasing all vitality. Even if the immortal realm of the human race came back here and used its power to offset the freezing air of the Jia King, they would find that this world was dead, completely dead. Unless a huge price is spent to move a large amount of extraordinary particles, replace hundreds of feet of soil on the ground, and spend 100 years, this place will never be suitable for living beings to live in. After doing everything, the 4 monsters flashed and disappeared. Chapter 423 The Real Fire Plan. Although he brought tens of thousands of people, it was not difficult for Lee Su now. It was just that the Jade Purity Deo fruit was gone, so it was a bit difficult to use the space ability. But it was not a big problem. Because of the nature of the black domain, there were actually many roads in the mortal world. With the help of the Xinhuo flag to suppress it, it didn't take long for them to reach the place where the dark street was originally located. There was no one around, only the broken fragments of the small world were left, and the whole place became a mess, and was completely bitten to pieces. It must be said that the magical power of the Crocodile King was very powerful, and even a smaller space could be directly torn apart. After feeling it, the monsters of the Demon Clan also left, and the breath was very faint. It should be that the Crocodile King chose to retreat immediately after chasing his clone away. They were seriously injured and hit by their own flesh and blood supreme. The immortal realm that was almost unable to bear it could not bear it, let alone them, mainly because there were too many of them, and they joined forces to resist it. Lee Su did not delay, captured the traces left by himself, and quickly went towards the direction of the dark street. It was quite far away. In order to prevent them from being affected, the Demon Clan quickly came in the morning. Lee Su almost cut the entire dark street with 3 small fragments and chopped it out for thousands of miles. In a place like the Black Domain, thousands of miles away, it takes a lot of time to find the immortal realm. After all, the entire void is a chaos, with no distinction between up and down, left and right, and the power in the space is mixed. There are many fragments and debris, all of which are dead. The dark street itself is not big, and the total is equivalent to a relatively large piece of debris, which is undoubtedly more difficult to find. When arriving at the dark street, ZHU Zhang and his team were still sorting it out. Apart from anything else, the 4 thieves alone took a lot of effort. Fortunately, when Li Su left, he severely injured Qin Yang and the other 4 with his magical powers. His body was entangled with the yin and yang energies, and was quickly suppressed by ZHU Zhang and his team. Otherwise the chaos might not be over at this moment. Those who should be arrested, and those who should be killed should be killed. After dealing with everything, the local forces of the Dark Street were also incorporated. The strength of the Dark Street is not bad, and there are several people in the Divine Power realm, but the realm is not high, only the Void stage. And it is obvious that, as long as it is not the Divine Power realm, that goes against common sense like Li Su, the Void stage has almost no room for struggle when encountering the Enlightenment stage. They are very honest and directly surrender. After all, facing the guys who surrendered all 4 thieves, facing the commander of Xiacheng, and ZHU Zhang who had thousands of demon conquering troops, he could not even think of resisting. Not only that, with such a big thing happening, a large part of the gang members were very nervous. They came here just to make some extra money while practicing, and their families were in the mortal world. If the demons and humans really went to war, most people would not be able to escape. Soon, Li Su came with people. Seeing Zhu Yu, ZHU Zhang and Zhang Shan's faces suddenly looked very bad, but after seeing Mo Yan following behind them, and the demon conquering troops guarding the entrance to the mortal world, their expressions were really solemn. Li Su was very direct, and invited ZHU Zhang and Zhang Shan to talk. Of course, he asked Mo Yan to explain the situation in the mortal world to them first. After listening, the two clenched their fists and their faces turned pale. They were waiting for Li Su to escape the pursuit of the Crocodile King, but they didn't want to wait for it. The launch of the fire plan. They are qualified to know, and they know the situation very well. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the Xia Kingdom will never launch such a plan. Soon, the two came to Li Su. Talk. Okay. Li Su nodded. Ko Kan said, Zhu Yu, although most of my people are hopeless, there are still some who have not made too many mistakes. Some are forced to do so, I think. Li Su thought about it, and turned to look at ZHU Zhang and the others. Okay, if you are sure that it has not violated the laws of the Xia Kingdom. ZHU Zhang nodded and asked someone to take Ko Kan over. Let's go out and talk. Okay. ZHU Zhang and Zhang Shan nodded. Asterisk 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 who are you? Standing outside the dark street, the Xinhuo flag blocked the breath. And after it was completely blocked, ZHU Zhang couldn't help it. It was mainly Mo Yan's narration. Someone from the myth world? How is it possible? People from the myth world can't come so quickly. The distance is far, and maybe the communication hasn't been transmitted yet. Li Su did not hesitate to the two people in front of him. He raised his hand and the Zhuanhuang Tower appeared directly. Uncle ZHU, you have really tricked me this time in the dark street. In an instant, the two could not help but widened their eyes. Sua, you, what's wrong? The Zhuanhuang Tower is a treasure of the master of the Taoism I learned. Li Su quickly told the cause and effect. Listening to each other's story, the two were completely stunned. Damn, I was wondering why such a terrifyingly talented monster suddenly jumped out, and it seemed that neither side belonged. The main reason was that the Zhuanhuang Tower had Li Su's name on it from the beginning, making everyone subconsciously think that Li Su had already entered and was in the deepest part. Uncle, father-in-law, let's make a long story short here. The mortal world is gone. I want to go to the earthly immortal world to take a look at the situation over there. Li Su was very direct and got straight to the point. He had to know how Grandpa ZHU and the others were doing. No. ZHU Zhang took a deep breath. His eyes were bright and glowing at this moment. His expression was a little excited. He shook his head and said, no, don't go to the earthly immortal realm, go to the mythological realm. Li Su was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Go to the mythological realm? ZHU Zhang took a deep breath and said softly, this is the spark plan. If the spark is activated one day, it means that Xia will completely abandon the mortal world in the earthly immortal realm. the immortal realm will start to obtain the treasure from the mythological realm and move the entire mortal world to the mythological realm. Lee Su's pupils could not help shrinking, and his face changed completely. Move everything to the mythological realm? Are you kidding? The earthly immortal realm is no less than poison to ordinary people, let alone the mythological realm. It is said that the world over there is extremely dangerous, and the immortal realm will die if you are not careful. How can mortals survive if they go there? Zhu Zhang let out a long breath and said slowly, the people who made this plan were my father, Uncle Zhang and others. Why did they make such a plan? We humans are blessed by the nature of the world fragments. It is very easy for us to transcend the mortal world. We have reached the transcendence nearly 200 years earlier than the demons. As a result, the human race is suppressed by the demons in all aspects. Maybe it is also because of the intrigues among the human race, and the demons can adapt to the transcendence faster than humans, and strengthen their own relationships. But the world fragments themselves are more beneficial to the human race after all. This is the foundation of the transcendence in this world. Why is the human race completely left behind by the demons and even suppressed in turn, even though they have the privilege of holding the world fragments in their hands? The reason is very simple. 600 years ago, the demons moved their entire clan and completely abandoned the mortal world, and took root in the earthly immortal world. Although they paid a huge price for this, they have completely distanced themselves from the human race since that day. From then on, it only takes 3 to 5 years for the demon race to reach a realm of mana. On the other hand, it takes about 20 years for the human race to reach a realm of mana. Perhaps the human race has stronger mana, and some geniuses can even fight 3 or 5 at a time. But such geniuses are a minority after all, and most people can only maintain one-on-one or one-on-one situations. Therefore, over time, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. The human race lost. From the moment we discovered the Earth immortal realm, but failed to decisively relocate our entire clan, we had already failed in this competition. Even the rise of King Xia later failed to reverse the situation. Although the history books say that the failure was caused by the 5 surnames, it is not actually the case. In fact, if a war really broke out at that time, we don't know what the outcome of the demon race would be, but the human race would basically be 100% destroyed. It's not because he was afraid of the 5 clans, but because he realized that he couldn't win. That's why King Xia chose to give up and injured it. He even held his nose and let the consortium grow, making the demons think that the human race is still fighting among themselves even now, and that surpassing the human race is only a matter of time. They don't want to decide the outcome by damaging their own foundation, so they maintained peace. Therefore, in order to find a way out, King Xia had to go to the mythological world, trying to find a way to break through the immortal realm. As a result, 40 years ago, King Xia disappeared, and the life fire left in the earthly immortal world suddenly dimmed, and there was a problem. Realizing the coming of a major crisis, Father and others held dozens of discussions on this, and finally announced the fire plan. Once the plan is launched, it basically means that Xia country and the human race have entered a countdown, and our race is on the verge of extinction. So instead of waiting to be forced into a corner by the demons little by little and eventually destroyed, it is better to take a chance and gamble, and enter the mythological world with the entire clan. Indeed, the environment over there is undoubtedly more cruel, and the living space will be even worse, but if the human race can adapt. At this point, Zhu Chang paused and took a long breath. The launch of this plan is undoubtedly a gamble with the lives of hundreds of millions of people in Xia country, and it is a gamble on an uncertain future. After all, no one can guarantee that the human race can withstand the harsh environment of the mythical world and adapt to it. What if it can't? Wouldn't it be a waste of death? Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and was frightened by the content of the plan formulated by Zhu Changba and others. For a moment, Lee Su didn't know what to say. Say that Grandpa Zhu and others are too cruel. Cruel. Not cruel. To say that they are cruelies, that you have never seen the situation of the human race being kept in captivity on the territory of the demon race. The demon race likes to eat raw food, and the fresher the better, so they often grab a person directly, bite off the other's arm and thigh, and then stop the bleeding. throw it aside, listen to their screams, and chew their flesh and blood. But Zhang Shan suddenly spoke, his eyes bright, looking at Li Su without blinking. This is just the initial plan. Huh? What do you mean? The two looked at each other, took a deep breath at the same time, and said slowly, this plan is now called the no care plan. No care? Li Su was stunned. Zhang Shan took a deep breath and said, everything you showed gave the old man and the others a glimmer of hope that they might not have to pay such a terrible price to win. That's right. ZHU Zhang nodded. So the old man and the others modified the original plan. Although the spark plan is still going on, the purpose is to send everyone to the mythology realm, to adapt to the mythology realm. Instead, they will seal them up, and won't be opened until 100 years later. Because the old man and the others are convinced that, as long as they give you 100 years, the so-called demon race will be nothing but chickens and dogs in front of you, not worth worrying about. Zhang Shan said softly, therefore, Xia country must never be a burden to you. Even if we can't provide you with protection, at least we must let you have no worries. ZHU Zhang and Zhang Shan took a breath at the same time. They looked at each other, looked deeply at Li Su, and said, this is the full picture of the spark plan now. Chapter 424 Preparing to go to the myth world. Li Su was shocked. He didn't expect that the whole picture of the fire plan would be like this now. He bought him 100 years of time without any scruples. He felt that he could slaughter the demons like pigs and dogs after 100 years. This is too much of a compliment to the demons. Li Su couldn't help but complain in his heart. Li Su, was the first prodigy of the human race. He mastered the 7 saints supreme. He could fight against the 8 kings in the supernatural realm and kill immortals. He had only been practicing for a little over 4 years. As a result, the old man and his friends gave him 100 years, which was 25 times of 4 years. Was he looking down on him? Li Su took a breath and made some bold statements in his heart. What 100 years? If he was given 1 year, he could sweep the demons. In 2 years, he could step on the myth world. In 3 years at most, he could become the strongest in this time. Although he thought about it, Li Su didn't say it out loud. It wasn't because he was not confident. It was mainly because the water in this world was a bit deep. The thing under the Zhuanhuang Tower gave him a very bad feeling. It was a saint level existence. For some reason, Li Su had a hunch that those dormant external evils might be awakening, and a truly terrible era was coming. The unexpected situation at the Zhuanhuang Tower could not be a single accident. So it was better not to say bold words, lest he be slapped in the face later. There were 2 people present. One was his confidant's brother, and the other was his father-in-law. There was really no need to pretend in front of them. And everyone was a cultivator, and there was still a long time to go. If they were slapped in the face, this dark history would be really uncomfortable. The 2 sides chatted for a while, and Li Su told about the possibility of traitors in the high-level officials of the Xia kingdom. After hearing this, ZHU Chang and Zhang Shan's faces did not change much. Obviously, they also had some doubts, and I'm afraid it's not just them, but also Mr. ZHU and others. Li Su exhaled, and another idea came to his mind. Since the old man and others have made arrangements, he will not go to the Earth Immortal realm. The launch of the fire plan means the complete defeat of the Xia kingdom. Now the Earth Immortal realm may have completely become the territory of the demon race. Even if he went, he would not be able to obtain much information, and there was a risk of being exposed. He was only at the stage of soul fusion, not even at the stage of enlightenment. If he really wanted to go to the earthly immortal world, it should not be at this time. In that case, Uncle ZHU, father-in-law, Li Su opened his mouth and wanted to say something. My little disciple, don't go to the world fragments, go directly to the mythical world, now, immediately. At this moment, Pangu Banner's voice suddenly rang out, and there was a rare solemnity in his words. Li Su was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He didn't expect Pangu Banner to take the initiative to contact him and ask him to go to the mythical world immediately. What happened? You feel where your clone is? Doppelganger? Li Su's eyes flashed. A little far. No, it should be said that it was very far. The Crocodile King still did not stop, always locked on him, and kept chasing him. It felt like he was killing in a remote area. No, it should be said that he was killing in the depths of the Black Domain, a field that the human race had never set foot in. This is the coordinate of the myth world. This is where your clone is. Pangu Banner did not say anything, but directly formed a dark picture in Lee Su's sea of consciousness and marked it. The myth world is not close to his original body, but it is very far away from the clone, and it is getting farther and farther. I didn't think there was anything before, but now I see that the way the Crocodile King chased him doesn't seem to expect to kill him directly, but to constantly force him away from the myth world. This. Before Lee Su asked, another picture appeared in his mind. Is that the Chaos Bell? Looking at the scene in the picture, Lee Su couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was not from Pangu Banner, but the scene of the Xinhuo Banner chasing the other party. The two treasures were fighting far away. When he summoned the other party back, he broke the distance of dozens of worlds, which was no longer 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles. However, in the scene of the battle between these treasures, there was a slightly blurred and very strange picture. It should be somewhere in the Black Domain. It is an entrance and exit. A very grand world is reflected in it. That world seems to be even bigger than the earthly immortal realm. It is truly vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Could it be the mythology realm? However, what are those spheres? Lee Su showed a puzzled look in his eyes. There are some stars at the entrance to the mythology realm. They surround the entrance and keep circling it. That is the entrance to the mythology realm, and those stars are the Zhaoshan star array. Zhaoshan star array? His pupils shrank, and Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. The strongest formation of the ancient demon court can be compared with the Dushan 12 gods and demons array, and has a terrifying existence that is infinitely close to the power of a saint. Did Dong Huang also make this thing? Remember that the materials and people needed for the Zhaoshan star array are not small, unlike the 12 gods and demons array of the Wu clan, which only needs the 12 Wu clan. Arrange the Zhaoshan star array at the entrance of the mythology realm. Lee Su's face changed, and he looked at the phantom of Pangu Banner in the sea of consciousness with some disbelief. Then the roasted chicken. Well, he plans to completely block the myth world, so that you can't enter it, and break through the immortal realm. Huh. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. He spent so much effort, just to prevent me from breaking through the immortal realm in the myth world? Because the myth world is one of the real fragments of the prehistoric world. No, it's not right to say it's a fragment. It should be said that it is 1/3 of the broken prehistoric world that has been preserved. The long river scene you saw in the world fragments is actually in the myth world. And more importantly, only in the myth world can the complete avenue flow, and the way inside is perfect. On the contrary, the avenue outside the myth world is not complete, and its rhyme has defects, and is not complete. There is nothing below the immortal realm, but once you achieve the immortal realm, there will be big problems, and even your holy way will have flaws, which are difficult to make up for. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and instantly he understood Dong Huang's thoughts. Only the Crocodile King, a fairy realm, came to hunt him down. At first, Lee Su was a little confused. With his strength increasing, especially after the Zhuanhuang Tower recognized him as its master, and 8 kings could beat him everywhere. It was okay to hurt him, but there was no chance to kill him. He thought that Dong Huang's killing intention towards him had decreased, and he was looking down on him. It was not until he knew that there was a problem between the mortal world and the earthly fairy world that he realized that sending the Crocodile King here was probably the maximum that the demon clan could squeeze out. Although he was a big worry in his heart, in terms of strength, the old man and his men were undoubtedly the primary targets of the demon clan. But now, the Crocodile King kept hunting him down and arranged the Zhaoshan Xingdao formation at the entrance of the myth world. I'm afraid that Dong Huang gave up killing Lee Su from the moment the Zhuanhuang Tower appeared. Yes, the other party also possessed the Dong Huang Bell, one of the top defensive treasures in the prehistoric world. Therefore, he knew very well how difficult it was to kill an existence with a complete defensive treasure. After all, Lee Su has too many sageways, and his recovery ability is probably unmatched in the world today. In addition, the defense of the treasure weakens the damage caused by the immortal realm. unless Lee Su does not run away or is directly trapped by the opponent somewhere. Even if Dan Huang personally takes action with the Chaos Bell, it is probably difficult to kill him directly. Therefore, the pursuit of the Crocodile King is essentially to buy time and block the mythical world. Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath and understood why Pangu Banner suddenly spoke and asked him to go to the mythical world immediately. The opponent is planning to cut off his immortal path and lock him in the realm of supernatural powers. Sua, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lee Su suddenly paused halfway through his words, Zhu Chang and the others couldn't help asking. The Xinhuo flag just sent me a picture with the corner of the entrance to the mythical world. Xinhuo flag? My human treasure. The two of them suddenly realized and remembered the treasure that suddenly appeared when they rushed out to chase the Chaos Bell in the dark street. The demon race is setting up the Zhaoshan Xingdao formation at the entrance to the myth world. They are planning to block the entrance to the myth world. What? The two of them heard this, and their faces suddenly changed. They had heard of the Zhaoshan Xingdao formation. After all, it was the greatest enemy of the human race. Even the ancient demon race was not much different in their rise. Therefore, they had some understanding of the first formation held by the ancient demon court. If the demon race succeeded, once the myth world was blocked, it would be extremely difficult for Lee Su to advance to the immortal realm. In that case, Sua, we can't wait any longer. The myth world is different from the earthly immortal world in the mortal world. There is no other way except the entrance. The myth world is too high in level, and the size of the world is countless times that of the earthly immortal world. If the earthly immortal world is about the same size as the back mountain of one's home for the immortal realm, then the myth world is really endless for the immortal realm. Even if one runs all out for 30 or 50 years, he can't reach the end of the other side. Therefore, its world wall is very thick and its mass is extremely huge. There have been attempts to find out if there are other entrances, but they have never been found. In that case, Sua, please wait a moment. Brother Shand, go and get the information about the mythological world that Xia Kingdom has collected over the years. I will explain it to Sua. Okay. Zhang Shan turned around and walked into the dark street. Zhu Zhang looked at Lee Su with a serious look and said, Sua, since you are going there right away, I will tell you in advance about the things you need to pay attention to in the mythological world, as well as the differences between the inside and the outside. It is not only a huge and dangerous world, the most important thing is that after entering it, you will be weakened. Weakened? Lee Su frowned slightly. That's right. That's why it's so dangerous to enter the immortal realm. The rules inside are very different, heavier and more solid. You can easily destroy a mountain or a piece of land outside, but once you enter, even lifting a big rock may become very difficult. Zhu Zhang said in a deep voice. Therefore, people who have entered it, even if they are in the same realm, will be very powerful. So after you enter, the first thing is to adapt to that world, adapt to the rules there, and restore your own strength as quickly as possible. Before that, you must hide well, and don't fight with the monsters who have already entered. And this process will be very long, 3 to 5 years is possible. The fastest in the record is undoubtedly King Xia and Grandpa Zhang Tao, but even they spent 3 months in the human world before they were completely adapted. At this point, Zhu Zhang looked very serious and said word by word, then the second thing you should pay special attention to is that unlike the earthly immortal realm, there are intelligent life in the mythology realm, and there are many races, and there is even the race of humans. But there is no doubt that all the creatures inside, even the human race, are all enemies. Not only are there intelligent life, but there are also humans, and even humans are enemies? Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. In the mythological world, there are 3 races that claim to be humans, namely the ancients, the immortals, and the ghosts. Although they all look like humans, they are not the same as us. Not only that, they regard us as enemies, and are targets to be killed and eliminated. As for the reason, it is very simple, because they are not living people, but dead people. And the reason why both sides are enemies is because they want to be resurrected, and killing us and obtaining our flesh is the way to let them live. The dead are different from the living. No matter how they look like the living, there is one thing that is absolute, that is, the dead cannot feel everything that the living can feel. They will always be hungry, they will always be dry, and they will always be insatiable. And this feeling is not 1 or 2 years, but thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, and the accumulation of endless years. Therefore, never think that there are exceptions, and never believe in any creature in the world inside. Chapter 425, Entering the Mythical World. What on earth is this myth world? Looking at the information in his hand, Lee Su was a little numb. His face was very stiff. It was a map, and the map was very large. There were countless fine lines drawn inside, with mountains, rivers, waterfalls, and deserts. There were many, hundreds of thousands of them. They were densely packed and extended everywhere on the map. The scale of this map was quite scary. Every line inside, 1 centimeter, represented 100,000 miles. The shortest was only a millimeter, and the longest was more than 20 centimeters. That is more than 2 million miles. Even after walking so far, the edge of the map was still pitch black, which meant that he could not reach the end. Of course, this was nothing. After all, it was a fragment of the real prehistoric world, a place that could accommodate 7 saints, dozens of pseudo-saints, thousands of Daluo, hundreds of thousands of Tei, and countless celestial beings. Even if it was only 1/3, it was big enough to be scary. What really made Lee Su complain was not the size of the myth world, but the colors on the map. Green was the safe zone, yellow was the dangerous zone, red was the dangerous zone, and black was the stop zone. Among them, black temporarily occupied the edge of the entire map, but it was not too much. Next is the yellow danger zone, which occupies about 1/10 of the area. Then there is the green zone, which is inside the yellow zone, and occupies 1/10 of the area. Then, there is the red zone. That's right, the entire map, 9/10, is all red. The red here is divided into 5 levels. Light red, medium red, bright red, blood red, and black red. Light red means that those below the immortal realm will definitely die. Medium red means that those in the immortal realm will most likely die. Bright red means that those in the immortal realm have a very low chance of survival. Blood red means that those in the immortal realm will definitely die. Black red means that those who approach the immortal realm will die. What about the options for the divine power realm? What about the divine power realm? Question mark? Lee Su's liver hurts. Although everyone has always said that the mythology realm is very dangerous, you shouldn't be that dangerous, right? What the hell is this? There is a lot of black and red inside, located on the edge of black. On the side where the sun rises, there is a place called the Eastern Forbidden Land. That is where the immortals gather. According to the collected information, there are immortals talking and being heard. There is a huge palace in the Eastern Forbidden Land, which is related to the prehistoric heaven. In an instant, Lee Su couldn't help but think of what his great uncle, the Lord of Heaven, the Great Heavenly Venerable, told him. Go find the real heaven. Could the remains of the heaven be in there? Thinking of this, Lee Su's forehead hurt a lot. It was black and red, which meant that not to mention entering, even if you just approached the immortal realm, you would die. In addition to the side where the sun rises, there are also places where the sun sets. The Western Forbidden Land is the territory of ghosts, where there are 4 kinds of things: ghosts, monsters, ghosts, and ghosts. Ghosts and ghosts can still be understood, but they are transformed after the death of human monsters. Ghosts and ghosts are difficult to describe. According to the introduction, ghosts are ancient things that have special bodies, or they are mountains, stones, rivers, and water. In short, they are not transformed after the death of life. And ghosts are weird. It represents a region with a big problem. The whole space is alive. It is very scary and extremely powerful. If a fairy falls into it, it will turn into blood in a short time. There are several strange marks on the map, all blood red, and the area is very large. This thing can move. The real black and red is deeper. It is rumored that it is the underworld, the end of all life. There are countless corpses in it. There are heads as big as mountains, and black blood flows in the facial features. Those heads are all looking at the sky in the east. The empty black eye sockets and the open mouths seem to be constantly telling something. In the wind and rain, all are their voices. Because the age is too long, there is no way to know what the content is, but it has never dissipated one day. It is always there, constantly echoing, and once heard, the soul will melt in the next second, leaving only the corpse standing in place. Because it is a fairyland, the corpse will hardly rot, and will stand there for thousands or tens of thousands of years. By now, there were already crowds of people in front of the gate of Hades, still standing there, their clothes completely rotten, their bodies buried in soil and moss. There are such places in the south and the north. There is almost no normal place in the entire myth world. Every place is a desperate place, a desperate place. Looking at the description and the information, Lee Su's scalp began to numb, and his eyes were straight before he entered. This is not a map, it is simply a huge word of death, lying in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su turned his head, and looked at Kaokan on the side. Girl, are you sure you want to go to the myth world with me? The girl with a cold face, her beautiful eyebrows were tightly frowned, and her charming eyes were shaking constantly. Her face was a little pale and she said, I'm not sure. As an expert in Feng Shui, she is best at avoiding danger and seeking good fortune. At this moment, she also has some doubts. Is the feeling brought by her Feng Shui wrong? Can people go to this place? Although she is not very proficient in the face, she can still see the changes in Lee Su's face, since he planned to go there. The dark clouds on his head blocked the sunlight, and his forehead was as red as blood. There are 3 kinds of fatal signs in destiny, and Lee Su's face is one of them, which is called a face of death. Usually, people with this kind of face will be in constant disasters and misfortunes before they die. In other words, as long as they can't kill you, they will keep killing you until you die. This kind of killing disaster is the killing intention of heaven, the killing intention of the earth, and even the killing intention of people. There will inevitably be corpses everywhere and blood flowing. It is unbelievable that I, who can pick up money every day, when I go out, will encounter such a terrifying appearance. This kind of death appearance can not only target him, but also the people around him. Before coming out, Kaokan felt something in her heart. After saving some of her clansmen, she ran out directly, and ended up running into this face of death. Then Fatty ZHA, what about you? Are you sure you want to go? Lee Su turned his head, and looked at another person. That was a member of the Feng family. Unlike the other members of the Feng family who liked to accept the art of luck, this guy mainly practiced the art of luck. He did not use usury, but used money to open the way. Although there were some minor flaws, he was not wrong, so he was released. His name is Feng Ren. When Lee Su became Zuyu, it was the Fatty ZHA who took the initiative to speak and warn him. At this moment, Fatty ZHA was also sweating and frightened. Although the direction of cultivation is different, Fatty ZHA learned the art of luck. The so-called money opens the way, good for you and me. But now there is a problem. The money in his hand is cracked. It is a magic weapon that he transformed with his own Taoism as the foundation, which can turn danger into good fortune and avoid a deadly situation. It is very magical, with good luck entangled in it, allowing him to avoid the crisis of death. This technique is very unique, and he was injured. For example, if someone wants to kill him, the money will break, and the other party will stop inexplicably, or suddenly realize something, or remember something, or discover something. In short, there is no time to kill him, so turn around and leave. And although he will think of him afterwards, he will not have the intention to kill him. Instead, he will feel that this kid is good and made me rich. This is an extremely special good luck technique. Looking down, at this moment, he has 5 money in his hand, not one missing, all cracked. Looking up again, there is a lot of calamity on the heads of the 3 people, and there is the light of knives and axes. The luck he practices is most afraid of swords and weapons. It is said that harmony brings wealth, and swords and weapons mean losing wealth. Wealth is luck, and losing wealth is equal to losing luck. He has encountered it in his life, although not many times, but it is never so terrible that time. There are axes all over his head, front and back. In the art of luck, this is called swords and rain, no way back. Fat ZHA had a tragic smile on his face, and couldn't say anything. What's going on? He checked the almanac before going out. It was a good day to go out. He also counted on his fingers, and found that his luck was very good. Why did it become like this when he got here? Could it be that things will turn around when they reach the extreme? He was too successful, so he was going to have bad luck? Turn back. Can he turn back? For a moment, he finally realized the sentence written on the general outline of his own Taoism. Luck is not inevitable, but only accidental. If you rely on luck, you will die under luck. The end of luck is bound to be a dilemma between life and death. It means that you know you will die, but you still have to die. It's almost time, and it's not too late to regret. Lee Su said lightly. Next, there is no turning back. The huge entrance to the mythical world can be seen. After getting the information, Lee Su did not stop, and rushed over without stopping. Before leaving, ZHU Zhan told him that teacher Yiren and the others were not in the earthly immortal world, but in the mythical world, preparing to break through the supernatural realm and advance to the immortal realm. If possible, bring the news in and let them receive it. There is no need to rush out. At this moment, there are many stars at the entrance to the mythical world. There are more than 100 of them, and they are still increasing. The formation is not complete yet, and it has not been able to fully cover the myth world. Now is undoubtedly the best time to break through. Kaokan and the fat man of the Feng family took a deep breath. There is no other way. They have come here, and they both feel very clearly that, although the front is a dangerous place, if they turn back alone, they will really die. Lee Su took a breath, and put away the information. The fire flag jumped out from his soul. In an instant, the flames were thousands of miles long. The fire flag directly rolled them into the fire in the sky. Then the flagpole shook, like a meteor, and rushed directly to the entrance of the myth world. But, who is it? At the first moment, hundreds of stars suddenly shook above the entrance, and the demons who controlled the stars immediately reacted. In an instant, hundreds of stars trembled, and the Dao patterns on them flickered, and there was a terrible force shaking inside. There was starlight, gravity, and gravity. Hundreds of stars formed, bursting out incredible energy, forming a terrible starstorm, and swept directly towards Lee Su and the others. Boom. With a thunderous bang, the Xinhuo flag was shaking, and the Xinhuo light that wrapped around them was trembling, and being torn apart bit by bit. The terrible force instantly hit the Xinhuo flag more than 10 million times, and the 10 miles of flame could not help but vibrate. Although it is not a defensive treasure, as a treasure, even if it cannot be fully restored, it is still not something that the incomplete Zhaoshan Xingdao formation can break through. Ignoring the attack of the stars, the Xinhuo flag led Lee Su and the others to advance rapidly, breaking through the encirclement, and rushing to the entrance. Dang. Just when it was about to break through, a huge bell sounded. It was the Chaos Bell. The bell sounded, not a simple sound. It seemed that there was a world in it, with stars all over the sky, mountains, and rivers, and billions of lives. It was not just the sound of the bell, but the sound of the stars, the sound of the mountains and rivers, and the sound of all things. It is the source of all sounds and the beginning of all sounds. As soon as it rang, the Xinhuo flag could not help but shake violently, and the 10 miles of flame were strangled and torn apart. The flagpole was shaking and making a sound from the huge impact. The sound was too grand. As the saying goes, a great elephant is invisible, and a great sound is inaudible. Even though they were protected by the Xinhuo flag, the three people under the flames were shocked almost at the same time. Lee Su vomited blood on the spot, and countless fine cracks appeared on his body. All cells were penetrated by the sound, and were almost torn apart. Almost in the next second, the supreme chapter on his body began to glow, forcibly stabilizing his flesh and blood, and rejecting the power of the bell. In an instant, the bell and the supreme in his body fought more than 1,000 times. The cracks on his body were splashing sparks. It seemed as if millions of people were fighting with weapons in their hands, and the sparks from the collisions and chopping were almost all over the battlefield. Puff. Another mouthful of blood was spit out, and Lee Su took a deep breath to drive out the sound of the Chaos Bell. Fortunately, because of the protection of the Xinhuo flag, the Chaos Bell didn't make much sound, otherwise he would have been shattered by the previous blow. Lee Su was like this, and Kaokan and Fatty Zha on the side were undoubtedly even more miserable. They groaned and fainted. With a cold look in his eyes, Lee Su stretched out his left hand to grab the two people. The yin yang dao fruit jumped out of his eyebrows and turned into a huge millstone to protect himself. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed, and the Xinhuo flag shook and rushed out on the spot. It sprinkled flames to protect Li Su's body. At the same time, there was a terrible light flashing on the flag, forming a great way, showing the history of the prehistoric human civilization. It rushed up directly, broke through the inexplicable void, and went straight to the Chaos Bell. There was an extremely huge figure there, bigger than the stars, full of ancient breath. It was the Chaos Bell, the main body. Facing the arrival of the Xinhuo flag, its body shook directly. It was a bell body that was tens of thousands of meters thick. Once it shook, the power generated inside was so great that it was enough to shake a star and make a world explode. Come and die for me. Who is the Xinhuo flag? The first treasure of humanity, symbolizing the immortal will of the human race. From birth to now, it has never been afraid of any existence. The so-called heaven, earth, and air, the whole body is full of the fearless and fearless spirit of the human race. It controlled itself and stabbed out, fiercely and violently. Ding. With a loud noise, the Chaos Bell vibrated. The power it burst out was ignored by the Xinhuo flag. It broke through the opponent's wall of sound and hit the opponent's body. Ding. Both of them were shaken by the opponent's terrible power. The Xinhuo flag was glowing, and the chapters of the avenue on the flagpole were all red. They were hit hard by the power of the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell was also shaking. The Xinhuo flag went all out and stabbed it regardless of its own strength. This concentrated attack made it very uncomfortable. Like other treasures, it has not recovered yet. Although its body is almost recovered, the cracks hidden deep in the avenue are still there. After this stab, a chain reaction immediately occurred. Those cracks were shaken again and torn apart. Bastard. The Chaos Bell couldn't help but screamed. For the first time, it made its own voice, and it was a female voice, very imperial, with the flavor of a gangster. You are a flagpole. I'll stab you, you immortal. The Xinhuo flag said nothing, and the flames gushed out like the sea. Countless human beings appeared in the history of civilization on its body. Some were holding spears, some were holding long guns, some were holding fangshanhuaji, and some were holding three-pointed double-edged swords. There were hundreds of millions, billions. They shouted, and everyone inside made a move. I stab. Then, the Xinhuo flag also moved, stabbing again. Ding. Both sides shook at the same time, and the avenue on the Xinhuo flag trembled, splashing out endless sparks that could penetrate the sky and the earth. The Chaos Bell cracked, really cracked, and the scars that were suppressed with great difficulty broke here. The Chaos Bell was going crazy, really going crazy. It was obviously an innate treasure. How did it become like this? It was almost like a bricklayer. Because her body was torn apart by the catastrophe of the three realms, she finally repaired it, but was chopped to pieces by Pangubana, which was also one of the three innates. Now she finally recovered here, but was pierced by the fire flag, the treasure of humanity. The Chaos Bell began to burst into light, and the terrible bell body kept ringing. It hit the fire flag like a wave again and again, pushing it far away and flying out. Then, she turned her head without hesitation, and plunged into the deepest place, disappearing. If she doesn't recover, she will never come out. If she does it twice, it will become a permanent injury. Dong Huang, this old calf, not only is he getting more and more disgusting, but he also always makes her work with injuries. Just thinking about the friendship of the past billions of years, I'm not going to do it anymore. The fire flag exhaled. It didn't chase, but the whole flag was happy. Although the road was shaken by the beating, and there was a crack on the flagpole, it was worth it. The innate treasure was beaten away by the treasure of humanity. Don't talk about whether it was injured or not. Everyone was injured, so it won. With a whoosh, it returned to Li Su's side, wrapped him up directly, and knocked away the Zaoshan stars that surrounded him without attacking, and led him to the entrance of the mythical world at a rapid speed. At this moment, an extremely huge bird, as big as a star, like the sun, with 3 legs, golden red with some black feathers, rushed over. Almost at the moment when the Xinhuo flag rolled Li Su and others into the entrance, it pecked at the Xinhuo flag with its beak. Ding. The Xinhuo flag cracked on the spot, and a huge crack was hit on the flagpole. Lee Su inside was like being struck by lightning, and blood gushed out of all his 7 orifices at the same time. His soul was shattered, his internal organs were cracked like glass, and his Deo fruit was impacted and was almost split in half. Fuck old bird, you are still the emperor, and you don't know anything else except sneak attacks? Lee Su's eyes widened, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. There were constant golden stars in front of his eyes, and his consciousness began to collapse, falling into endless darkness. The Xinhuo flag trembled, but it didn't curse. It sensed Lee Su's situation, and the flame vibrated and accelerated to fall towards the entrance of the myth world. The next second, it disappeared like starlight. Watching the target disappear, Jinwoo's eyes were cold, with extremely tyrannical killing intent. Crocodile King. Where's Lee Su? I'm chasing him, but you're right. With the Zhuanghuang Tower, the other party is really hard to kill. Isn't he the owner of the human treasure? Deng Huang's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Crocodile King, where are you now? Well, you continue to chase. I'll come later. Deng Huang turned his head and looked at the demon clan he brought not far away. Jiana Manking, the next step is up to you. Completely block the myth world, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Okay. Deng Huang jumped up and rushed in a certain direction in the blink of an eye. Chaos Bell. While flying, he stretched out his hand to call the treasure over. I'm injured and asleep. Don't call me before I recover. Chaos Bell did not come over, but just left a message. Deng Huang's pupils shrank, his face suddenly looked a little ugly, and there was a red flame in his eyes. He didn't say anything, but in his gloomy eyes, he recalled the war between the witches and liches. When he was about to die, Chaos Bell gave up fighting the enemy and took him away directly, fleeing the battlefield. Sure enough, tools do not need intelligence. Once they have intelligence, they will have their own ideas. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.